fixture this week, following the visit of Middlesex here last Friday. The visitors today are Durham, and we extend a very warm welcome to the players, officials and supporters of the Durham club here to Grantham. The news from the middle is that Durham won the toss, which took place 5 minutes ago, and they have elected to bat. So it'll be the Durham strikers who are Durham openers who will take strike when we get started. Let me now share with you, ladies and gentlemen, the teams for this game. Starting with the host, the Outlaws. Ben Slater, Sol Bellinger, Hasim Hamid, who skippers the side, Matt Montgomery, Lyndon James, Liam Patterson, Dave Shadendorf, Pat Essie, Brett Hutton, Zach Chappell, and James Hayes. Turning now to our visitors, Graham Clark, George Drissell, Scott Borthwick, who is the captain of the Durham side, Nick Madison, Sean Dixon, Liam Travaskis, Paul Coughlin, Tom McIntosh, Mitch Killeen, Ollie Gibson and Chris Rushworth. Turning now to the match officials, the umpires on the field of play are Neil Hollander and Sue Redford. The scorers Anne Cusworth and William Dobson. And the match referee today is Will Smith. Just a word, ladies and gentlemen, about the catering and retail outlets. There are various catering facilities situated around the ground, mainly in the North Lane end. There is an array of food on offer at those marquees, and you'll also see that the club shop has a marquee as well, and Rachel and her staff will be delighted to see you there and show you the merchandise that is on offer. Just to learn a little about the regulations of the Royal London Cup, it is a 50-over competition in which each side bats for a maximum of 50 overs, with each bowler limited to bowling a maximum of 10 overs each. There are also fielding restrictions in place, and I think I will talk those through with you as and when the match develops, because there are 3 phases of play which determine the maximum number of fielders who can stand beyond the discs. Just make a point, ladies and gentlemen, as on Friday, it's going to be a really hot day again today, so please keep yourself safe with copious amounts of sunscreen and drink plenty of water. And also, please, the ball does come into the ground quite a bit when sixes are hit and when the ball goes over the boundary for 4. So please keep your eye on the ball. If indeed you need any help from any of the stewards, then please seek the support of the stewards who are dotted around the ground. So the match gets underway, it's 11 o'clock, so sit back, enjoy the game, and enjoy all the action of cricket entertainment as it unfolds. Thank you very much indeed.
David?
Right.
All right.
Warm one. Another skill.
Right, boss.
Yeah.
Durham wood yesterday, and now you're back up here.
You ready for a drink tonight?
Hey?
You ready for a drink tonight?
Good morning and a very warm welcome to Trent Bridge Live and a very warm welcome from Grantham Cricket Club. Yes, we are here again today as the Royal London Cup campaign continues. 4 games down, 4 to go. Now the visitors today are Durham. Now they've won the toss that has taken place about 20. Chosen to bat, so that means that your Notts Outlaws will be in the field first of off this morning. Now play is due to get underway at 11 o'clock. Now as I say, Durham won that toss, but let's have a look at the Notts Outlaws selected 11 for this fixture against Durham. Okay, these two will be coming out later on this afternoon. It is Ben Slater and Sol Budinger. Matthew Montgomery in at number 3. Hasib Hamid, he captains the side. He got 100 2 days ago. And Lyndon James comes in at number 5. Once again, Dane Shannondorf, he takes the gloves and will be behind the wicket this morning. Liam Patterson-White, fresh from duty with the England Lions, he comes straight back into the side with Brett Hutton following Liam Patterson-White. Okay, he came in and was quite destructive when he came in with the bat. It's Fateh Singh, Zach Chappell and James Hayes. They are your Notts Outlaws selected 11 for this fixture against Durham. And once again, your head coach is Peter Moores. Okay, now as I said earlier, it's 4 games down with 4 games left to play in this group stage in Group A. But let's take a look at the fixtures and the remaining fixtures so far. You will see that from a Notts 2 victories, 2 losses. Obviously, we had that loss here 2 days ago, and the boys will be looking to bounce back here against Durham. But as you can see, after this game here, 2 away fixtures, and then we will be finishing up against Surrey at Welbeck as well. So 2 away and 1 remaining home fixture after today for your Notts Outlaws. Now, let's just take a look at the table in Group A as well, because you'll see that it is very, very tight. There's a lot of teams on the same amount of points, but one thing just to notice from a Notts point of view, if you look at that net run rate, we are ahead of everybody else there, and you will see that it's a very positive run rate, 1.15 and a plus. Obviously we are on 4 points. Middlesex on top with 6 points, so there's still lots of points to play for, and obviously we will be looking to get that points today, 2 points for the victory that for today. So as I say, the team we're facing is Durham. They won the toss, just to repeat that. They will have chosen to bat, so it will be Notts bowling now. The bell has gone and the Notts Outlaws are literally just about to make their way to the field. The 2 umpires are ready. I can't see the Durham opening batters, but as you can see here, it is absolutely baking hot here again. The crowd are coming in here. It is extremely warm. Wherever you are, I imagine it is exactly the same, very, very warm. So obviously keep hydrated. So if you just want to take a look, you'll be able to see the Notts Outlaws. The Middlesex opening batters are there and the 2 umpires are making their way out into the field now. So it's time for me to hand over to your commentary team, and that is Martin and of course Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah, he's bowling really well. He's batting. He's got a bit more spot on his that thing. But yeah, he's bowling really well.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here, we're here. The Nottinghamshire players just stopping off to have a little team photo taken just before the start of play here today. So just popped onto the outfield there just to snap a pic. We'll pop it up on the old social media in the fullness of time. Lovely to have you along once again to Grantham. Gloriously sunny Grantham, probably is sunny wherever you are if you're listening in the UK. Dave Bracegirdle here on the boundary edge at Gorse Lane, Grantham, Lincolnshire. Beside my good chum who's just dealing with one or two technicals. We'll bring Martin in just a moment. Durham have won the toss here and are going to bat first. Nick Maddinson is out there at the non-strikers end. Graham Clark will be on strike. We'll let Marty run through the Durham team news in just a second. One change for Notts though. Liam Patterson-White is back. Dane Patterson is resting, rotated out of this one, and we're underway. The first ball, bowled by Hutton, outside the line of the off stump, and Clark lets it go through to the keeper. So a very, very good morning to my good chum. He's looking as hot as the surface of the sun this morning. Morning, Martin.
Am I on? Can you hear me?
I can.
Hot as in bothered.
Are you bothered? Have you got an update to do at 11 o'clock? Or is that what I was interrupting?
Yes,
I will have as well. Here's Brett Hutton, and then they've got time to do the Durham team news before your update, or not. This is pushed into the offside, so 2 balls gone.
Well,
Durham are 0 for 0.
Durham won the toss, decided to bat, and Mitchell Colleen, who is the son of the Durham coach, the former Durham fast bowler Neil, makes his list day debut. Also coming in for his debut, George Dressel, who spent a bit of time at Somerset last year, having been with Gloucestershire. And Jonathan Bushnell and Stanley McAlinden are the ones who miss out on this occasion.
Yes, Hutton bowling to Graham Clark, right-hander, brother of Surrey's Jordan, and he's away, punching it through the offside. He's a prodigious hitter of a cricket ball, lightning fast outfield, and a boundary there. Sol Budinger goes to fetch it. I think right now possibly not quite as many in the ground as there were. Radio Nottingham. In a second or two. I don't think the scorers have been able to confirm the identity of the catcher, which they should have been able to do. Because if it's snicked at the moment, it's been caught by Montgomery, and that's whoever Notts are playing against. Terrific catcher. Don't think it has been announced for the benefit of the crowd. Another wicket for Brett Hutton, who's enjoying a fine Royal London campaign himself. Zach Chappell's down in front of us. We're at sort of a wide-ish third man for the left-handed Borthwick who's on strike, so we're probably a finer third man. Chapel's just to our left, the left of our marquee. Still didn't hear the tannoy announcement on Friday.
And then tonight it's going to be dry and clear once again with lows of around 15 Celsius. For an update anytime, you can ask your smart speaker to play BBC News for Nottingham.
If you want to go to
a familiar face wanders in front of our tent. Former Notts all-rounder, wasn't with the county too long, couple of years. Will Gidman with a cup of tea just going round the boundary edge. Martin's back from his excursions to update the listeners in the northeast. And here he is, Zach Chappell, born in Grantham, starts his bowling duties for the day.
He's a big lad as well, isn't he? Comes in and bowls. First ball bowled here to Mattinson, played safely away on the leg side up towards mid-on.
I don't know what you've tweeted, but you've suddenly gone quiet in my ears.
Well, I've tried to turn the headphones down because otherwise we're going to be deaf come 3 o'clock.
Well,
where's my headphone control in there?
That's a very good... Well, they're all cranked up. There you are. No, that's turned it down.
I know, that's the plan.
Well, that's turned me down. I think that one might turn you down. There we go.
Chappell in, right arm over, balls, turned away, down past, where's that gone? It's gone to the marquee.
Square leg.
It's gone to the marquee leg.
Yeah.
There was a fielder hiding behind it. What was the score at the end of the over? 4 for 1.
It was. Yep, Durham losing Graham Clark.
They've also lost the 2 points they had as well. The ECB have hit them with a disciplinary penalty following a series of breaches.
So that's on the totting up procedure. Durham must have had a few infringements over the previous 18 months or 2 years or some such.
Chappell in again, bowls. This is fended down into the ground. They say they're appealing and they claim it's unfair, but it's been a number of different issues. So I did have an email when I got up this morning, which was this from Mervyn Hardy, who said, "Good morning, Martin. As school children, if we went home and said we'd been caned, our parents would have said it's your own fault. It must necessarily follow the incursion of penalty points for indiscipline is the fault of the club and its staff. Injuries, international calls, bad wickets or whatever bear no blame for bad behaviour." As Chappell comes in and bowls, this is played off the back foot past point out towards the far side of the ground. It's got the pace to go for 4. It's gone into... Well, the fielder tried to stop, and has he ended up going underneath a few people in deck chairs there?
It's very, very fast out there, as we saw on Friday, and we just saw from that one shot there.
Well, as I said in my pre-match video, it's like life on Mars. It's that parched. It's the Oval 1976, isn't it? And you're out on the top of a hill here, just next to the A1. Durham 8-4-1 here on the BBC. Chappell in again, right arm over, he bowls. And this is turned by Madison out through mid-wicket, no run there.
So just indulge me, because obviously I haven't followed the Durham games as closely as you have. It's 1-1, lost 3 at the minute. The win coming down at Taunton.
Yeah.
In that extraordinary match that Ben Green nearly pulled back from the dead.
They got within 9 runs, and then the other day Durham chasing 368 to win, I think it was the highest score against them. Gloucestershire's score in a one day, and the highest score at Chester Street, and they got within 6. Daft. Played away again by Madison towards mid-wicket. It was funny because even though they'd scored a record score, it was such a good batting track, you were thinking Durham might get that, but they were always just fractionally behind where they needed to be.
Well, it sounds exactly the same as here on Friday, where Middlesex got 355 and Notts all through the innings were 20, 25, 30 runs or so behind, but like Middlesex, who had a huge partnership, a couple of century makers, Nottinghamshire nearly did the same. Asiba Mead got to 3 figures, Ben Slater was out for 90, but when they fell again, that 20 behind became 30 behind, became 40 behind, then Fatty Singh walloped a quick fire 45 off 22 balls, and it nearly got them. They lost by 27. Next one's well taken by Schardendorf down the leg side. Sue Redfern, I'm sure I would have said it in the first over, but if I didn't, standing in her first Royal London one-day cup game, but she is one of the most experienced women officials, and she is on the full list now of match officials, but it's just she's had so many women's matches this year, the Commonwealth Games, the Charlotte Edwards, the Rachel Hale. She's not been able to do any yet, as the next one eased into the offside by Borthwick, and there's no runs.
Wasn't there a Sue Redfern who was the producer of Brookside?
I didn't watch Brookside, so I don't know. I don't think it would have been the same lady. I'm not entirely sure. So here comes Hutton again. In bowls, and Scott Borthwick still looking for his first run. Pushes at that one. We're in trouble early on, early doors. Our producer Kirsty giving us the glare. We must be in trouble. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Perhaps we're not going to get lines. In fact, it's 9-1 the score. No, we've escaped without any punishment on this occasion. We're coming through loud and clear from Gorse Lane in Grantham. As Brett Hutton bowls again to the Durham skipper Borthwick. Pushed into the offside, fielded by Buddinger. Just suddenly everybody got up and had a little bit of a move about. I didn't think it was the end of the over, and clearly it wasn't. Unlike many of the county grounds, obviously the scoreboards have just got the barest of information, so we're not entirely sure how many deliveries are left in the over, or things like cut-off times, or Duckworth Lewis even. So the bare essentials, the score, the overs, the wickets. Next one's pushed into the offside, fielded by Liam Patterson wide. So they're playing on the same strip that they played on Friday. I was out in the middle, wandered out to take a photograph of the strip they were playing on. They'd cut a new wicket, or they had one prepared for this game. But the Notts coaching staff had a little bit of a look, and the way the wicket played on Friday, they just felt it would have been better suited to go on this one. Probably a better game of cricket, just nicely bedded in. It's hardly worn at all, as Chappell does the fielding, as this gets Borthwick off the mark, running it down to third man. And when it does pop up on the board, it will be 10-1. There's 4 runs to Nick Madinson, the Australian. Graham Clark out for 4. Borthwick has 1, and there was the wide early doors, 10-1 in the heat of Lincolnshire. So Nick Madinson, they're both left-handers. Hutton bowls, Madinson wearing, is that 53, Martin? Turned away, just, I was always going to look at him. Pushes it back to Hutton, end of the third over, 10-1 is the score. Has he played Test cricket, Nick Madinson?
Yeah,
I think he's had lovely. I think he's had a little bit of white ball exposure, but I wasn't sure if he'd played Test cricket for Australia. A few more people coming into the ground, which is lovely to see. And it was also lovely when I was over there taking a photograph just before the start of play. I could hear on the tannoys the Durham supporters coach has just arrived.
Oh, that's what it was, yeah, I saw it coming.
So absolutely lovely. That's top-notch stuff from Visitors today brought a supporters coach. That's something that they do for most games?
No, just the odd one. Here's Chapel. Right arm over bowling to Borthwick from the pavilion end. What are the ends?
Yeah, pavilion end and
motorway end.
Well, whatever. It is Gorse Lane, the name of the ground. Gorse Lane. So that is the Gorse Lane end, but it was called all sorts of things. The road end, and you can imagine Mr. Hand was waxing lyrical about all sorts of things. The pylon end, he called it at one stage.
Did he get the train up?
No, I don't think so. No. Because of course he's a green man, isn't he? He's a green man.
So he flew. It's gone past point and out towards the boundary on the far side.
No, he plotted his route to
4 runs.
It's gone for 4. Yeah, he plotted his route back so he could stop somewhere and plug his car in, which no. I only just know how to put a little bit of the old green stuff in mine to make it go. But
yeah, I was in his car a few weeks ago. We went to Primrose Hill one night after a day at Lord's. Yeah, great thing to have in London, an electric car. But yeah, on these journeys you do need to plot your route so you can charge them up. Chapel comes in, bowls, cut hard by Borthwick. That flies away, to the border, to the boundary on the far. I'm really worried about all the people sitting along there because the outfield is so quick, and quite a few of them don't seem to have the reactionary times needed to get out the road. And one woman stood up there to go and sort of try and collect the ball, and it flew past her ear. So now sitting down again.
Is that an Italian shop where you can get fettuccine from, pastoria?
Yeah. Well, you would know, being the Italian international. Chapel comes in again. Borthwick defends. He's on 9. No, he's not. He's on 9, isn't he?
Yeah. It is a little bit scary, Martin, watching people who perhaps don't come to cricket matches very often, or perhaps are even a nod. But we were at Bristol the other day. I know you played Gloucestershire up in Chesterley Street, but we went down to Bristol to play Gloucestershire, and to the left of the commentary box there is an area, and it was Armed Forces Day, and the army had set up an assault course for all the kids, all the youngsters to go on and have a go.
Yeah. Chapel bowls. Ball fended down towards third man by Borthwick for 1.
And there was a big 6 heaved away in that direction, and from our commentary position we could see the trajectory of the ball. It was always going to be 6, and it was always going to land in this compound where the assault course was, where there were 4 or 5 soldiers and about 30 youngsters very much enjoying themselves, and just feared, it's one of those things you could do nothing about it, and thankfully it must have landed in the middle of a nice little triangle, sort of about 6 feet away from a youngster in each direction, and that could have been very nasty.
This is defendant. I'm not on air apparently. Where's my mic?
Who's told you that?
A number of people saying they can hear me. Hang on a sec.
At 19 for 1 at the end of the over.
That might be better. I was on air, but my microphone had twisted round, so it was the wrong way. Chris Sharp had messaged me, and Sean Pearson.
Thanks, gents. Doing everything I can to keep him off air, but he keeps coming back. 19 for 1 after 4, the man out Clark. Tell me about young Mitchell Colleen. Is this his debut? Have you seen him before?
I saw him a few weeks ago. He was playing for Burnopfield against Whitburn in the North East Premier League.
And I presume he's Neil's lad, is he?
Yeah.
There's Brett Hutton starting a new over and goes past the outside edge through to Shardendorf. Will Neil be here? Yeah, he's in charge of the team.
He's in charge of the team.
That's brilliant.
I remember when Mitchell was born, because me and Julia went for a night up there years ago.
So what will he be? Still a teenager?
He's 17, I think. So.
Terrific.
Coincided with one of Sunderland's relegations from the Premier League, as I recall.
I knew you'd remember that. So what's his speciality? What does he do? Quicker than his dad?
I don't think so, but it's an interesting.
Hutton from Gorse, the Gorse Lane end, bowls to Borthwick, pushes it into the offside. We're in the first 10 over power play. Crikey, there were some runs scored the other day. Middlesex, I think, were 83 for 1 at the end of their power play. I think Notts were about 65 for 2 at the end of theirs. So Durham might just want to up the ante in the next 5 overs or so.
There's a bit of a synchronicity with Mitch and his dad, because Neil had to get permission to come out of school to go on Durham's first overseas tour in 1992 to Zimbabwe, because he was doing his O-levels at the time. He was 16.
Hutton into bowl, pushed up to mid-on by Borthwick, no run.
And Mitchell's making his debut at 17. Chris says, can hear you clearly now. Sean says, that's all better now. Cheers for that. So, yeah, my microphone. I've got a microphone built into the headset, and sometimes it twists round because only one side of the headset is actually the mic. And the other bit's dead air,
well,
Dave.
If you're struggling, then we're going to be struggling, because you're the technical one out of the two of us. 19 for 1 is Hutton into bowl. 1 or 2 people have kindly been in touch. This is pushed into the offside, no run. Charlie says that was a good catch from Monty. We'll need to take all our chances out there today after what happened in the Middlesex game. Well done to Matt. He has taken some really good catches in this competition. Phil Burrell, gents, struggling to hear Martin. Oh, we've sorted that out, Phil, now, hopefully. Dave, you're really clear. Oh, that sounds like criticism. Sorry, Phil. Oh dear, I was in trouble yesterday. Next ball, Hutton bowls, and this one through to the keeper.
What were you doing? Did you upset
Colin
Mrs. Miggins, the tea
well,
lady?
I was upsetting the fabulous Notts County supporters inadvertently by once or twice, just saying corner to county, and crikey, you'd thought I'd run away with the neighbour's kitten. Got to be Notts. It's not county. It's Notts. It's only once or twice,
Why does it have to be Notts?
Well, there
See,
we go.
They've already got a Notts Forest.
Hey.
Got it in there.
This one through to Schardendorf.
20 past 11.
Notts with only one Dane playing today. End of the over. 19 for 1. Was that a maiden? It was indeed. We've got we're staffed to the hilt today, and we've got Abigail scoring. Was that a maiden, Abigail?
Was it all dots, Abigail? Yes, it was.
All dots.
Yeah.
Dot.
Yes.
1 or 2 more coming into the ground. Again, we've got a nice variety of umbrellas, parasols, sunshades, call them what you like, all different colours. Lovely to see, if you're into that sort of thing, round the boundary edge, all the different colours. It's like they've had a bit of a chat, isn't it? Let's
tell you what upsets me about
let's
these
line them up in
Dave.
the colours of the rainbow.
So Madison's on strike to Chappell.
Ooh.
Flicks that off down towards the rainbow corner.
Well, nice bit of
for 4.
Yeah, nice bit of flippage.
Yeah, just flicked off the hips. Yeah, I tell you what annoys me, Dave, is these people who turn up with their umbrellas and sit in the front row instead of in the back row.
I'm too loud.
You are too loud. That's why I was trying to turn you down.
How can that be? How can that be?
Well, no, well, I've turned.
We're trying to keep
my microphone round now.
We're trying to keep Martin quiet. Deliberately. 23 for 1.
I was inadvertently off mic for the first few overs without realising, because I could still hear it in my head. Chappell in again now to Madison. Driven up towards mid-off. 23 for 1.
Has he scored many runs, Madison?
No.
I was going to say, because I have to say, generally scan all the scorecards and match reports at the end of the day, and it's not a name that it's a name that I know, of course, from his time.
What's he done in this
in the Big Bash and
20,
what have you?
highest score 36.82.
Is he a Sydney Sixer?
Is he? I don't know. I don't watch the
I think he was. I think he's a Sydney Sixer.
Chappell bowls. Ball is played back to him. Nick Madison, Victoria, New South Wales, West Australia, New South Wales. I think he was at Perth Scorchers, wasn't he, for a while? He's at Victoria these days.
Yeah, well, that's the first class team,
I
isn't it? So it's a shame James Pattinson isn't here. He'd have been a teammate. David Simpson says, Dave, the scorecard to your left does show DLS.
Chappell balls. Ooh, just retains the bat inside the line there at the last second. Madison
Thanks for that, David. I sat here for 25 hours on Friday and didn't pick that information up, but we'll have a little look later on. Rach says, rain or shine, I'm there to support Notts, but today I'm ashamed to say I've wimped out.
Too hot.
Curtains closed. Every fan I've got on, but I'm in front of the live stream. See you all at Welbeck. Nice to see you on Friday, Rach.
Chapel balls. Maddinson defends this one. The ball goes back to the bowler.
You can perhaps offer a word of comfort to Rach. She's
20's
down in the
20's plenty.
She's down in the dumps. She's got the blues because she's approaching a milestone birthday.
Yeah.
She said, really feeling low about it.
How long ago is it that we were at your 70th? Was that 3 years ago or 4 years ago? 4? 3? It was before lockdown, wasn't it?
It certainly feels like 70. 23 for 1.
Ball comes in, and that's whipped away by Maddinson out through deep mid-wicket, and that is 4 runs signalled by Neil Mallander, the umpire.
So we had a flippage and whippage in this over.
So started with a 4 and ended with a 4. So 8 from the over, 6 gone, and Durham are 27 for 1.
Yeah, don't think it's gone up yet.
Has now.
So 8 from that over, those 2 boundaries. We have, throughout this competition, seen Zach Chappell just have this initial burst of 3 overs. So it may well be that he's done for the moment. He is still coming down to take his fielding position at this wideish third man position on the boundary here, just in front of us. Got the sunnies on. He's a big lad. He's off to Derbyshire at the end of the season or through the winter. There's Hutton. He's been away and come back. He had 3 years with Northants. Bowls to Scott Borthwick, another one who's ventured away from his home county to spend some time with Surrey and is now back to lead Durham. Takes a single there, just dropping it on the leg side. 28 for 1.
What birthday's coming up anyway?
What birthday? Is your birthday coming up?
You just mentioned a big milestone coming up for somebody.
Rage, for Rage.
You didn't say which milestone.
Well, I'm not at privilege to indulge the lady's information. This one has been pulled away on the leg side. I just wondered for a moment if he'd miscued it straight to Brett Hutton at square leg. 28 for 1. I just thought you could reassure at your time of life, though, that just got a few good years left in her. Suzanne says, what a start for Brett in the first over. Excellent bowling and a great catch. Thanks to you both for the commentary. Very much appreciated, Suzanne. At Brace Cricket, at Marty Cricket. If you want to get in touch, I'm sure Marty won't mind you using his fabulous email address either. If you want to send a longer one, this is chipped onto the leg side and it races out towards the food and goes away for 4. So Asiba Mead in pursuit. Nice looking boundary there, and that'll be 32 for 1. So over there we've got the ice cream van, we've got the sausage and bacon truck, which the queues were too long.
Is the committee marquee in the corner near the
It is, but I haven't got to that yet. Then there's the pizza wagon, then the bar, and then we come a little bit further round and closer to the pavilion. It's the committee. It's also where we get our cups of tea. As Brett Hutton comes in and bowls, and this one's clipped to mid-on. Fielded by the skipper, those fingers taped up. Asiba Mead lost his 100% toss record today, skippering a senior side for the first time. He'd won 4 tosses out of 4, but lost it today, so Scott Borthwick dented that little run. Could you remind everybody of your email address, Martin, so we'll keep you busy reading those out if you don't mind?
I don't want to be bothered by people.
Okie dokes.
wearcricket@yahoo.co.uk.
That's Weir, as in the river, W-E-A-R, but without the E on the end, as I always put.
We are.
Well, I think it's better. I've told you before. We are cricket. But
that's not the point.
That's what we are. We are cricket.
Yeah,
that's a good email address.
First went on the BBC Weir website, so that was why I set it up back in 2004.
Was there a BBC Weir?
Yeah.
Yeah. So your last game was Gloucestershire Friday?
Yeah.
High scorer?
It's the highest, 728 runs, highest aggregate score in a one-day featuring Durham.
Young Ed Hope, he had a nice day up there with him. He was looking forward to it. His final county headquarters that he was able to tick off. Not been to Chesterley Street before, as Hutton Bowles just pushed into the offside. He was. I saw him on Tuesday because I was in Bristol with him. That's all the nonsense of it. Marty was in the southwest, Ed was in the southwest, but the Gloucestershire team and the Durham team then both had to go 500 miles to play the next fixture.
338, wasn't it?
Is that what it was?
But
did he have a nice day? Did you look after him?
Yeah, it was a cracking game of cricket. But on Wednesday, I left Taunton at 7:30 and had booked into a hotel on the A38 M1 junction at Mansfield. So drove all the way up there, and the only bit of roadworks I saw was the slip road trying to come off the motorway. They'd blocked the lane off, and I had to go all the way back up to Chesterfield to come back down again.
Yeah, well, I had it the night before going to Bristol. I did a football match at Cheltenham, so hit the M5 at 10 o'clock, and I was off the M5, road closed by about 2 minutes past 10 as Borthwick works this on the leg side. Sorry, it's your over.
Yeah, but I could see the hotel. It was right there next to the fence, and I couldn't get to it, and I had to do a pointless 13 miles to basically go 300 yards.
Did Neil Malinder do your game at Taunton? Because he did ask Scott Borthwick out there at the toss. What time did he get back after the Somerset game? And obviously Durham must have gone because he said about 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
so
well, they came back in the team bus.
Yeah, must have done it in one hit.
But this was the bizarre thing: is as Chappell comes in and bowls, this is defended, and in fact it goes for a quick single on the offside to Madison.
Just on this game, I think it is the first time that Zach Chappell's bowled 4 in a row. Don't know what that tells us. Nothing probably. He's obviously feeling in decent rhythm, but he's always had 3 and then come out of the attack. Not that he's been flayed or anything.
Anyway, I tried to stay in a number of hotels on the M1 on Wednesday night and ended up in this particular one for 2 reasons. There was availability and it was within budget. And when I got there's the Durham under-16 team. So they were playing Derbyshire and Belper the next day, which I think they lost by 3 wickets. Chappell bowls turned by Borthwick up to mid-on, no run there. Got an email from Paul Wilson who says, "Hi Marty and Dave, greetings from a sun-kissed, sizzling Costadale Hartlepool. Should be with you until about 4 before going out to watch 2 excellent bands, Kindred Spirit, who are a rock trio, and Electric Sheep, a pop rock band." That sounds right up Dave Street, that Electric Sheep. He's got I've seen the T-shirt. Karen was ironing it the last time I was there.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with their work.
No. Chappell comes in and bowls. Oh, a little lob shot, but he's going to be safe here. Borthwick, he just punches it back over the bowler's head and away for 1.
Did he mean that, do you think?
I'm not sure.
Safe enough, but it's a little bit unorthodox, wasn't it?
Have fun, stay safe, and don't forget the sun cream, and come on Durham, says Paul.
I bought some sun cream, look there, Factor 30 in front of you. I've also bought some of these little jelly sweets, which absolutely melt almost
so I'm enjoying it.
There's Houghton bowling to Borthwick. Durham skipper, who's on 14, keeps it out. That's the end of the over. 41 for 1. They're playing with the on the same strip, aren't they, Dane? How do you think it will go out there today? Presumably, it won't come on quite as much. It's probably not going to be as high scoring a game, would you imagine?
Probably will be. I think due to the outfield being so odd and dry, it'll probably be dry. Probably will be dry and take some more spin.
Well, it's certainly going to be dry, isn't it? We've got Liam Patterson-White in the side today. I think Knott's probably missed him both with bat and ball the other day.
Yeah.
Has your lovely family gone back now? That this summer you've been able to get them across, something you weren't able to do last year.
Yeah, so they were just here for the week.
Next ball, just a week. It's a long way to come for a week.
Yeah, when we played Cardiff.
Chapel starts a new over. This is the 9th, pushed into the offside. I beg your pardon. It's the 10th. So Durham 41 for 1 after 9. This is the 10th.
Yeah. So the 4-day game we played against Glamorgan.
So you won't see them now until the end of September.
Yeah, until the end of September.
And what is the plan at the moment, contract-wise? We're going to get you back next year, and the year after, and the year after, and the year after.
Well, hopefully.
But
we have to speak to McNeil about that.
But as it stands at the moment, you're committed to Notts.
Yeah, I'm committed to Notts. So.
There's Chapel bowling and mistimed by Maddinson. Chapel fields off his own bowling. The South African side are over here. I know earlier on in the year, I think we had a chat just after you got that 8 for earlier on in the year, and I was saying, the form you're in, might you get picked up? But I think your answer was, what they'll pick Kyle Abbott before they pick me. I think you said.
Yeah, like I say, there's lots of other bowlers in line before my name will probably get thought of. So.
Have you been in touch with any of them?
No.
No. Of course, Liam Patterson-White is the one to speak to about the South Africans because he played against them last week as this is pushed.
Yeah, he came about a minute just before he was supposed to rock up. So one game for the Lions and he's already pushing the boundaries. Me and Ben Slater made that clear when he came in this morning. So yeah.
And how do you think the Test series will go?
Well, seeing how England's playing, it's going to be an interesting one. I saw some comments made by Dean, and I just saw Stokes' comment reply to the message. I think it was on Wisden's Instagram post.
There's Chapel in to Maddinson, pushes it into the offside. They'll take a sharp single, and they get home 42 for 1. We'll let you go in just a second. Asiba Mead skippering the side for the first time in this competition. What's he like to work under? You've got to know him obviously over the couple of years. We see him full of enthusiasm and here, there, and everywhere, and it seems like he wants to be proactive rather than reactive. But in those huddles, what sort of things is he saying to you?
Yes, it's quite calm. Like you say, he's very proactive. He's a thinking captain. I think when we're on top, I think he's just looking to take wickets. And I think that's a good way to captain a 50-over side.
There's Chapel in again, driven down the ground, and Hamid's after it, and quick as he is, we were just talking about that, he's not able to drag this back. Nice looking shot. We're coming towards the end of the power play. Let you go at the end of the over. Dane, really appreciate you stopping by. What's your plans for the rest of the day? Will you stay for the day, or are you going to get back and get in the cool somewhere?
I'll probably stay till lunch.
Yeah.
Grab some lunch.
You're not going to you're not going to let the strength and conditioning guys get hold of you and take you for a run.
No. Probably stay for lunch and then probably just put my feet up.
Well, Forest on the football this afternoon.
If I knew I wasn't playing, I probably would have gone to.
Who's your team? I don't think I've asked you that before.
So
as Chapel bowls, this is pushed away, no run.
Yeah, so obviously I support Manchester United.
Oh my word! Oh right, well you can stay and talk to you if you want, or we can let you go.
But obviously playing for Notts and just seeing Notts.
The enthusiasm in the city at the moment is unbelievable, isn't it?
And watching Forest.
I think I think unless you're a diehard anti-Forest fan, I think everybody hopes they have a good day today, and especially the spectators.
Yeah, but it's just like as I'm going, like watching Forest getting into the Premier League, and it's quite.
Have you been? Have you been to a game?
Yeah, I've been. I was at a couple of games. So, So yeah.
You like the atmosphere and everything?
Yeah, it's good. Nice little ground, the city ground. So
we'll go together one day.
Yeah, we will.
Sure. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy your day off. Go and get your feet up, and we look forward. You'll be playing at Edgbaston hopefully on Wednesday.
Yeah, should be.
Good man. Dane Patterson with us here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. He's a good man, South African quick bowler for Notts. He's played every game this season, but he's missed. He's sitting this one out. A little bit of a rest, a well-earned rest. He's really put the overs in throughout this competition and in the championship games before it. Notts leading wicket taker in the championship. So we're out of the power play, 46 for 1. As James Hayes comes into the attack, the youngster. This is just his second game, and he begins with a ball that's just been helped down the leg side for a boundary. So that's not the start James Hayes would have been looking for, and that's going to bring up the Durham 50. Appreciate that, Marty. You know what it's like if there's somebody loitering by the commentary desk. We always like to grab them if we can and let the listeners hear. And it's not too often that Dane isn't on the field, so nice to have him along, just for a little bit of a chat. And I'm sure Marty, if there's any members of the Durham coaching staff or players later on, we might be able to entice. As Hayes from the Gorse Lane end bowls cut to backward point, fielded by Budinger, and there's no run. 50 for 1. It's a decent start now.
Yeah. Have you seen any of the Durham press lads? Because they are tweeting pictures from the ground, but I've not spotted them yet.
No. What sort of view are they showing of the?
Right. I was just wondering who was doing the tweets today.
I think the Durham pressman tweeting pictures might be wearing a Notts Outlaws polo. I've just got that sort of hint.
Right. It all makes sense now then.
Yes. Hayes in again, and Maddinson tucks it off his legs. He started brightly here, the Australian. He'll come back for 2. That's a good throw in from the deep. Fatty Singh doing the fielding. 52 for 1. The wicket went down on 4, so they've added 48, says he, doing some advanced level maths in his head. Start of the 11th over.
Rach has been on.
Hello, Rach.
An important thing.
Rach or Rich?
Rach.
Rach.
About age.
Milestone birthdays and such. James Hayes. He's got all that to come. 21 years of age. Sussex born. This one's clipped onto the leg side and will run away for the second boundary in the over. Nice shot from Maddinson. It's always the same whenever a co-commentator says he's just been out of form, he's been out of runs, he's not put many on the board. He'll come and play against Notts and whack 150. And Maddinson has that sort of look about him. He's on 29 and timing it nicely. We'll get to Rach in the fullness of time because James Hayes is already coming into bowl.
Got to the bottom of the saga.
Here he comes. Lively, athletic, right arm, fast medium. Might have been off the pad. It's hardly gone anywhere. Shardendorf, the keeper, does the fielding. Oh, must have been some bat involved. So Maddinson on to 57 for 1. What have you got?
The photograph of Mitchell Colleen and George Drizzell making their list day debuts together was taken by Neil and tweeted on the Durham account. That's how it worked.
So it's Mitch and who?
George Drizzell.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah, of course. He's. So this is his Durham debut in this competition or in all cricket?
In this competition.
Yeah, I thought he played a little.
Played a couple in the T20.
57 for 1. Been around a little bit, hasn't he, George? As you say, a couple of counters without many appearances as Borthwick just guides it nicely down to Chapel here. Former England Test player, of course, Scott Borthwick, but got to go back a decade or so for his one appearance in Australia. End of the over. 59 for 1 after 11, Durham, and they must have had a preordained chat with the umpires about having a drinks break, because at the end of the over, on they come, all the 12th and 13th and 14th and 15th men with towels and drinks and heaven knows what else. 59 for 1.
As the Smiths sang, heaven knows I'm miserable now, which is Rach, but she said she's not. She said, I'm not low about my milestone. I know it's a privilege not afforded to some. I'm just livid that it crept up on me all of a sudden, and I've realised I'm not in my 20s anymore. And I'm raising my bat, Marty Cricket. Yes, I imagined you were, Rachel. I did that last year. Yeah, it was only yesterday.
How many years ago?
I was only 27 last week. Now I'm 51. How's that happened? 3 kids.
He's not waving at me.
Right,
he's not waving at me. He's waving at Kirsty. Now he's waving. We've got Lyndon James in front of us now. They've had a little bit of a swap round. It was Zach Chappell as he was walking towards us. Lyndon James was waving, but not in our direction initially.
Patterson-White coming into the attack.
Yes, he's
got
been
a fiver against Durham earlier in the year.
He's been much missed. He got a fiver on this ground last year against Northants. The first full game that the Outlaws were able to finish on this game. Of course, Durham came, that was washed away. Notts beat Northants, but if we were to think this was going to become a fortress over the years, that was ended by Middlesex on Friday. So they've won one, lost one, and had one abandoned here. Here's LPW, here's Marty.
Left arm around from the pavilion end. This is played back to him by Madison. So he was born in Sunderland, Liam, but then he moved down to Nottinghamshire with his mum when he was 2.
Captain Emerson,
does he have a Mackham accent or not, or has he got a Nottinghamshire accent?
He's a Nottinghamshire lad.
It's just turned away by Madison, and the ground, it's gone off towards long leg. The ground is so parched, the grass is almost white down the far end of the ground. It's nigh impossible to track the white ball against such a light background.
Yeah, I found it quite difficult the other day.
A couple of catches have been put down by Durham in the last 2 or 3 games as well, which you would have thought were, there were pot pies, and one the other day, Scott Borthwick was right underneath the top edge from Dent, and he dropped it when he was on 35. He went on to make 117. Now that has gone through the defences of Borthwick, but I think it bounced off the keeper's pad before hitting the stumps, so 1 or 2 people thought he'd been bowled, but he hadn't. Anyway, they're now finding it difficult to track the white ball against such bright skies. And this big yellow thing in the sky called the sun, which we've not seen for a while. Borthwick plays this off through mid-wicket. The last time Durham were here, they had the toss, but they never got a ball bowled. It was in 2019, and all 4 of Durham's away games in the One-Day Cup that year were badly affected by the weather. Patterson-White to Borthwick. He lobs it in the air, but there's nobody at square leg, so it's safe. He gets a single. And the final game, after they'd played, or had not played here, they played down at Headingley, and the match started and got washed out. There was a big delay in a game at Worcester where Durham were doing quite nicely. Then their innings came to an end, unplanned because of the weather, and then it was a daft run chase scenario, DLS. This is played by Madison off the back foot out towards the covered bar. It's gone for 4 again. God, it's lightning quick, that outfield over there.
Defensive push for 4.
Yeah.
That wasn't a can of lager, unfortunately. I was just opening them. We've got some cans of water, and
if you put some yeast in it and some malt and some hops.
Well, I won't be doing any of those things.
No. It's warm enough for it to ferment in about the next hour.
65 for 1 after 12 at the end of the over. Charlie says, I've got to be honest, guys, I'm like Rach today. I wimped out to 2. Controversial opinion, I know. I'd rather have it 9 degrees in April than 35 degrees in August. Not much shade at either outgrounds, Grantham or Welbeck, but it's always great listening to you two. Thanks, Charlie, for that. James Lawler, I tweeted a picture of the captains at the toss with the umpires and the match referee today, Will Smith. James says, clearly Will Smith has taken some time out from his acting career to officiate in this match today. I hope he's not in a punchy mood after the recent Oscars. Very good, James. Very good.
Oscars in February.
I think it's a different Will Smith, but there we are. I like that.
This one's the former Nottinghamshire player
and the former Durham player. As Hayes bowls, this is pushed into the offside. Do you know what I greeted him with? It was above waist height, wasn't it, Will? Right back to the 2006 T20 final. What's that picture? That's been supplied by Mr. Emerson, myself talking to Dane Patterson, so I've just retweeted that. Thanks, Marty. Dan says after every BBC update the radio comes on, then it's silence. Oh dear. He's got got 2 wickets on his Notts debut against Middlesex on Friday. Bowled very nicely indeed. And Borthwick plays this on the leg side. I think it's a testament to how well he bowled that Notts have decided to rest Dane Patterson today. Mark says, morning Marty, if you had to experience the career of any cricketer, who would you pick? There's one for you.
Would I
Well,
be
that's
that
all it
person?
says. Yeah, Mark says, morning Marty. Don't know if you'd seen it and ignored it, but Marty, if you had to experience the career of any cricketer, who would you pick? There's James Hayes in bowling this down the leg side, and there's no run.
Wide.
Oh, it is, yeah, because it's down the leg side. I'd want the career of Mitch Colleen, because he's 17 and he's got everything before him, and I'd love to be 17 with everything before me. Yellow Belly sent a picture from the ice cream van. Dave, this is our view from the boundary. Ha ha, yeah, very good. Thanks, Yellow Belly. Be nice to be over there by the ice cream van.
I was just having a debate with Abigail earlier, or a conversation, and a discussion about it. It's not wrong to have 2 ice creams on a day like this.
It's not. Next one is played off a thickish outside edge by Borthwick, safely enough, along the scorched earth. Won't be doing the ball any good, or the balls, because of course there's 2 balls in play. Of course, every time it hits the ground, it's going to scuff it. I think the other day was talking about John Parkin. Yes, in fact, it's something that I said the other day, and Rach answered. Foxy says, I often speak with John Parkin at Kimberley Cricket Club, still passionate about cricket at all levels. He's a top bloke. John Parkin, Marty, he had the best view in the house for St Garfield Sobers 6 sixes at Swansea. He was at the non-strikers end that day against Glamorgan. Here's Hayes, he's gone round the wicket. More run, no, going to be cut off by Budinger. Rod George, hope this game ends soon. I'm auditioning for the part of Red Riding Hood in the Panto at Newark in half an hour. Brace put me forward to it.
Not.
Oh, that's because I put the photograph on of you and Paul Coghlan from 2019. I don't know if you saw it, and I said, caption anybody, yeah. Hope this game ends soon. I'm auditioning for the part of Red Riding Hood in the Panto, because you had your red coat on that day.
My thickest winter coat.
Next one's just guided down to third man. Another single. That'll be 68 for one. Because we were at the far end of the ground, which was, in hindsight, not the best of positions. Because had there been a game of cricket, nobody would have known what the score was, including us, because we couldn't see either of the boards.
Well, we were running around trying to see if anybody had a spare score book, or could somebody photocopy us a score book, because we couldn't work out how we'd be able to know what the score was. And then William, the Durham scorer, pointed me in the direction of NV Play. Their website's as quick as they are. It updates ball by ball very quickly.
Well, you're able to do a lot of things when it's pouring down with rain. Thankfully, we didn't have to do that. This is chopped again by Borthwick down to third man. Zach Chappell's down here again.
Bouncing away the ball there.
End of the over. The funny thing from that day, if there was any humour to be got from it, was that an awful lot of photographers had a wasted day, because Alex Hales, you may remember, had an enforced absence from cricket in that 2019 summer, and his first match back after that enforced absence was to be here at Grantham against Durham. So there were a lot of photographers come hoping to get a photograph of Alex Hales. And
I was looking back through my match notes yesterday, and it appears the ECB and the PCA had announced he was going to play, and Nottinghamshire weren't even aware, because...
Oh, they were. He was in the squad. He was going to play.
Well, it was announced first before I think the club realised, but it was because I think half the issue was they didn't know when the 21-day ban began. Patterson White comes up to these stumps and balls, left arm round, and that's cut out through the covers by Borthwick for one, towards the far side of the ground.
Yeah, Ben Slater made a lot of friends over on that side of the ground on Friday, and again he's over there. Not a lot of shade at this time of the day. For Ben Slater, almost spectators on that boundary edge.
Patterson White balls. James is blocking our view entirely there. Somebody's hit that out into the covers. Oh, it's Maddinson. Comes down for a single. So Has this been a popular destination for Notts supporters then? Or is Welbeck more the preferred place? I suppose it depends which part of the county you're in, really, does it?
Yeah. Of course, we're in a different county here.
Yeah, true. Lincolnshire played away by Borthwick out through mid-wicket for 1. I was just trying to work out how far away we are from the sea here, because Grantham's probably as central as you can get in England, really, isn't it? What would be the nearest bit of coastline? Cleethorpes or somewhere?
Skeg and Cleethorpes. I think Skeg is just marginally closer but harder to get to.
Patterson White bowls, defended by Maddinson towards short mid-wicket. I've not been to Skegness, I've been to Cleethorpes loads of times because that's where Grimsby play.
It's more of a smooth run to Cleethorpes in terms of
it's just the
dual carriageways, whereas Skeggy it's a bit villagey.
Looks to Paul and he's helping. That looked too high even from here. And it's hit him on the thigh pad as he's looked to pull that down the leg side, and he looks absolutely disappointed to have been given out there by Neil Mallender. LBW. From this far distance, that looked to me as if it was too high.
Well, I thought he was playing above it. I think he expected the bounce, and the bounce wasn't there. And Liam Patterson-White with the wicket. And they needed that, really, because Durham were absolutely galloping along. 68 put on for that second wicket. Patterson-White strikes, and Nick Maddinson, it is who has to go. He made 37. So everybody can take a drink or two on board.
72 for 2. Was it the third ball or the fourth ball, the first wicket?
Fourth, I think, but must admit I've not double checked it. So is this Sean Dixon on his way out to the middle?
So 14.5 gone when that wicket came.
72 for 2. Maddinson just starting to flow, but seen off in the 30s. Dane Patterson with us 10 or 15 minutes or so ago. He felt it would be another high scorer here despite 100 overs being played on it or thereabouts on Friday. Thought it would be another good wicket all day long, lots of runs, very fast outfield, big ground, and thus far it's heading in that direction. 72 for 2, got a right-hander there, Sean Dixon, out in the middle. Extraordinary long delay before the next delivery.
14.5 overs gone, so this is the last ball of the over. Patterson-White left arm round now to the right-handed Dixon. Dixon back into his crease defends, but a dust comes up, and that is the end of the over. Durham 2 down, 72 for 2 here on the BBC, and we are about to 14 overs gone. Heading now different directions to do our updates. I'm going to take these headphones off before I
please do. Charlie says Durham have played at Grantham already this year. I'm sure Marty recalls Lincolnshire playing Durham. I don't think, just doing his update, I don't think Marty came to this one. Of course, he has been here before in that rainy day. 72 for 2. Going to be James Hayes. Going to bowl to Borthwick, who's on 25. Hayes from the Gorse Lane end of the ground. Bowls punched into the offside. Might have been a low full toss. Might be doing him a disservice there, but they take the single nonetheless. One more to the total, 73 for 2. So Borthwick on to 26. Sean Dixon down to this end for the first time. Clark caught Montgomery bowled Hutton for 4. That was in the very first over of the contest, 4 for 1. And then Nick Maddinson has just fallen LBW to LPW. Liam Patterson-White for 37, 72 for 2. That was in the 14th over. There's Hayes. Bowls to Dixon. It's good bounce, good carry. Through to Schardendorf. Seemed from here, we're not in the best of positions to judge. Just seemed as if he had a little fiddle at that one, but might have had everything in control. Barry says it's a lush outfield by the look of things.
Around 6 o'clock Friday evening, 4 dogs were seized at the address. A man in his 20s.
So there's a track called PKI, did they say? Something like that.
No idea. Go-kart tracks, not exactly one of my very few areas of expertise. Never had a go, I don't think.
Oh, it's brilliant fun.
Perhaps a fairground. Like, no, that's the Dodgems, isn't it? That's the bumper, isn't it? The Dodgems. But
we did it a few years ago. We had a track night at Warden Law in Sunderland up on the top of the hill. Fantastic. This is turned by Dixon out through mid-wicket for 1. It's quite heavy, the steering, because it's not power steering. And I tell you what, I got back in the car and I nearly put the car through a hedge, because your muscles get used to this tiny steering wheel and the heavy steering, and then suddenly you get back in a power steered car. Good fun though. Ball played this time by Borthwick out through deep extra cover on the far side of the ground. The flag, the Union flag on the net at the far end of the ground, looks as if it's an easterly breeze, maybe a little bit of a southeasterly. Patterson White round the wicket bowls, defended by Dixon. The only threat that there seemed to be at the Stadium of Light yesterday was the one rolling in from the sea until Sunderland hit the self-destruct button with 5 minutes to go.
You saw a goal he scored, didn't you?
Yeah. Mark Poom scored an equaliser in injury time for Sunderland at Derby a few years ago, but it was a QPR keeper yesterday in injury time. Play and a miss, Bales are off, but the foot is back in the crease, and that is the end of the over. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from it.
So this was what? Stoppage time, QPR trailing 1-2, sent the keeper up in stoppage time, and headed in a corner.
They'd hardly had a kick in the second half, and about 10 minutes to go, the lad in front of me said they've given up, and then that just got me thinking about Sunderland 2, QPR 2 on Good Friday 1998, because Sunderland were winning 2-0 that night very comfortably. QPR equalised in injury time, and it ruined Sunderland's hopes of automatic promotion. And then the same thing happened yesterday. 85 minutes, a needless free kick, just a rash challenge, ball top corner, and then the keeper headed in the equaliser about 93 minutes in.
There's to Hayes from the Gorse Lane end, bowling to Scott Borthwick. Down the leg side, taken by Shardendorf. That's a wide. Charlie says Liam Patterson White, such a clever and skilled bowler already. An important strike for that wicket. Absolutely plumb. He's gathering up these international appearances one way or another, Liam Patterson White, because he played against the Indians up at Chesterley Street last year for the first class county. He played for the first class county that beat New Zealand. That was given first class status at Chelmsford, and now he's played in the England Lions side that have beaten the South Africans. So he's getting through the international opposition as this is pushed into the offside, and as we've been made aware, he was a standby bowler in that first test of the summer when Jack Leach had to leave the match through concussion. If they hadn't have got hold of Matt Parkinson, well,
it was just lighting his barbecue at the time.
Well, he wasn't. So the story goes that they just couldn't get hold of him for a while, and they could get hold of Liam, and he was very much on standby. But then Parkinson, so he got all these missed calls. There's Hayes. Can't see. Can we move Zach Chappell, Skip? We can move him now because he's got to chase to his left, run round to his left, and just throw the ball back, because that's gone for 4.
He couldn't see that either for a while, could he?
Plenty outside his off stump, and James Hayes has hit away for 4. Jackie Whittaker's been in touch. Hi, with the ground so dry, do you think there'll come a time when the outfielders are judged too hard or dangerous for fielders? I don't know about that, but I tell you what, when I went over at the end of the game, probably, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes after the match had finished on Friday, all the spectators had gone. There were just obviously a few players left, and the staff and all the rest of it. And I noticed there were a pair of green knots, what are we calling them? Cricket trousers, cricket leggings, jogging bottoms, tracky bottoms. Anyway, the green bottoms that the players are wearing today as Hayes in to bowl. And this is run down on the offside by Borthwick Chapel keeps them to 1 this time. I got to throw 88 for 2, and Peter Moores was fairly close to me. And so one of them's left his trousers. Peter, will there be a number or name on it? And he said, you look at them. And I picked them up, and the knees had completely gone. I think they were Ben Slater's from over on that far side, and he'd slid round, and every time he'd hit the ground, it had damaged the knee, and there was just nothing left. It was like like your daughter's jeans, just nothing on the knees. As this one is.
Not wearing jeans?
No, I mean. It's what the youngsters do, isn't it? The trendy current jeans without the holes in.
I wouldn't allow them to have jeans like that. No, I never liked those jeans when they were in fashion. When I was at college.
I would have thought that would have been right up your
I'm
right
glad,
up your
I'm glad to
street.
see Stonewashers back in though.
But yeah, so
you got your double denim on today, have you?
So I don't know if they would ever say this is. I guess if it was, in any way considered dangerous, of course they'd stop the game, but not because of the outfield. I think in the extremities. Next one's pulled away. It's in the air, but over Mead at mid wicket, and I'm sure they'll be. Oh no, they won't. It must have just plugged a little bit. Because Lyndon James has scampered after it and dragged it back. If he'd got that anywhere near out of the middle, it would have gone for 4, because it is so fast, so parched, so dry. But it didn't. It obviously went up and came down and landed. 90 for 2.
16.5 overs gone here on the BBC.
101 balls then.
Somebody should come up with a competition where there's just maybe like 16.4 overs.
Not had a look round the rest of today's action, but I can see all games currently live, so they're playing everywhere, as this one is nicely fielded at backward point by LPW, but they do come back for 2. It was cut away hard by Sean Dixon. Thought he was going to get 4 in the direction of the scoreboard. The brick house over there on the far side, the brick scoreboard, the one that the Wolf couldn't blow down, says, well, it's still saying 90 for 2. I think it'll be 92 for 2. And they're going to have
of Little Red Riding Hood today.
They're going to have another drinks break. Yes, it is 92 for 2.
17 gone.
Yeah, they're all playing everywhere else. No surprise. Do you want to do it, or do you want me to do it?
Unless it's been a fire somewhere, I couldn't imagine that.
Well, sometimes things happen.
Some thunderstorms forecast for next week.
In the same group as Notts and Durham, Leicestershire at home batting against Warwickshire, 73 for 2. At Taunton, Somerset have had a shocker. They're 81 for 2 against Middlesex. And Sussex 85 for 2 at home to Surrey. In the other group, Essex off to a flyer, 114 for 1. After 18 against Glamorgan. Lancashire 56 for 3 away at Hampshire. Northants 104 for 3 away at Kent, and Derbyshire 70 for 1 away at Worcestershire. So all those matches underway. And a moment's break, so the scorers can also take the opportunity to get some refreshing cold water. William and Anne on duty today doing the notching. What do they do? They dot the I's, cross the T's. All the other bits and pieces. Do it in a scorebook, do it digitally. Tough all day for everybody, got to concentrate. Tough day for the umpires. Are they getting a drink? Yeah, I think they are. It's nice to see.
They're there in the middle, aren't they?
Nice to see, yeah, but I'm sure Neil Mallender had got his order in. Not seen Will Smith, there's a marquee. Just to our right, there's the marquee where Kirsty and the production team do everything they can to keep us on air. Then we've got the sight screens, and the other side of the sight screen there's another little white marquee that's set aside all on his own, like Billy No Mates, for the match referee, who is Will Smith today. It was Jason Swift on Friday.
Swifty.
I was going to say it was a new name to me,
no,
but he knew Kevin Hand very well. And
I've had a few beers with Swifty over the years. He was Jason Gillespie's coach at Sussex.
So Kevin said, but first time I'd met him.
It's a nice lad, Swifty. There's a helicopter passing over. Mervyn says, let's hope that Mitchell Colleen turns out to be as useful a bowler as his dad. Durham are onto a winner if he does. Thanks to both of you for your valued commentary. you want to email, wearecricket@yahoo.co.uk. At Marty Cricket on Twitter, at Brace Cricket on Twitter. Any milestones coming up that you'd like to talk about or not? Would you like some counselling? Borthwick ready to resume here. Goes to the crease. He's on 33. And at the other end, Dixon on 11. Durham 92 for 2. Patterson White, pavilion end, running away from us. Left arm round. Borthwick plays it out through past square leg to deep mid wicket for 1.
Paul Coghlan got a few runs the other day, didn't he? Nice.
77, yeah.
Nice to see the former man in the runs.
Can you remember how many one-dayers you played for Notts?
Well, I can look it up. I can't remember off the top of my head.
It was 1. So, remember when he was here, he was on crutches, wasn't he? Because he torn a hamstring.
That photograph I put on of you and him, he's holding a crutch.
Sweep slog from Dixon out towards deep mid-wicket and away for 4. That's gone under all the deck chairs. And now people appear to be looking on the other side of the fence for the ball. Oh, it's bounced off the fence.
Hit the fence, yeah.
So is the little blue gazebo over there, Dave, is that the bar? No, it's a club shop, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is the club shop.
A few Notts shirts hanging up, so bar must be next to it then. 1 or 2 Durham shirts on show as well on the far side of the ground. Patterson White to Dixon. Forward to this one, defends it.
Of course, there's a bar in the main pavilion, the proper clubhouse as well, so maybe that's just the one.
How are we going to get scran at lunchtime then, given it's only half an hour and everybody else will be queuing?
Well, you can head off as and when you want, if you want something. I didn't bother on Friday, brought a sandwich in with me.
Played it to mid-wicket. No run there.
Yes, it is slightly tricky in the sense that everybody goes and tries to get something in the interval. Next one's worked away on the leg side. This is your over.
I know. I'm just trying to get the computer to see how many balls were left of the over. 1 run there.
Matthew Montgomery's loosening up, so we might have a little bit of right arm off spin at the Gorse Lane end.
Baller coming in, pulled by Borthwick out towards deep mid-wicket for 1. I think that's the end of the over.
With plenty of pace off the ball today from Notts, you'd imagine, with Patterson White, Montgomery and Fatty Singh. May well have the full 30 overs of spin.
99 for 2 after 18, is that right? 18 overs. You're on BBC.
So it is going to be, or is it? Still got his cap on, but I think the tannoy's already announced that it will be Matthew Montgomery. He is stood at that end, next to the umpire, Sue Redfern. Had a bit of a chat to his skipper, Asiba Mead. So the off-spinner to come on, the left-handed Borthwick on strike on 35, 16 to Sean Dixon. The men out Clark for 4 and Nick Maddinson for 37. Which way are Durham likely to go from here on in? Marty Liam Travaskis.
I've got the order written down. Where are we? Dixon 4, Travaskis 5, Coghlan 6,
yeah.
McIntosh 7, Mitchell Killeen 8.
This is been a young man, another one I've not yet seen. Johnny Bushnell has been playing in the last few matches. Didn't play, or isn't playing today, as Montgomery starts with the ball just worked onto the onside by Borthwick for a single. And that will bring up the 100. 100 for 2.
Somebody suggesting this stream wasn't there anymore, but it is. I can hear it.
Just refresh, folks. Just keep refreshing. In every sense.
100 up after 18.1.
So Montgomery now to bowl to the right-hander Dixon. Schardendorf just helping to direct the field placings out in the deep, away to our left. Montgomery bowls, and down on one knee is Sean Dixon. A little bit of improvisation. There's going to be a chase on here for Fatty Singh. down at our end of the ground for the first time, and that's pretty good stuff from him. Keeps them to 2. Good running, decent stop, saved the boundary and fired it in, finding the gloves of Schardendorf. Charlie says it's lovely watching Shady keeping wicket. Plenty more Charlie. Difficult to see the sun on the stream on the screen. This one very nearly popped up. There was a cry or two of catch it. We'll never know, I guess, whether there was any bat involved, but Dixon again just trying to be a little bit cute down there on one knee to the off spinner. That might just have brought his downfall. Not to put Brett Hutton in at a short fine leg, just in case he laps one round the corner, which he doesn't do now. He's worked it square on the leg side. They've run the first one quickly. They're going to come back for 2. Fizzed in by Chappell, who's got a good strong arm. Finds the gloves of Schardendorf, but they're safely home.
Chris says Grantham is only 30 miles from the coast if you head towards near Boston. He said, I know that may seem a long way when you live on the Roca Riviera, but it's not that far.
No.
Nottingham's 50 miles and Derby's 65.
Next ball is again worked away by Dixon. He's enjoying a profitable over here again. Out onto the leg side, and once more Fatty Singh does the fielding.
Barry Wallace says that the outfield looks lush by the looks of things.
106 for 2. That's 7 from this over already. Must be drawing towards a close. Ben Martindale, one of the not spares on duty today, just wanders round the boundary edge and deposits a bottle of water down here for one of them. As charging down is Dixon. Montgomery flung himself to his right. If anybody is going to be able to reach it and catch it, it would be Monty, but he couldn't. Too wide of him, even though it was in the air. Single taken at 8 from the over, which I guess is okay at this stage, but it certainly didn't demonstrate any sort of element of control or dominance over Sean Dixon in that over. Who very much looked keen to try and take him down. 107 for 2 after 19.
Carlton Reid, who is a transport writer and cycling writer who's based in Newcastle, who has just retweeted the photograph that I took of you and Dane in conversation with the outfield in the foreground, and he said this is a cricket game in Lincolnshire, by the way, not India. It does look parched, doesn't it? As soon as there's a bit of rain, it'll all come green again.
I think there'll have to be a lot of rain.
Patterson White in bowls. Played off. Ooh, bit of hesitation. Oh, it's gone towards backward point and has been misfielded. There's a little bit of hesitation from Dixon initially, then he was called through. It's quite resilient grass. It sort of just withdraws within itself, but the roots will still be okay, I think. And so once you get a bit of water on it, it'll start to revive again. But if it's hard and dry as it is at the minute, then heavy downpours, quick heavy downpours from thunderstorms aren't going to help. Borthwick forward to this one. No run. You need the sort of drizzly, miserable day that we had here in 2019.
Yeah.
That would be perfect for the grass.
Ant says, we have touched on this a bit, Ant, it's not the sort of outfield where you want to be doing sliding stops.
Patterson White round the wicket, pavilion end. Oh, that's worth a shout. Borthwick's gone back into his crease. And here, from this position, at long on, the way he'd gone into the wicket there, I think that was certainly worth a shout, and that was probably plumb.
Just going to record that last little bit of commentary that you did there. You were happy enough with that one.
Well, it's gone right back into the crease there. Well, the last one, I thought it hit the thigh pad.
I think he thought it was going to bounce that high, but didn't. But either way, it's another one that's got a start and not gone on. 37 for Maddinson, 36 for Scott Borthwick, and I guess it's a problem that all batters up and down the country eternally face, having made a start and then not gone on and converted it into a big score. You always feel you've left a few out there. 108 for 3. This is Liam Travaskis on his way out to the middle, who from afar seems to be someone whose career progression, Marty, is very much on an upward curve, both with bat and ball.
Yeah, he's a very useful cricketer. He's been getting a few runs in this tournament as well. Just thinking, he got a half century the other day. 55 in the 7th wicket stand of 60 with Tom McIntosh against Surrey. Made 44 at Taunton on Wednesday. Similar conditions to this, heat, flat track, dry outfield.
And there's another lefty, isn't he?
Yeah. And 43 against Gloucestershire on Friday.
So he's taking guard. Liam Patterson-White to continue. Already Notts have just shown, or he's already shown Notts, and I think everybody, how much he was missed over the last couple of games while he's been away with the Lions. Having a terrific season.
Patterson-White in, bowls. 3 balls left of this over. The first one of them to Travaskis goes off towards square leg, no run. Bowler in again. Travaskis defends. He watches the ball come under the bat.
Need a partnership, don't they? Durham 108 for 3.
Often the way.
You know, if you're going to get 320, 330, you do need a big partnership.
Patterson-White in again. Cut by Patterson-White. Cut by Travaskis off towards. Well, the covers now. Fielder at point tried to slide in to stop it, but then just ground to a halt because there's absolutely no traction in the grass. And that's the last thing you want to do, because you're going to give yourself friction burns, and then the ball rolled out towards the cover boundary, and they got 2. End of the over then. Durham are 110 for 3, having chosen to bat against Notts.
Yeah, that's 20 gone as well. That's one of those little markers in the innings as we draw towards the halfway stage. Started at 11. It's just knocking on the door of 12:30, so there'll be another scream of sound from the BBC Radio Nottingham studios in a moment or two in your ears, Marty, and maybe the listeners will pick it up again. But Matthew Montgomery is going to be charged with having a second over from the Gorse Lane end. Bowls to Dixon, who steers it on to the leg side behind square. Brett Hutton fields, and there's a single. 111. Has it gone on? I think it's gone on already. 110 for 3. So Travaskis down onto strike. Notts pop a slip in, and it's Brett Hutton who's gone in there. Montgomery, who normally fields in the slip, is bowling, and this one just forces him on the back foot. Chopped out as far as the Notts skipper, Siebermead. It is Nelson on the board. Nelson for 3. Travaskis clips it to mid-wicket, and there's no run. 2 to Travaskis. 25 to Sean Dixon. Next ball's just defended back to Montgomery. Absolutely ideal that the wicket went down by Liam Patterson-White for Montgomery. This one's cut into the offside. That's well stopped for by Siebermead. Really good work. He saved a lot of runs in this competition in that position. 112 for 3. Dixon. On strike on 25. Will he be the one to go on and convert into a big score? Clips this away. Montgomery will field off his own bowling, but they're able to take a single. That was nice, tidy enough over as far as Notts are concerned at this stage. 3 singles is absolutely fine, and it's the end of the 21st over, and Durham are 113 for 3 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. Notts Outlaws in the all green strip with the gold names and numbers and sponsors logo and whatever. Durham in all dark blue with the white names and numbers. And it will be Patterson-White to continue.
In the heat of Grantham. Left arm round, comes in and bowls. And there's an attempted slog sweep by Dixon, and he's out. LBW.
Gets an extraordinary amount of his wickets, LBW. That's all 3 in this particular innings. I don't know what it is, whether they go back to him, whether they go forward to him, whether they're trying to reverse or dink or whatever. I must have a look at the percentage of his wickets that do fall that way, but Neil Mallinder's raised the finger for the 3rd time, and that's a tame old end from another player, Marty, that's got a start. The 3 wickets he's got were on 37, 36 and 26, and he's not just getting out players who are fresh at the crease at the moment, he's getting those that are just trying to force it along, having made a start. And Durham are, right now, you'd say, in danger of probably not getting up to what most people think is a par score of just over 300. 113 for 4.
Well, this is the way things have generally been, and then, you know, they get a partnership somewhere mid-innings. Is that Paul Coughlin in now? He came in and added some impetus the other day. Scored 77 in a swashbuckling performance which kept Durham alive. And they ended up falling short by 6 runs in the end. He was out in the final over.
Was there, you know, noticeably a disciplinary issue the other day then that's got them into trouble, or was it, you know, just something that would certainly not have made its way out of the boundary edge under normal circumstances?
Defended by Coughlin. I mean, I can't think of anything. There was a high full toss which should have been a no ball, which Graham Clark was caught off. It was an awful decision. He looked at the square leg umpire as if to say, why hasn't that been...
No, we all know there's 1 or 2 square leg umpires that might just have, you know, taken offence at something being uttered towards them, and then there are others that would just accept it as part and parcel. And
well, if you try and read the press release from the ECB, it's extremely vague. It just goes on about the totting up procedure, but it doesn't give any definite dates. It just says between July last year and July this year or something. Patterson White in again. The last ball went for 2. The other issue is, I can remember
one knee to help it away on the leg side for another single. Currently in the other games in the group, Leicestershire 107 for 3 in the 23rd against Warwickshire. Somerset 118 for 2 after 24 against Middlesex. Here's Montgomery bowling to Travaskis. A little bit of turn, and Schardendorf just asking politely if there was a nick on it. Clearly there wasn't. At Hove, Sussex 133 for 2 against Surrey. That completes the other matches in the same group as Notts and Durham. Here's Montgomery bowling, nicely played by Travaskis, and he's going to get a boundary there. Went down, and the slog sweep, plenty of connection, plenty of placement, gets a boundary. We'll just let the board catch up whilst I give you the scores in the other group. Essex 161 for 1 against the holders Glamorgan, who've lost their last 2. Lancashire now changed to 93 for 3 after 22 against Hampshire. Northants 129 for 5 against Kent. Derbyshire 102 for 1 after 22 against Worcestershire. Here 129 for 4 Durham, having won the toss and opted to bat first after 23.
Some tweets. Richard says, we missed what you were saying about the deduction.
You've gone quiet again. I don't
know. It happens.
I don't know what you've done, Martin, but I don't know what you've touched, but you've gone quiet.
All the levels are fine. I've turned down the sound because every time they come to you, they deafen us. So I've turned the headphone level down, that is all. I stopped speaking because the noise was just immense. But it appears every time they come to you for an update, we disappear off the commentary stream for a few moments.
It's only 15 seconds every half an hour.
Patterson White round the wicket here, bowling to Travaskis. Anyway, I don't know what the issues were with the disciplinary. There's obviously been a few under the Tottenham procedure. They were given a suspended 2-point penalty and then it's been invoked. So the club are appealing. The ECB press release was very vague. Another attempted sweep here against Patterson White.
Ooh.
And the umpire's having a
scratching his nose.
Scratching his chin.
He's got a scarf or something on, but very, very belatedly. We saw the hand go up and I thought he was going to... Lyndon James is in front of us, and he'd obviously spotted it as well.
Ponder, wasn't it?
The hand went up and scratched the chin.
Comes around again and bowls. Travaskis forward to that one. The keeper's appealing for LBW. Nothing from the bowler. What's this? He's taken 3 for 32 in 6.5 overs, Patterson White. On Twitter, Charlie says, you're correct about Lincolnshire. How dry it's been, as in comes the bowler. This is flicked towards short mid-wicket, no run there. He said the Met Office annual average precipitation stats show Lincolnshire to be the second driest county in England. Only Essex is drier. We also know how the record temperature of 40.3 C at Coningsby, which we didn't want, is played back. That is 30 miles northeast of Grantham, not a record we wanted, he said.
Yep. I know Coningsby well. That will have been taken at the RAF station.
Yeah. Where's that? Is that on the road to Lincoln, is it? Or where is it?
Horncastle there, I think.
That's not where the Red Arrows were, is it? Were they somewhere else? Where were they?
I don't think they've been there. They used to be at Scampton. I think they're at Cranwell now. 130 for 4. And then they're relocating to Waddington at the end of the year. Tend to do a little bit of a circuit as the years go by between the various Lincolnshire bases. 24 gone, 130 for 4.
They were meant to fly over Taunton the other afternoon when we were on air, but we never saw them.
Next delivery is on its way now, and that couldn't have been hit any harder. It's just not possible to hit a cricket ball any harder than Paul Coghlan smashed that one away on the leg side for 4. Gave it an almighty wallop. And he's only interested in boundaries. He's gone to 16 very quickly with a real show of power there. He's an imposing figure in every sense. Didn't have the best of times at Notts through injury. Maybe a little bit of turn there that's beaten Coghlan, and young Shady in anything but the shade out there in the full glare, unable to take it outside the off stump.
If you look at Coghlan's stats in one-day cricket, this is his 30th game. 24 of those have been for Durham.
Next ball is pushed into the offside. Before he left Durham for Notts, he was actually skippering Durham. Was that in list A or in the blast?
Yeah, in the blast it was. Yeah.
Experienced campaigner now, former England Lions player. He's got this one away, and it's out of my view, but Zach Chappell has cut it off.
His other one day, so he played one for Notts. The others included North v South. There were 2 or 3 of those matches, weren't there? And England A.
Yeah, the North v South. That would have been the one in the Middle East, in Abu Dhabi or Dubai. A little bit of turn there through to Schardendorf, because he should have played in the one in Barbados, but it was the week before that he dived on the outfield, just coming on as a sub for England Lions, and did his shoulder.
Yeah. And then he missed last year's One Day Cup because he did his knee ligaments in the T20 fielding.
But he had other injuries with Notts, as this one swept away after the shoulder. There was a bad break of the thumb diving, I think it was against Yorkshire in the outfield. One of those where they always say, oh, the fielders have got to be careful. You know, when they dive, they might get it in the teeth. Well, he went for one of those that nearly carried to him right in the deep, and he did get to it, but unfortunately at the same time as the ball and the ground, and broke his thumb. And then he came back, and I think going for a second at New Road against Worcestershire, obviously he turned and was yelping in agony immediately, having done his hamstring. So it really was an injury-laden 24 months. Bit of sun cream sent out by Toby Petman for Lyndon James, and that's being liberally applied right in front of us.
His neck's going to be all sticky now, and he's got it all over his hands as well. Patterson White ready to start what will be his 8th over. He's just going to bowl through by the looks of things. He's taken 3 for 32.
We're at the halfway stage. That's 25 gone.
25 overs, 135 for 4 here on the BBC. Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson with you. We're at a sweltering Grantham. Patterson White, left arm round, and pushed away to short mid-wicket. In fact, back up to the bowler in the end, to the bowler by Coghlan. Nice shot across the field of the pylon on the far side there. An edge and gone. And that is the end of Coghlan. And he has gone pretty quickly there for 17 and 15 balls. Patterson White heading for a 5-for. And he's just motoring his way through Durham, who are now 135 for 5.
Got a 5-for on this ground last year against Northants, and a word of advice for anybody playing against Notts at the moment: if you're going to nick it or you're going to hit it, just don't nick it or hit it in the direction of Matthew Montgomery, because he just doesn't drop them. And I know I'm probably talking him into a big fall in a forthcoming game, but we'll have a look at the end of the day. If I remember, I'll have a look at the interval, but he must be up amongst the leading catchers in the country in this competition, because he just gobbles them up wherever he's standing, but particularly at slip. 135 for 4 is the score, and Paul Coghlan out for 26. So the 4, again, just to reiterate it, the 4 Patterson White wickets, 37, 36, 26 and 26. He gets players that are in. Gets them out.
He was on 17 there, wasn't he, Coghlan?
Oh, it's just changed. It was obviously still showing. Yeah, thank you. It was obviously still showing as Sean Dixon's 26 as the last man on the board. But even so, Coghlan had made his mark. A 4 for Liam Patterson White.
Whereas his the first catch this morning in slips was quite a good take. That was just straight at him. I don't think he needed to move, really. Who's in now then? Tom McIntosh. And he's going to be out first ball. And Patterson White gets his 5-for, and he's gone LBW. He went back into the crease. And Durham are in an absolute mess here. They're 135 for 6. And Patterson White is on a hat-trick.
Never not been one for Notts this century. 1999 was the last one in List A cricket. And Liam Patterson White played here twice for Notts. He's played a little bit in the warm-up games that Notts have had here, obviously, and playing a little bit of second 11 cricket here. But in the 2 first 11 games he's had here 5 for against Northants, 5 for against Durham, and there's plenty left today for him as well. Durham 6 down, 135 for 6.
It's Patterson White's best figures. Have you got them there?
What's that, 5 for against Northants last year on this ground? That's his only list A5 for not played that many games. That was McIntosh who briefly put in an appearance. I mean, is he the wicket keeper?
Yeah.
There certainly isn't a 135 for 6 day, or doesn't have the feel about it. You go out and you look at the conditions, and you saw the runs that were scored the other day, and Durham were in such a strong position earlier on. So hat-trick opportunity here. Liam Patterson-White to bowl. Who's the new man, Marty?
Ow.
Ow?
I've just kicked the table. Ow, I've taken some skin off my shin. The new man is Mitchell Killeen.
Liam Patterson-White in to bowl to Killeen on debut. Will this be the hat-trick? It won't. It's turned away on the leg side, confidently and competently, and a single. So he's up and running. Number 11? Didn't quite see as he turned away from us, but no hat-trick then for Liam Patterson-White. Yep, it is number 11, Killeen, it says on his back. Patterson-White in again to Travaskis, who hardly seems to have faced a ball. He's come out at number 5 and now finds himself batting with number 8. Having watched on for a long period of his stay out there. Patterson-White again, he's popped the top in the air to Schardendorf. Must have been off the pad, or was it? Yes, it was the end of the over, and Travaskis had gone to swish it away on the leg side. The ball ballooned up in the air, cries of catch it. Schardendorf caught it. Patterson-White, with arms in air, ran down the other end, and with it being the end of the over, Travaskis started walking down the track, obviously to talk to Killeen, but just for a moment from this distance it looked as if, well, he knew he'd hit it and was walking off, but clearly wasn't. 136 for 6. We seem to have swapped over because they're on a hat-trick, so if you want to take Montgomery's end and see the youngster, young master Killeen, does he must play in the North East Premier League somewhere?
Burnhamfield. Yeah, he's at, I saw he bowled about 10 overs at Whitburn a few weeks ago. So that's his club side.
There's going to be Montgomery, but the skipper being very proactive as to what sort of field he wants for the new man. Won't know too much about Mitchell Killeen, I'm sure.
Montgomery then. Coming in. Right arm round. And the bails are off, but playing a miss. Feet are firmly ensconced. I'm going to have to go and get a tissue. I've cut my leg.
My word. No problem. We'll still be here. Go and get it attended to. We'll find some ice or something. 136 for 6. Next one's whipped away on the leg side. Got a Boreham Wood yesterday. Did the Boreham Wood Notts County game for BBC Radio Nottingham with Mark Stallard, and we were first in the ground. Went and set ourselves up, had a bit of a look around, tried to get a cup of tea, couldn't. Wasn't a cup of tea to be had all day in the ground, as this one's punched to mid-off and there's no run. And Montgomery in once more. This one will enable Killeen to double his score. Second single. The only other person in the ground by this stage, 1:30, was the groundsman. Went out a natter to him, and it just looked as if he'd been bitten by a shark. He was wearing shorts, and his shin roughly in the same area where Martin is now looking to get a little bit of a tissue or a bandage as the next one's run to backward point. It looked as if he had a shark bite. There were stitches all the way round in the shape of a bite, and he said no, it was a new mower that he was working with, and something had snapped or popped a bit of gravel or something up into his leg, and he had a lot of stitches. This one's dropped on the leg side, so it looked like a shark bite. I said you might want to get a few brownie points when you go in the pub and tell them all about the time you were bitten by a shark. But I don't think Marty was bitten by a shark just then. I think we're a little out of shark country. What do you think it is?
Done some canny damage there, man.
What have you done?
I caught my leg on the...
Oh, right. Oh, well. You will go messing with the facilities. 138 for 6 after 27. No, just changed. Oh, I was right. It is 138 for 6 after 27.
Oh, it's warm. Must be very hard playing out there in this heat.
Just 2 from that particular over. There's LPW. We're back on track then.
Bowles, and played downfield by Travaskis for 1 to long on.
LPW 5 for 19 last year on this ground, so probably needs another wicket.
5 for 34.
Yeah.
Round the wicket he comes. That's a medium pace delivery, and it's cut down towards the cover boundary for 1.
Not seen Fatty Singh, who has been bowling his 10 overs, also of slow left arm. Of course, his chances limited a little bit with Liam Patterson-White bowling, but you'd imagine he's going to get a spell.
Push forward this time by Travaskis, who is on 10.
Yeah, this is Liam's 9th over, so you'd imagine that's the way they're going to go if he bowls out and then pop another slow left arm spinner on at this end.
Turned away to square leg. Durham docked 2 points, so effectively don't have any in this competition now, and Neil Colleen's decided to give George Drizzell, a spinner, an outing today, and his son Mitchell. So McAlinden and Bushnell miss out. Bit of a false shot there from Travaskis, looking to play at that one. It's come back at him and come off the splice of the bat. Back down into the ground. Patterson-White jogs up to the stumps and bowls. It's gone down the leg side. Might go for 4, that. It's been chased towards the far end of the ground. And the ground just cambers away out of view.
It's wides. I don't know if you can see the umpire from your position, but signalling wides.
Oh yes, there he is now, yeah. Yeah, it had gone down the leg side. So they ran 2. So signalled a wide, so they got 3 from the delivery. Patterson-White comes in and bowls again. And Travaskis sweeps out through deep extra cover. Wide of long... through the mid-wicket area, sorry, not covered. Wide of long on for 4.
There's a bit of wallopage as well.
Yeah,
it's more of a
sweep, really,
more of a walloped sweep than just a gentle paddle. Hello to Chris Morley, been in touch. Nice to hear from you, Chris. Yeah, Liam, he can bowl, and he's not a bad bat either. Loving Liam's performance today. Mike Brown, keep the faith, Mike. He says all we need now is for the batsmen to turn up today. They will, Mike, but enjoy it. Enjoy it. He's in beautiful Guernsey, yeah.
Mike Brown, who follows Durham as well.
Suzanne said somebody's taking the mick today. Only went to get a wicket and only went to get a drink and 2 wickets fell. My word. Well, no, she's not put my word. She's put crikey. LPW is bowling well today. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, everybody, for getting in touch. Dan White sent a link all about Liam. I'm not going to open it, Dan, but thank you. Oh, it's a photo. Oh, he's on the ground. I say I'm not going to open it. It opened all by its magic self.
Have the ghosts taken over your computer
I think
again?
I think they have. It's going to be
9.
young Monty to bowl. Yeah, LPW's had 9. Montgomery bowls to Mitchell Colleen. He's got number 11 on his back and the 2 1s. They couldn't be any closer. There is the thinnest of blue lines. It's like a tube of toothpaste is 11 on the back of his shirt. Oh, and there was a shy at the stumps from Paddison White, who can do very little wrong. Was inches away there from at least hitting the stumps, and I think there would have been a question asked of umpire Redfern. Good bit of fielding, good throw, narrowly missed the sticks. 148 for 6. Travaskis on strike, can give it a wallop but doesn't, pushes it back to the bowler. Big afternoon of footy on BBC Radio Nottingham today, as I'm sure all Forest fans are well aware. If you're in the car on the way to the game, have a good afternoon. We'll probably still be here at Grantham in the sweltering heat when you're on your way back, and we'll tell you the score then. Single taken, 149 for 6. Not sure if it's, I think it's a 2 o'clock kickoff. It's the first of the so-called Premier League Super Sunday matches. Chelsea-Tottenham a little later on, I think, today, as next one's cut away. Well, he tried to cut it away, ends up cutting it straight back to the bowler on the bounce. We had a first over that went for 8, but he's dried the runs up since then. Matthew Montgomery wastes no time in coming into his next delivery. Colleen, who's looked orderly, clips this again to Paddison Wide, end of the over. And we're through 29 at 149 for 6.
The BBC Royal London One Day Cup table has Durham at 0 points, but Crick Info still has them on 2. Durham said they will appeal that 2-point deduction from the ECB. So they're only above bottom placed Somerset.
Oh, we're having a shocker.
Yeah, well, so are Durham.
So
they've won 1 out of 4.
I'm not a clever man.
Lost 4 out of 4, so it's.
I'm not a clever man, but I don't understand why he'd have 9 overs, be bowling as well as he is, and then bring him out of the attack now with 1 left. Anyway.
And the reason why Somerset at bottom is their run rate at minus 1.7 is greater than Durham's minus 1.0.
They didn't have much of a run rate after being mauled by Notts in just 11.5 overs. There's Fatty Singh.
Singh coming into ball. I couldn't even see where he was because James is in the road. 1 run down towards long leg. Oh, that was an awful bounce for the keeper. Throw back in from the deep there.
If you ask him, I'm sure he'll move.
James Hayes. Singh got 40 odd the other day, didn't he? Was it 49 or something?
He got 45 in 22 balls. There's 1 or 2 not landed yet. Crikey, gave it a wallop.
Comes in and bowls. This is played safely by Colleen out towards mid-wicket. No run there. He's a sole left arm orthodox then. England under 19, 18 years old.
And a walloper.
This is his 8th game. He's a tall lad and he's got a very finely shaven head. It's glistening in the sun. 1 run there for Colleen, up to Lyndon James at long off.
Yeah, Lyndon, of course.
Cavaliers and Carrington critical.
That's right.
It's Premier League. So are they allowed to field 22 every weekend if there's 2 teams in the one name? Looking to play across the line here. Travaskis hits his inner thigh pad. Where's that? Where are they based in? Cavaliers and Carrington?
Nottingham, I think.
In Nottingham. Pulled away sharply round towards long leg by Travaskis for 1.
Member of the England under-19 World Cup squad that played in the Caribbean in February, March this year. Tom Prest of Hampshire, the skipper.
Comes in and bowls. Played by Colleen, past point for 1. Well, his best figure's 2 for 33 against Sussex this year.
Operation was launched yesterday. Thank you, Dave. Commentary continuing on the BBC.
That remains the score. Montgomery still bowling from the Gorse Lane end. Round the wicket balls, dropped on the leg side by Travaskis. End of the 31st. So that was a relatively dry over for Durham in terms of runners, just 3 singles. Somebody asking umpire Malinder a question, not close enough to hear it, even though it was yelled. 156 for 6 it is. So there are 19 overs left. Fatty Singh is the 6th bowler to be used, going to bowl his 2nd over. At 5 overs from Brett Hutton, 5 from Zach Chappell, 4 from James Hayes. Liam Patterson-White's had 9. Matthew Montgomery has now had 7. Here's Singh to start his 2nd to the right-handed Colleen. Pushes it into the gaps on the leg side, fielded by the skipper Asiba Mead. 156 for 6. Travaskis has 18. How's he going to play this? Is he going to go looking for big shots or just try and milk the bowling? Well, he's gone down on one knee and just taken an easy single on the leg side, fielded by Chappell. 157 for 6. Important for Notts that they can break this partnership sooner rather than later. They got into a little bit of a roll with wickets going down quickly. Durham need a stand to get themselves back into the game, and Colleen's played very well indeed, gets another single cutting it away. The 3 we haven't seen: Oliver Gibson, George Drissell and Chris Rushworth. I'll be hoping they're not required to wander out into the heat of the day anytime soon. This is pushed back to Fatty Singh by the left-handed Travaskis. 159 for 6. No close to the wicket catchers, but 5 inside the ring, saving 1. This is helped away behind square by Liam Travaskis. He'll push hard and come back for 2. In comes the return on the bounce. But it's always going to be a comfortable 2nd if they both responded to each other's call. 161 for 6 now. 21 to Travaskis. Just looking to up the ante a little bit. Fatty Singh, where's squad number 90, bowling in the sunnies. Another single taken. 162 for 6. Certainly waste no time in rattling through the overs as he's done there. End of the 32nd now. Durham 162 for 6 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, with Dave Bracegirdle and Martin Emerson.
Could you hear the music that played at the end of your update or not? Had you lost Q by then? From Radio Nottingham when they went back to the show after you did your update? No?
Don't know what you're on about.
Could you still
they
hear
came to me.
Yeah, you did your update, and then did they start with a song
It's
afterwards?
all technical. No.
You didn't hear.
They wouldn't start with a song because they're in music. But they cut it off as soon as I'd done my update. 162 for 6.
Just I got a little.
Don't fuss. Just don't fuss. It's all connected and we're working.
I'm just wondering if you heard
so
the
many
music
issues
at the
on
end.
Friday.
It's a simple question, Dave. If you heard any music at the end of the bulletin,
chance they cut me off as soon as I
because
finished.
they were playing Sledgehammer by Peter Gabriel on Radio Newcastle.
Oh, why?
Well, you must remember that one.
I do. Crack a nut with a sledgehammer.
Yeah. Good video as well, wasn't it?
Oh, I don't remember that.
Well, it was all time-lapse, sort of plasticine characters and everything, and his face and mouth and things coming out of his mouth.
Montgomery started a new over.
Yeah. First ball was a dot ball. Here he comes with a 2nd. That's driven. Has that gone up towards long off for 1 by Travaskis.
Radio Nottingham on a sports show this afternoon, as you can imagine.
Who's playing where?
Well, Forest at home to West Ham, because they lost to Newcastle last week, their first game back since last century.
Yeah, I was talking to one of the lads in the hotel last night who's a West... no, it wasn't, I was talking to him here. Graham, who's a Forest fan who went up to Newcastle last weekend. Bowler comes in. Bales are off. Playing a miss there from Colleen. He was in his crease. Montgomery, the spinner from the Gorse Lane end of the ground, the far end of the ground, coming round the wicket, the ball to the right-handed Colleen. That's gone off down to fine leg on the discs. Is that a bye signal there? What's been signalled? Bye?
Well, it couldn't have been a bye.
He's got a hand up.
Well, maybe the batsman missed it and it went off the keeper's pad, but it seemed unlikely, didn't it?
This is pulled out towards fine leg by Travaskis. It's gone as a run against Colleen. I think one of the umpires was just asking a question while that run was happening.
It was just maybe the signal.
And the signal went back from the scorers to the umpires, and I think they put their hand up the signal that they'd heard it. So
yeah, they were probably
bump ball there from Colleen. Too short, mid-wicket, no run, end of the over.
They tend to signal to each other when there's two to come, don't they? So
yeah.
She's perhaps doing that.
She walked away and disappeared behind another player, and then when I saw her again, her hand was in there.
Brian says, enjoying the commentary from you and Marty today, Dave. Always a pleasure. Keep it up, Notts. Good luck to Reds on their first home game this afternoon. Thanks to you both for the commentary. Brian in West Bridgeford. Thank you, Brian.
165 for 6, 33 gone here on the BBC. What's the general feeling about Forest this year then? Pray for survival.
They keep signing players. They even signed another one last night. They've signed about 14 or 15. Spent millions and millions and millions. There's Fatty Singh in and bowls, and this is pushed into the offside. They had a lot of loanees last year, and they've tried to make some of those deals permanent, and some they've been able to, and some they haven't. And
Colback still there?
Yeah. So it's very much been a case of let's bring all the new players, and let's hope they gel in time. This is pushed back to the bowler. I don't think they'll go down. I think they'll be lost in that mid-table wilderness somewhere, but we can all have opinions at this time of the year as Fatty Singh bowls, and this is played on the leg side, nicely fielded by Sol Budinger, and there's no run. I guess this afternoon might be a test, I guess, or a sample size of where they might be. Nice looking shot from Travaskis. He's looked to play those dinky little scoops down the leg side, and we'll get a couple of runs. West Ham, of course, a more stabilised Premier League side coming to the City Ground. They'll have 25,000 fans hurling abuse at them all afternoon, so let's see how that goes.
Yeah, the people in the hotel were all West Ham fans last night.
167 for 6, Fatty Singh bowls. It's clipped on the leg side, no run.
Well, they were going to spend their day at a red-hot go-kart track rather than at the City Ground.
So. You did say. Sledgehammer. Next one. Thumped into the offside, and that's gone for 4. Nice shot from Travaskis. First boundary in a while, but welcome nonetheless.
When was the last boundary? I
don't know, 171 for 6. And they're going to have a drinks break, Marty, so we can...
the 28th over. Wow.
Where are we now? The end of the 33rd. So,
that was it, yeah.
9 from that over.
There.
34 gone?
Yeah. It's just clicked over, it is. 171 for 6 after 34. Another drinks break. What would you go for on a hot day like this, Dave?
What, right now myself, or if I was out there playing?
Fruit cider with a bit of ice in it, would you be on today?
Depends on the time of day.
It's not really a John Smith's day, is it?
No, not really. I think, if I was this time of day, if I was by the pool, and I don't even know what time of day is it. Was that just the 1 o'clock?
It's 1:12.
Just after 1 o'clock. Maybe a pina colada or something if I was by the pool.
If you like pina colada and getting caught in the rain. Remember that one?
Yes, but don't ask me who it was by, because I wouldn't have a clue. I've gone. I don't score any on Popmaster anymore. My pop knowledge.
The pina colada song.
Suddenly, we went into lockdown, and my musical knowledge went into lockdown. It seemed I've lost all my guess the intros and all the rest of it.
Escape sang it.
Yeah, well, I'm none the wiser. None the wiser.
Well, it's sort of had a bit of a revival in the last few years because there's this album came out called The Best of Yacht Rock. Oh, they look like nice cold drinks.
They do, don't they? They're lovely, nice cold drinks.
Those cold drinks there.
Lovely, nice cold
like
drinks.
They've just come out of a cold fridge.
Nice cold drinks.
They were cold.
Yeah.
Nice do they have diet versions of those cold drinks anyway?
They weren't heading in this direction.
Where did you get them
dear
from?
Listener? 171 for 6.
Oh,
yes, the gentleman over there, I did point it out. He's got teas and coffees and cold drinks
You
as
never
well.
mentioned cold drinks though, did you?
Well, he's got a fridge in there.
Tea on a hot day like this.
No, you have to have a cup of tea. There's never the wrong day to have a cup of tea. 171 for 6 after 34. The players are having cups of tea and a ginger nut out there in the middle, or whatever their particular fancy is. 171 for 6. Where's Eurovision going to be held? Has that been announced yet?
Absolutely don't.
Not going to be in the northeast.
Well, Newcastle's in the running along with a lot of others, but it hasn't got a massive arena like Liverpool's got a huge arena, hasn't it? Birmingham.
I don't think Newark's in the running.
The Newark Arena's not in the running, no.
Yeah, no.
I mean, the
Nottingham isn't
place
either.
would be somewhere like
They've got a beach. They've got a beach at Newark now in the Market Square. Yeah,
that was a high tide.
Yeah, Newark on Sea. We will end this wittering, folks, just as soon as the players get back to the business in hand.
I'm going to get you a cold
drink. Well, that would be very nice.
What do you want?
I'll have 3 ice creams and 4 pina coladas and whatever else you can scrounge. No, anything, whatever's on offer. You stretch your legs. You stretch your legs, young man. 171 for 6. Kirsty's having some issues over there. I don't know if she needs the gentle touch of a gentleman to help her. But she's having trouble with a wiring. If we just suddenly go off air, it's because Kirsty's got her arms and her hands and her legs completely wrapped and enveloped in wires just in front of us. Let's hope we're still on air as Montgomery starts a new over, bowling to Killeen, and pushes it back to the bowler. So they begin with a dot. 171 for 6 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. Again, nicely played by Killeen. He's got 8 on his shirt and 8 on the board. I beg your pardon, he's got 11 on his shirt and 11 on the board. It says number 8 has 11 on the scoreboard. And he's going to get more runs here with a little cutaway. And it's gone for 4, in fact. Nicely played, just dabbed it away behind square, behind point. But it was more than a dab, and if you can just get it in the right place away from the fielder, and you're going to get full reward. So second boundary in consecutive overs either side of the drinks break, and Durham inching towards 200. 175 for 6 on a swelter of a day, and he feels he's missed out this time. Killeen has hit the ball straight to Asiba Mead. It's all partially obscured from my view because Zach Chappell is limbering up. Bowled 5 overs early on. Maybe that Asiba Mead's going to turn back to the Grantham born quick. Couple of runs here. Killeen whips it on the leg side. Chappell again going through plenty of warm-up exercises. 177 for 6. Next ball's clipped into the hands of mid-wicket, and Killeen goes soft as you like, chipping Montgomery into the hands of Asiba Mead, and Notts do get the breakthrough. And it's another player who just got set, got a score on his Durham debut. Mitch Killeen made 17, but perhaps just starting to go for his runs a little early, and rather casually he's clipped the ball up into the hands of Asiba Mead, the Notts skipper, inside the ring at mid-wicket. Fairly comfortable catch, and it's 177 for 7. Killeen out for 17, and Matthew Montgomery, who's taken a couple of catches, now gets a wicket. 177 for 7. Not sure if we're at the end of the 35th or still in the 35th, but the wicket has gone down nonetheless. We'll clarify that in just a second. George Drissell is the new man, making his List A debut for Durham today. Played a little bit of cricket for Somerset and for Gloucestershire. Zach Chappell coming back, so it was the end of the over. So again, Travaskis survives. Oh, Marty's been round to the buy one get one free shop, and got us a drink of something cool and refreshing. Oh, there we are, plink plink fizz. So it is going to be Zach Chappell. I heard Marty saying what happened there. I'll tell him precisely after this one delivery from Chappell to Travaskis. Bowls and it's pushed out onto the offside. Matthew Montgomery, final ball of the previous over, and Mitch Colleen, who just started, I thought was just starting to go through the gears, third gear, fourth gear into fifth gear, maybe just lost a little bit of concentration, just trying to force it a little bit, just chipped it up, a soft catch straight to Asiba Mead at mid-wicket, and he had to go for 17, first wicket for Montgomery at the end of the 34th over, 177 for 7. Here's Chappell into bowl and pushed into the offside. In fact, it must have been the end of the 35th, surely, because they started at the far end. Is that right? Have we had 35?
It was the end of the 35th.
Yeah,
and it was
the board's still showing
177 for 7.
Yeah, the board's still showing 34. The house that the big bad wolf couldn't blow down, the one made of bricks over there. Chappell wicketless in his first 5 overs. He's bowled with decent pace throughout this competition and played in all the matches. This one's hit into the offside, well fielded, really good stop by Brett Hutton at mid-off. Did they scamper through for a single? They did. One more to Travaskis. Again, that was one of those where I saw what happened to the left of the stanchion holding our marquee up, and then I had to quickly move my eyes to the other side to see Brett Hutton making a diving stop, but a single was taken, 178 for 7.
Was the partnership 42 for the last wicket? Does that sound about right? Yeah.
Mead has taken a time out here to come over and chat to Zach Chappell. So George Drissel is on strike. Come out at number 9 for Durham today. Chappell in to bowl to him. First ball of decent length, but on the pads is clipped onto the onside and fielded by Hamid. Suzanne says, loving the withering commentary. I also struggle with Popmaster Dave.
From the verb to wither.
Currently on a run of scoring 12 every time. 178 for 7. Everything stops for Popmaster at 10:30. Next ball down the leg side taken by Shady. And I think umpire Mallinger, I forgot where the scorers were. He lost his bearings then,
a full
because
360 there
he
with
did
his arms
indeed.
out.
Went all the way around before he realised where the scorers were sat. Wide
he's
ball.
about to be the next celebrity announcement on that dancing franchise on a Saturday night.
Who is Neil Mallinder?
Yeah, that looked like a nice dance movie did there with his
It'd be
arms
nice,
out.
wouldn't it? Wouldn't we all love that? Neil Mallinder on Dancing on Ice. 179 for 7. It's not Dancing on Ice, is it? Strictly. This next one slapped away onto the leg side. Slater's underneath it, but Slater will turn and watch it land amongst the spectators, and let's hope they're okay. In fact, Ben Slater is immediately waving for some assistance over there, and the Notts physio is rushing over there. So a nasty one. Slater was right on the boundary edge. He was initially looking as if he was trying to get underneath it to catch it, then turned as it went over his head and dropped amongst a number of spectators. A powerfully struck shot by George Drissel. That's his first runs for Durham. A 6 into the crowd. And
under a man's head.
Yeah, let's just hope everybody's okay. over there, and
I don't know why he didn't move. He just sat there.
Well,
you lose. He's lost sight of it or what? But he was wearing a straw hat, and it's hit him right in the head. And
you lose sight of it. 185 for 7, but it was powerfully struck, went high, and went a long way. And a number of people
physios there with a first aid
quickly getting out there to attend to him. So 185 for 7 in Chapel's comeback over. What a big blow from George Drissel, and let's just hope everybody's okay. The wickets to go down just while we're waiting, just to get everything nice and back on an even keel, hopefully. It's not Jordan Clark, of course. It's Graham Clark was dismissed in the first over for 4. Nick Maddinson made 37, Scott Borthwick 36, Sean Dixon 26, Paul Gogland 17. I've only got the wicket-keeper's surname here, Mr. McIntosh. It's Thomas, or Tom McIntosh. He got a first baller, and Mitch Colleen made 17. Liam Patterson-White at the moment figures of 9 overs, 5 for 42 wickets. Also to Brett Hutton, he got the wicket in the first over, that of Clark, and Matthew Montgomery has recently dismissed Mitch Colleen. 185 for 7. There's the score. Still no sign that play is going to recommence. There's a couple of medical people just strolling across the ground.
Well, somebody, the Notts physio was there straight away with
he was there within seconds.
One of these bandages, a little patch of bandage, you know.
But you often see it at football matches. The St John's ambulance or the volunteer medics or whatever, they just seem to amble across, don't they? No, there is medical assistance there. And that's.
Well, the man's sitting on a deck chair. He had a Panama hat on, and the ball came skying down, and he didn't move. And he tried to put his arm up at the last second and hit him on the back of the head, and went into the crowd behind him. But straight away,
very good eyesight, Marty.
Well, straight away, people were saying, "Quick, get a medic over here!" And immediately they were pointing to the back of his head. So he's obviously cut his head. He's still sitting there, and they are giving him first aid. So hopefully he'll be okay. It might just be smarting a bit at the moment.
This will be lost on Marty, because AJ says you two are the John Part and Wayne Mardle of cricket, and Marty won't have the foggiest clue who they are, AJ. But yes, I appreciate the comment.
Who are they then?
Exactly.
Well, who are they?
They're both now largely retired athletes who no longer play the game of darts. One was a former world champion.
Athletes.
And one was a former world semi-finalist. Perhaps might just have been able to pick that up. We can hear on one of the walkie-talkies in the ground here that the umpires have been given the OK to go ahead. So as soon as we hear anything at all, we'll pass it on to you. Let's just hope that whoever was affected isn't too badly affected as Chapel bowls to Drissel. I've got a feel for him as well, Marty, a little bit. 185 for 7. He's gone out there. His first innings for Durham. There'll undoubtedly be a little bit of nerves or two. I know he's been round the block a little bit. George Drissel is, as I say, he's played for a couple of other counties, but it's always a big thing playing for a new county. And he's got out there. He's got off the mark with the most excellent of shots. He's picked the pacey Zach Chappell up. He's really connected it well, sent it sailing over the ropes, and then obviously he also will have been made aware of what happened if he didn't see it for himself. And you feel a little bit for George.
It's his 7th one-dayer, so he's
but
I think he played about 4.
Has he played for Durham at all in anything?
In T20 this year.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So it probably won't even feel like a debut. There's Montgomery.
Comes in and bowls, played off towards deep square leg, back towards where that injured spectator is. How many balls have we had? Is this the start of a new over?
That's the first ball.
So what was that? 36 overs gone. 186 for 7. Montgomery right arm round, bowls, defended. Back into the crease from Drizzell. Wind's got up a bit at the far end of the ground. The Union flag is fluttering away now, but it's a warm wind. It's like a Sirocco wind.
I think there's been a breeze all day. I mean, I see that one at the far end. I also look at the two above the scoreboard, and they're fluttering.
Flicks this off his thigh pad and away to square leg for one. I have to say, I really like the Grantham Cricket Club flag. The centre of it looks like the red cross from a St George's flag, but then you've got quarters, so you've got bright green quarters and dark blue quarters.
I can't see where you're looking for. I'll have to move, but I have a funny feeling.
Is that the Lincolnshire flag?
Yeah, I was just going to. Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's you're spot on. That is the Lincolnshire county flag. I was going to say the way you described it then, and the funny feeling I'd seen it in the back of my mind on the pavilion, but yeah, that's the Lincolnshire flag.
Nice colours. This is played away by Travaskis out through mid-wicket for one. I have to say, I haven't seen many of them flying around the Roper Riviera, so.
So what do you class yourself as being in? County of Tyne and Wear?
Well,
County Durham?
When I was at school, all our school books had Durham County Council stamped on them, so it was Durham all the way up to the southern banks of the River Tyne. But I grew up in South Tyneside and now live in Sunderland, so. But County Durham, I suppose it was originally. Dressel on strike, ball flicks away off towards backward point, and he's called through by Travaskis. It's missed by the bowler. I think it might have hit him in the shin, actually. He's limping now. Quite a fierce throw coming in there.
That's Montgomery finished. That's his 10 overs. We'll think it's something along the lines of 1 for 44, 1 for 45, something like that. We'll clarify as soon as the board's been changed. But Montgomery has finished 1 for 45.
So he's the first one bowled through. Patterson White 5 for 42 from 9. Hutton's only bowled 5. Chappell, who's bowling now, none for 39 from 6.
Chappell bowls, and this is just defended.
The PC that runs that scoreboard has given up in the heat.
189 for 7.
I've not looked at that scoreboard actually.
That one's right, that one's wrong.
That one's right. So the little house on the prairie's right, and the other one's wrong.
Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem.
So you understand what's going on. We're
Yeah.
trying to fix it at the moment. We're going to put it back in the line.
You need a bag of ice.
Yeah.
Now that would have all confused Kevin on Friday as Zach Chappell comes in to bowl, and this is dropped on the leg side. We're going to have a committee meeting right in front of the commentary box here. 189 for 7. Could we just... There we are.
I never even noticed the scoreboard.
I was just going to say that would have confused Kevin, because throughout the game Kevin constantly only looked at the board away to the left, and I looked at the big bad house that the Wolf couldn't blow down, or whatever it is, the brick-built scoreboard away to our right as Chappell's in and bowls. But we were being told that the other one's not working, and it's stopped. It's seized in the heat at 162 for however many wickets, as 2 are taken down the leg side. 191 for 7.
He said it was the PC that runs it has stopped working in the heat, so I think they're going to have to put a bag of ice on the PC.
Is that a policeman that's doing it?
Yeah, well, I thought he was going to tell us. He was coming to tell us an update from the police officer about the man on the far side of the ground.
191 for 7. Difficult to know what Durham could be aiming for here. I guess get to the end of the 50th, and well, if they can get to the 45th with a couple of wickets left. LBW shout given. Neil Mallinger raises the finger, and Zach Chappell gets his first wicket. And out goes George Drissell, who in the previous over hit him for 6. Chappell gets a modicum of revenge by trapping him LBW for 10. And Durham 191 for 8. Liam Travaskis still there on 33. He's dodged a lot of what's been going on, obviously, at the other end, but maybe needs to take control now.
Oliver Gibson next, and Chris Rushworth.
So Chappell's first of the day. Durham 191 for 8. It's a warm one, folks, as I'm sure you're experiencing for yourself, but we're gradually making our way towards the midday break. Notts have got up until 2:30 to bowl their 50 overs. Got 12 overs after this one, so even if it does go the distance, they should accomplish that in
the Newcastle last week.
From tomorrow, with some thunderstorms due. Bowler comes in again here, and now this is played back to him. Slater bowling. Last ball.
Slater?
It's got Slater on, yeah. It's not right, is it? It's, who's that? Is it Patterson White?
No, it is Ben Slater.
Ben Slater.
My word.
Yeah.
Well,
that confused me because I wasn't expecting that. I had to double check the scorecard there. I thought,
just having conversations with BBC Radio Nottingham, trying to just quieten down the feed. 194 for 8. Here's the score. The end of Ben Slater's first over. Didn't.
39 overs gone.
Yeah, he didn't really need to bowl. He's the 7th bowler to be used, but clearly Notts don't want to go back to pace at both ends just yet. Brett Otton's still got 5 overs left. Zach Chappell, is he going to have another one? No, he's popped his cap back on. And Liam Patterson-White's going to bowl his final over. Did think it was a little bit strange that they took him out of the attack when they did, because he just got his 5th wicket. But,
well, he's got a similar hairstyle as well as his shortish hair to Slater. But it's slightly darker though, that's the only thing. So he's bowled 9 overs so far and taken
5 for 42.
So if he gets a 6th, that will be his best figures in one-day cricket. Batsman out there at the moment is Travaskis on 36. Gibson at the other end has faced 4 balls, 4 none. And we've got 11 overs to go. Can Durham bat them out? Comes in and bowls. This is turned away by Travaskis out through mid-wicket. They've only actually batted out their overs in 1 game, and that was the other night against Gloucestershire, when they were chasing 3-6-8 to win and lost by 6. They made quite a big score at Taunton the other day, but were actually out with 4 balls of the over, the final over left. On that occasion, against Somerset, they made 342 for 9 and won by 9 in the end. Where's the ball gone? It's gone towards the gully area. No run there. Gibson's not played in that many one-dayers for Durham. Round the wicket comes Patterson-White. Watches that go into the keeper's gloves. This is Gibson's 5th match. 12 runs and 7 wickets so far. Patterson-White comes up to the stumps and bowls again. Oh, it's a leading edge, and it's just going to loop beyond the covers. It was tantalisingly dangling there for a moment or two. Gibson gets off the mark fortuitously.
Tantalisingly dangling.
It was. It was a tantalising dangler.
Has Travaskis got another gear in his game? Do you expect
him
to?
He can give it a hit if he needs to.
I thought he could.
Patterson-White bowls. Travaskis flicks it into the leg side and will go for a single. And
if somebody's got a 5 for, I think you're probably just looking to see him off
away. Just sensibly bat him out and then think about the others. Sol Buddingham was the one who the ball just looped over a couple of deliveries before. He's now gone into 2nd slip for Gibson. Patterson-White, left arm round, it's defended, and I think that's the end of the over. Is there one left? That's it, isn't it? Yeah. 3 from the over. So 40 gone, and Durham are 197 for 8, and Patterson-White finishes with 5 for 45 from 10 overs.
Terrific stuff. Don't think it's any coincidence that with him, Notts won their first 2 games. Without him, they lost their last 2. Got him back today. It's far from a one-man team, and it might not have made much difference, but certainly felt both at Bristol and here on Friday that Notts were missing his control. Also his middle order runs as well. There's going to be Ben Slater, rather curiously. Notts used 7 bowlers the other day, and I asked Ben afterwards why he didn't bowl. He said, no, not with the white ball, Dave. He said, I've spent all year getting to practice with the red ball and get to a stage where the captain's happy to use me, but we haven't got there yet with the white ball, so a little surprising that he's bowling today, but good to see nonetheless. His first bowl for Notts in white ball cricket, 199 for 8 as Travaskis takes 2 from the first ball of Slater's second over. We're inside the final 10 now, so of course another fielder can be released out into the deep. Need to have a bit of a count up if we can, if there are 5 out there as Travaskis takes another single. It's quite difficult when you can't see absolutely all corners of the ground. You can see a long on and a long off. I can see Patterson White sweeping on this side. I can see Montgomery sweeping on the other side. But then I'm missing one. I don't know if there's one at deep backward square to my left, which you can't see. No, there's 5 inside the ring, so they've not used all the fielders out of the ring, which they could do. Stopped by Solbod injury at mid-wicket, single taken, and that's the 200 up for, in fact, 201. We leap on to, but Durham beyond 200. Slater now to bowl to Travaskis, who's on 41. BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle, thanks for sharing this part of the day with us, as this is punched to the long on for a single, 202 for 8. 9 overs left after this one, because Notts would dearly love to get it done and dusted. Get back into the relative cool of the dressing room. Durham also, they've got a nice big airy marquee way to our right that they're using as a,
I don't think there's much air in there.
Changing room. 202 for 8. Slater bowls. This is pushed back to the bowler by Gibson.
I asked earlier if it was cool in there, and the answer was no.
I think it's cool anywhere, is it? 202 for 8. Gibson on strike. Slater very deliberately sets himself before coming in off a couple of paces. He's bowled nicely these couple of overs. 202 for 8 at the end of the 41st.
Could do with a nice C fret right now.
Scarborough C fret.
Yeah, I haven't said that though. Yesterday, walking back from the match, the C fret it was warm fog and it just made everything more stickier than it had been. Chris claims the Drizel LBW decision was a very poor one. I haven't looked back at it. Bernard says, as another wicket falls, my only explanation of a points deduction in the Royal London is the result of negative comments from departing batters or abusive comments from players whilst fielding. Well, yeah, I mean, they are disciplinary breaches that have been totted up, but we don't know the specifics of each one. But Leicestershire, there's Singh balls here. It's played back down the ground to him. Leicestershire got docked 2 points right at the end of the T20 this year, and it cost them qualification for the quarter-finals. Seeing left arm round. Travaskis plays it off towards point for 1. Leicestershire got docked points a few years ago as well for things that were said on the field. The right-handed Gibson comes on to strike. So they've brought a slip in. Hamid's gone in as a short extra cover. Got a short mid-wicket in as well. Mid-on, mid-off. Square legs on the boundary. Singh bowls. Played down into the ground by Gibson, no run. Slightly into the offside. Buttinger is at cover. There's a backward point. He bowls. Gibson looks to cut hard and he's towed it straight into the ground and straight to Hamid. Singh, left arm round, bowls. Gibson flicks it out through the leg side. It came on into him quickly, but he gets a single.
Vian Mulder's full of runs at this stage of the season, just gone for 68 for Leicestershire. They're 240 for 5 at the end of the 40th against Warwickshire. Not start their championship.
Singh bowls. It's played back to him along the floor by Travaskis. Travaskis is on 43. Durham at the end of the over are 204 for 8 here on BBC Radio Newcastle and BBC Radio Nottingham.
The championship return against Leicestershire at Trent Bridge. Then they miss a week and go to New Road to face Worcestershire before finishing with Durham at Trent Bridge, the final round of matches. He's been full of runs, hasn't he, Vian Mulder? Somerset today 256 for 3 with 10 to go against Middlesex at Taunton, where they pay 31 quid a ticket, or that's what they were charging against Notts anyway, for half a day's cricket. 204 for 8. Slater's going to get another over. They were calling it the Royal London Half Day Cup. Those paid 31 quid, and it's down the leg side from Slater. It's a wide to begin the over. 205 for 8. Sussex 276 for 3 after 41 against Surrey at Hove. The other game in this group. A lot of money in it, 31 quid. This one's deflected down to long leg. I know you'll start making comparisons here, there and everywhere, what you can get with 31 quid and how much potential entertainment, and compare it to football and this, that and the other.
But buy you a cup full of petrol these days, can't it?
Well, Notts' first 2 matches, it was Family Day at Trent Bridge, the first match, Notts v Sussex, a fiver. Second match was at Taunton, Somerset Notts, 31 quid. Down on one knee goes Travaskis, and he just swatted it from his presence and away for 4. Nice bold shot, full of conviction. He's on to 47, 210 for 8.
Heading towards another half century as well. And importantly, keeping Durham out there. Travaskis' highest score, 55 against Surrey a couple of Thursdays ago. Got 44 at Taunton this week.
Let's work this onto the leg side as well. I've lost it per on either side of the board.
43 against Gloucestershire in the last match.
Goes on to 48, 211 for 8. 7 overs to go after this one.
Keith Waugh, who's the former Peterborough and Watford goalkeeper, who's from Sunderland, is listening, and I mentioned of 31 degrees. He said it's cooler of late then. I think he still lives in the Peterborough area.
Slater to Gibson. I think he turned that into a low full toss, and he punched it to wideish mid-off. Take another run, 212 for 8. Durham lost their way really with those wickets lost to Liam Patterson-White in a little bit of a hurry. They were 72 for 1, 108 for 2. But then wickets going down consecutive balls. Ended up 135 for 6. That's another single is taken. Bit of a recovery, 177 for 8, 190 for 7, 191 for 8, and now 213 for 8. As I thought that was the end of the over, everybody moving, but it's just swapping over right-hander to left-hander. Gibson has 5. Travaskis at the non-strikers end on 49. Ben Slater to conclude his 3rd over. Good work by Schardendorf, whipped off a bail. Not out. And it is the end of the over, 213 for 8. Good work there by the keeper.
Just going back to Keith Waugh, he was involved in, I think, I would probably say, my ultimate weekend of football. In 1993, we went to Wembley for the FA Cup semi-final to watch Sheffield Wednesday against Sheffield United. That one finished, then we drove up to Watford, and the Watford skipper was a friend of ours, Gary Porter, so he got us tickets to watch that. Watford were playing Luton Town. Keith was in goal for Watford. And then the next day we drove up the motorway. we saw Arsenal Spurs on the telly in the other FA Cup semi-final, the Sing Balls, driven down the ground by Travaskis, and he's going to get to his 50 here. He's coming back for 2. It's cut off just in front of our commentary position, but his second 50 in this year's One Day Cup as a buzzard flies high over the ground, riding on the thermals, and Travaskis keeping things together here for Durham. He's got there in 69 balls and 4 fours.
Yes, the only half centurion in the innings.
Next one's gone down the leg side. No run. Yeah, so we saw that Arsenal Spurs, I think it was the one where Gaza scored that absolute flyer of a free kick from about...
that was 91, because Forest were in the other semi-final in that one.
Played back up to Singh by Travaskis. Did he not get a screamer against Arsenal in 93 semi-final?
It was the 91, the free kick that he scored, because Forest were playing West Ham on the same day in the other semi-final.
Singh in, bowls. Travaskis goes for a quick single up towards mid-wicket. Anyway, the crux of that was we watched that in a pub in Kegworth.
He wouldn't have done, would he? Because he left after that 91 final. They beat Arsenal in 91, played Forest in the final. That's when he got injured, and then he should have gone to Lazio then, but he was a year out of the game. He didn't play for Spurs after the 91 final.
Was that the one when Stuart Pearce scored a cracking free kick?
Yeah.
Seeing round the wicket bowls. Oh, leading edge, and it's going to go to safety. And Gibson had no idea where that had gone. He was looking to try and play it down the leg side. It's ended up going between the slips and gully. Anyway, we were in this pub in Kegworth, and it was the Nottingham Forest supporters branch based in there. And Forest were playing Villa that afternoon, so we drove to the City Ground and watched Forest and Villa. Sing in. This is defended by Gibson. And that is the end of the over. 216 for 8 Durham. So we saw 4 derbies and we were at 3 of them. And the other thing that happened on that weekend, on the Saturday as we drove from Wembley to Watford, it was the Grand National that never was. Was it animal rights protesters stopped it or something?
Don't know.
About 4 of the horses ran the course and everybody else stopped.
216 for 8, 6 overs remaining. It's got all the feeling that this could be a low score, and sometimes, like on Friday, Middlesex 3-5-5, Notts only had to play one way, or they had to play one way really to get themselves in with a chance, and that was a lot of runs in the power play and keep the board ticking over. Sometimes these low.
Say this is the wicket they used.
Yeah.
So it's going to be dustier and drier,
exactly,
and hence Drizzell playing for Durham.
Sometimes these low games can be absolute crackers. This could be 250, please. 250 or thereabouts, one way or another. Zach Chappell going to get his first bowl from the Gorse Lane end. Pylons behind him. Bowls down the leg side. That's a poor start. Sue Redfern extends her arms. Schardendorf takes it. As it hobbles and bobbles and rolls away from him. Goes after it, and they come through for a second one. So does that go down as 2 wides? I've been that argument the other day, and Kev was still adamant that it was 2 wides. I thought I'd seen somewhere that now that it was a wide and a bye, but I'm not entirely sure. Chappell's going to go. No, he's going to stay over the wicket. No, he's. Yes, he is. He's going to stay over the wicket. To Gibson. Bowled him, stumps akimbo. Chappell, full pitch delivery. Gibson swishing all round it, and he's been dismissed for 5. And Zach Chappell gets his second victim of the afternoon, and Durham 218 for 8, with just Chris Rushworth to come. Zach Chappell getting his first bowl from that far end of the ground, and after a wide to begin with, then has got one right on target that's crashed into the stumps. See, they've given up totally on the board away to our left now. That's out of commission. It's all shut down. 218 for 9. So it'll be just Chris Rushworth to come out, try and offer a little bit of support and muscle a few runs alongside Liam Travaskis.
How many overs left then? 5.5.
So Rushworth will be looking to get off strike as soon as he can. He's getting a full briefing there from Liam Travaskis. Just leave it to me, big fella. Just get me back on strike. Rushworth taking guard from Sue Redfern. Hasn't had any of the decisions to make really at her end. All the LBWs have been given by umpire Malinder at this end of the ground. Can't really recall a fairly confident LBW from the far end. Here's Chappell. In to bowl to Rushworth. He's hit this slightly uppishly, but into the offside, out into the deep, where Ben Slater, who's now out of the attack, does the fielding. No update from what happened over on the far side. A spectator seemingly struck by the ball. I don't know if
still sitting there. But now with a bandage on his head.
Well, hopefully patched up. I'll have some stories to tell as well as a headache probably, but if it's nothing worse than that, we're all grateful. Now Travaskis heaves it away onto the leg side into the same spot. Just cleared the spectators. One bounce over the pickets and into the hedge.
What's over there then, Dave?
Oh, that's where all the goonies and gremlins live.
There's some mast. There's a mast there, isn't that a communication mast?
I'm not sure what it is, but out of the ground into the field. 219 for 9. Sue Redfern still with her arms aloft, signalling 6. Somebody eventually acknowledges, and Travaskis has gone on to 58 with that blow. 225 for 9.
What is in there? There's a sort of square area of conifers. Caravans in there.
There's all sorts of things in there, but there's Farmers Field, I think, generally when there isn't a game on here. The ball has been given up on as it went out the ground over the big hedge. The suitcase has been brought on by young Ben Martindale, which will have a number of supplies in there, replacements. Second time Zach Chappell's been hit for 6 runs. Previous one was by George Drissell, who was then bowled in the same, well, it was in the next over. Travaskis this time cuts into the offside for a single. 226 for 9. Here on BBC Radio Nottingham, and BBC Radio Newcastle, of course, if you've just joined us. It's the Royal London One Day Cup. Notts looking to get back on track. They've lost their last couple of games. Durham have had a body blow over the weekend, losing a couple of points off the field as a result of a disciplinary commission regulation. 226 for 9. Here's Chappell once more. Into the right-handed Rushworth. Drops it out to point, no run. Not as many in as were on Friday. We're here on Friday. I think we've had 1 or 2 people that were here get in touch and saying, just too hot, I would imagine. Absolutely shattered after a day in the full glare. Even those that have brought the parasols, the umbrellas, the brollies all around the ground, it's there's no real shade, no shaded areas, no getting away from the heat of the sun. As Chappell bowls to Rushworth, had a little bit of a fiddle and he's nicked it through to Shadendorf, and that's that. Rushworth goes for 1, and Durham have been dismissed for 226 with Liam Patterson-White the pick of the bowlers, 5 for 45, but he had good support there, and Zach Chappell at the end getting just a little feather off the bat of Chris Rushworth and Shadendorf. gobbled it up. Well battered Liam Travaskis, he's 59 not out, but Durham have left 5 overs unbowled at the end there, and they've been dismissed for 226. But you know, we've seen games won from that position many times, Marty, especially in the Royal London, where all sides, or not all sides, are able to put out a first 11, and some of these youngsters are able to excel. Applause for Liam Patterson-White, 1 or 2 snappers there getting his picture as he leaves the field.
That was the first catch for the keeper as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
Interesting. So they lasted 45 overs, Durham, so they failed to see out the 50 overs again. They've only managed it once in the competition so far this year. The bowling figures then, Hutton, we saw him hours ago, took 1 for 11 in 5 overs, 2 maidens. Zach Chappell's ended up bowling 8, and he's taken 3 for 51, no maidens there. Hayes, saw him a long time ago, none for 32 from 4 overs. Patterson-White bowled his 10, 5 for 45 from 10. Montgomery bowled his 10, 1 for 45. Singh, none for 21 from 5. And why is my to the pen over there? And Slater, 3 overs, none for 17.
Yeah, I think Notts will be absolutely delighted with that, having toiled away for the full 50 against Middlesex, and many of them going round the park. Quite literally, it was a tough old day, and to come back 48 hours later and find yourself in the field again, I think they might have been perhaps dreading the worst whilst hoping for the best. Well, as near to the best as they could have hoped as happened out there. Liam Patterson-White with the 5er. Everybody's no doubt going to try and get something cool, get a bit of shade, maybe get something to eat. We hope you will as well. And when the players return, let's have a little look. 2:05 now, so we'll be underway just after 2:30. We'll invite you to join us then. Comes in again, lively athletic approach, punched away by Slater. Knots up and running with a boundary through the offside. 4 runs, nice looking shot from Ben Slater, who briefly turned his arm over 3 overs or so earlier in the piece. Liam Patterson-White 5 for 42, 5 for 45, I beg your pardon, 5 for 45, and Zach Chappell 3 for 51 were the principal wicket takers. Matthew Montgomery and Brett Hutton also taking a wicket apiece. Rushworth perhaps stung by that shot. 5th ball of the over in now. A little push at it. Goes through to the wicketkeeper McIntosh. Couple of slips there. Sean Dixon at first. Captain Scotty Borthwick at second. Nick Maddinson at backward point. Then I can't see the numbers anymore, so I'll be guessing, so we'll leave it to Marty. Might be Liam Travaskis in the floppy sun hat in the covers. I'm getting a nod of approval, which is the highest accolade you could ask for, really, I guess. 4 without loss. Final ball of the opening over. This is where Durham lost their first wicket, and Slater just took a stride down towards Rushworth. Didn't get anything on it. In fact, there is a ball left. Again, I've lost count. You've only got to count to 6, David. There's 1 ball left, 4 without loss. There were centuries, 2 for Matt Renfrew and the young wicketkeeper Root for Somerset. They are still playing there. 3:38 for 5 at Taunton against Middlesex. 1 over left in that innings. As Rushworth bowls, and Slater has slapped this out for a pizza over onto the far side for 4. Went right in the line of fire where the pizza van is, the blue truck. So Slater's on to 8 without loss. Did have managed to have a chat with 1 or 2 people who were right on the scene, and I mean literally within yards of the gentleman being struck by that blow from George Drissel, and exactly as Martin said with his Spider-Man eyes from over here, the people in front of the gentleman just suddenly, obviously keen to get out of the way themselves, just at the last second moved so the ball would fall between them, and sat behind was a gentleman who copped it right on the top, or the back part of the top of the scalp, and it cut him. Didn't lose consciousness, and it was just a cut that required attending. Obviously he'll have a headache, and I'm sure lots of fuss being made of him by all his friends and family, and hopefully the club as well, but thankfully nothing worse. 8 without loss. Who's going to open the bowl in here, Marty? It's going to be George Drissel. We were just talking about him. He's another one going to bowl in sunnies. Why? As I always say, people are sick of hearing me go on about bowlers bowling in sunnies. Round the wicket, big tall right arm off spinner. Sol Budinger doesn't waste long in seeing the ball and hitting the ball usually, and he's chopped this one away for his first run. 9 without loss. Notts Outlaws set to score 2-2-7 after Middlesex, beg your pardon, after Durham were bowled out for 2-2-6 with 5 overs left unused. Do apologise, Middlesex were here all day on Friday, so the brace-girdle brain works that Middlesex will be stuck in my head for about the next 3 days, and after then, when we go to Edgbaston on Wednesday, I'll be calling them Durham. Next ball is allowed to pass through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. I think the breeze is I mean, there wasn't even a significant enough breeze to say, oh, isn't it breezy? But there was a gentle one. I think even that has largely died away as Slater eases this into the offside, and there's no run. Slater got 90 here on Friday. That lengthy partnership with Asiba Mead, who got 114. Threatened to take Notts close. Did take Notts close, but not quite over the line. Next one's pushed into the offside, and there's no run. 10 without loss. Drissel, umpire at this end is umpire Malinder. Next one's pushed into the offside. As I mentioned, had a little bit of a natter and a catch-up with Liam Patterson-White. 5 wickets today, 4 of them LBW. he said. And my answer was, well, that's what I'd have said as Budinger tries to tee off, misses it, goes through to the keeper. 10 with Outlaws, said all 4 absolutely plumb. He said I wouldn't have appealed for any of them if I didn't think they were out, but they were all absolutely plumb. And as I say, I said, well, that's what I'd have said if I'd have been the bowler. But there we are. Some days you get them, some days you don't. 10 without loss after 2 overs as Martin returns from his technical issues with BBC Radio Newcastle.
That was quite nice, that ham and mushroom.
Was it all right?
Lovely. Mind you.
Bit of a queue?
No, there wasn't. I feel sorry for the people in there because they're standing in front of this huge pizza oven fired by charcoal and it's rather hot, to say the least. Rushworth then. Coming in here just 1 off that last over. Right arm over. The ball's played off towards the covers. Dot ball. Yeah, there's no queue, Dave, if you want to get yourself over there.
Yeah, I'm alright, but...
You're happy with your spam sandwiches, right?
Yeah.
Ben Slater on strike, left-hander. Rushworth comes in and bowls. Slower ball, played up to mid-off, misfielded by Coughlin, I think that is, and he's now got a chase on his hands as it runs up towards the boundary. And he'll get 2. It was played at him, but it seemed to go right through his hands. Sol Budinger, the other opener, who I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's Ginger.
No, I'm just trying to remember whether I've seen him play against
Rhymes
Durham or
with
not.
Ginger.
Did he play in the T20s?
Budinger.
Budinger. Yeah. Rushworth bowls. Oh, he's bowled him off stump. And that is the end of Slater, and he departs this mortal coil of a ground, rather than the actual full mortal coil. He's gone for 11.
Yeah, there was a good bit of bowling. It appeared, obviously we're not in line. Those of you watching the live stream will have had a much better view of it than we had, but looked a very good delivery. Ben Slater pushing forward, and as Marty said, it knocked back maybe a bit middling off. Good bit of bowling, and Slater has gone, made 11 of the 12. Just what Durham needed. The feel that they're at least going to be competitive. They're going to be making Notts work hard. Again, Notts are doing what they did on Friday, sending Dane Schardendorf out at 3. He was on his way back about 90 seconds later for a 2 or a 3 ball duck, Marty, on Friday. So Dane Schardendorf will be hoping to stick around a little longer. The Notts wicketkeeper is on his way out to the middle to join up with Sol Budinger. Rushworth, as he has done over the years, being a problem for the Notts top order.
What was the target again? 2-7. On a used wicket, which is obviously offering a lot of the spinners. But it's a seamer who gets the first wicket from the Durham point of view. And the new batsman fends this one away.
Yeah, it's interesting they've gone with spin at this end, isn't it? They're sort of having sixpence one way and half a bob the other. They're trying and out both pace and pace off in the early stages, and it's pace that's got the wicket.
From Zimbabwe, isn't he, Dane Schardendorf? Yeah. Tries to drive this one from Rushworth and slams it down into the ground and straight back to the bowler.
Penny says, agree with everything that has been said earlier, that it's just too warm for me out there. Need to be somewhere where there's a little bit of shade. But
yeah, there's quite a nice breeze. There's quite a nice breeze across the ground, but it's just blowing warm air at you.
It is the thing
and
with these outgrounds.
I've said it before, Dave, and I'll say it again, but this is a cracking drying day, and you could get through about 5 loads of washing this afternoon. It'll be dry in about half an hour. Rushworth bowls. Schondorf defends. Where's my match notes going on with that?
And it's the end of the over. 12 for 1. Here's the not score, losing Ben Slater in that over. Bowled by Chris Rushworth for 11.
What have I got written down for Schondorf? And he's 20 years old. He's a keeper from Harare. This is his 13th game. Made his debut last year in the one days against Warwickshire. 114 runs, highest score 44 against Surrey last year. He's got 19 runs in 4 games this year. Has played for Zimbabwe under 19s, not under 18s. And I love this name of this cricket club, Mansfield Hosiery Mills Cricket Club.
Here's Drissell bowling to Budinger on the front foot. Eases it out into the covers, no run. Played a couple of really explosive innings so far in this competition, Budinger. First 100, everybody thinks isn't too far away, as this one steered into the offside. Looked as if he was going to get it at Bristol, out for 89. Takes a single to double his score onto 2, 13 for 1. Takes young Shady down onto strike from the spinner for the first time, Dane Schardendorf.
Is that cricket club the cricket club of a mill, or is it just sponsored by them, do you know?
Well, yeah, it was a company, the Hosiery Mills. 13 for 1 is the score. Bit of a powwow going on here amongst the Durham think tank.
Are they an independent think tank?
Not entirely sure what. Liam Travaskis has come over and he's had a word with George Drissell. Does he hold any status, Travaskis? Is he the official vice captain or any such, or is he just somebody maybe that's played against Schardendorf? But he certainly seemed to have some intel to pass on. This one's worked away behind square. Schardendorf off the mark with his first run. He'll be pleased about that. You don't want to you don't want to bag a Grantham pair, do you? Having been out for naught on Friday, but he's away. 14 for 1. May well be a blast in the ear of everybody as they hit half-time at the City Ground and come back here for an update. And here is Budinger, and for the first time he unloads, and that might also be out of the ground. It's been slammed down here. Will Smith is the only one who could have caught it, and that's probably if he'd come out of the fourth official tent and run round the back of it. That was a monster blow from Budinger, and if it's anything like when we've seen him before, he's looking in the mood.
He's gone behind the toilet, says Chris Rushworth.
Behind the toilets and maybe into the car park. Big hit from the youngster. Got on to 8, 20 for 1. That was the direction where the ball went last year when Notts defeated Northants, and it was Dane Patterson who we had on the mic for a few minutes earlier on today. He had the winning blow. A thrilling game that was, and Notts won it with 2 balls to spare. Dane Patterson at the crease, and he hit Ben Sanderson for a 6 in that direction to win it.
Shall I go and have a look for the ball? Oh, the spare box has come out.
The spare box. 20 for 1.
60 quid's worth of ball hanging in the bushes somewhere.
I don't mind it in the bushes, just so long as it's not embedded in my bonnet or windscreen or whatever. 20 for 1, because it was in that general sort of direction. Steady down, young master. Sol, hit him in the other direction.
Oh, Stanley McAlenden's found the ball.
Is he from good northeastern stock, young Stan?
Cumberland. He is from Carlisle, and his dad works with us at the BBC.
Oh. That's... and young Master Bushnell also has been rooting around in the bushes.
We've just seen young Master Bushnell in the bushes.
So there's Drissell. Eventually play's going to restart. Balls to Budinger. Ooh. And, well, it went again, did Budinger, and missed it, and it goes through to the keeper.
Have you
20 for 1.
Have you been writing the play for a period costume Sunday night drama, Young Master Bushnell?
Dressel bowls and backed away. Budinger steers it to Travaskis at backward point. No run. Over, says umpire Malinder. The Ghost, big Leeds United fan. 2-2 yesterday, David. Not very good, he said, at the toss. Not very good. He'll tell you everything you want to know about Leeds United, marching on together and all that. Spent one or two hotels, or one or two stays in hotels for away matches when they've been on the telly on the big screen, and the umpires often stay in the same hotels as the away players. And loves his football, loves his Leeds United. 20 for 1 after 4.
He's not from Leeds, is he?
No, I don't think so, no.
Doesn't he live in the Nottinghamshire area? Rushworth in. All played by Schardendorf.
I don't know where he lives, but he played for Somerset and North Ends, didn't he?
Right. Northampton then, I think.
Absolute scorcher at Grantham.
Oh, El Scarcio. Just looking at George Dressel's figures, he's played in 7 list days and taken 2 wickets. Best figures 1 for 21, and that was for Somerset against Glamorgan last year. Rushworth in. Oh, a rising ball, and I think Travaskis thought that was an edge. It's whatever it was, it's bounced out the keeper's gloves.
Don't normally spoil people's enjoyment with football news, but I think it'll be hard to avoid today. I think anybody who wants to know what Forest are doing will be following Forest, and they're in front right on half-time. New signing Taiwo Awonyi has scored, as it says, Forest's first Premier League goal in 23 years.
Driven by Schardendorf out through the covers towards the ice cream van on the far side of the ground for 4. Just lent into that one.
So Forest up and running, at least in terms of goals. Still a little bit of stoppage time to play at the end of the first half there, and then the second half they lead West Ham 1-0. James Hayes, the 21-year-old who didn't get a wicket today, took 2 on Friday, his debut, just chatting to his bowling coach Kevin Shine.
Rushworth in again, same shot, but this time it doesn't quite have the power in it. And it goes up towards wide, mid-off.
Just in front of the tent, no doubt. Just going to do a lap of the ground and no doubt just discuss the way things went.
When were Forest last there then? What year was it?
98-99 they got relegated.
So that was the second time, because we saw them, it's Rushworth bowls. This is defended by Schardendorf. That match we went to see Forest against Villa in '93, that was the first time they went down.
Yeah.
And that was Clough's last season.
Yeah.
I can't remember if they were actually confirmed as relegated that day or if it came a few days later.
Yes, I think they were down a long time. The last game was against Sheffield United, but they were down by then.
Well, they must have been up. No, they must have been up about 96.
Yeah, Frank Clark brought them back.
Yeah, because I saw Sunderland win there 4-0 or 4-1.
24 for 1 at the end of the 5th. Yeah, they had a spell in Europe. They got through to a UEFA Cup quarter-final against Bayern Munich in their first year back. 5 gone, 24 for 1. I promise, unless there's another Forest goal, we'll stick to the cricket. 24 for 1 after 5. 5 runs to Dane Schardendorf and 8 to Sol Budinger. Seba Mead came in at 4 on Friday after these 3. Then Lyndon James, then Matt Montgomery, then Lyndon James. Yeah, there's Budinger just opening the face, running it down towards the third man fence, and the ball will win that charge despite the fielder going after it. I was confused because I thought it was Travaskis, the only one wearing a white floppy, but I see he's not, and Travaskis is over on our side of the ground. So who's that in the distance in the white floppy? Might that be Rushy? No, because Chris Rush was here at mid-on.
Madison normally wears a floppy.
There's Dressel then to bowl to Budinger. Hit him for a big old 6 in the last over. Blocks this one. 28 for 1. Knots require 199. It's going to get hard for us
Clark.
if the Graham Clark, thank you very much. Drissel Bowles worked off his hip nicely. And is there any protection out here? There isn't. That's going to be another Buddinge boundary. Whipped it through mid-wicket. Of course, only 2 allowed out in the ring. I was looking to see if there was another fielder on this leg side who might be in a position to cut it off, but there wasn't. So nicely played. 32 for 1 here at Grantham. After this, Notts have got 3 matches left. Warwickshire at Edgbaston, Leicestershire at Grace Road, and then finish at Welbeck against Surrey. Next one's forced by Buddinge out into the offside, has to scamper quickly and does. Beats the throw. 33 for 1. With Durham got to go.
They're at home to Sussex on Wednesday, which is free entry for all.
That's a long old drive, you know. Well, you'll have done it the reverse. Oh, you'd normally fly down to Gatwick, don't you, money your private jets?
Don't think you can fly to Gatwick anymore now from the northeast.
Drissel into Schardendorf. Cramped for room, tries to chop it away, but just plays it down in the ground, fielded by Slip Coghlan.
Drove all the way to Hove last year and never saw a ball bowled at Raindor.
How far's that then?
350 miles.
But
thankfully, it was done via Beckenham and then Radlett on the way home.
Next ball, cut away again by Schardendorf. And again, he can't get a run, and the shy comes in rather. I was going to say rather unnecessarily. It wasn't. Have a go. Somebody backing up. Why not? 33 for 1 after 6.
You wouldn't want it to be any further, Dave, because any further and you get wet.
Yeah, no. What did you say? 350.
From the Riviera.
Yeah.
Robert Potter's emailed. He said, "Hello, Marty. Enjoying the commentary and have been fascinated by the discussion on Durham's disciplinary issues. So I have found on the Cricket Disciplinary Commission web pages the following. This goes back to the 2020 season. Durham's cricketers have been found guilty of 7 disciplinary offences. Ned Eckersley twice, 1 point and then 3 points. Paul Coghlan 1 point, Scott Borthwick 1 point, Liam Travaskis 1 point, Harry Crawshaw for Durham's seconds 1 point, and Gareth Hart 3 points.
I was
Durham were 37, so Notts have got the jump on them as Budinger cuts into the offside. There's no run.
Got a tweet from North Yorkshire. Chris says, I can confirm it is a cracking drying day. I had the towels on the line this morning. They were dry in no time.
Yeah, you just have to get them in quickly though, otherwise they get baked hard, don't they? Hopeless. Next one's hit back to Drissel, almost on the full by Budinger.
Right, the email about the points. So go back to that quickly. Robert Potts emailed. He's had a look on the Cricket Disciplinary Commission. I don't know how up to date it is, but he's found 7 instances, he said, of points handed at Durham for disciplinary matters.
Next ball on its way now. Drissel round the wicket, bowls, and Budinger he seems to be all or nothing today. If he's not smashing it over the hedge, he's just forward defensively blocking. Just wonder if his...
That goes back to the 2020 season. I thought I saw in the email yesterday that it was from last year to this year.
Next ball on its way, and here he comes again towards us. Now is this going to land on our roof? Listen for it. Oh, now then. Marty, I was looking. It's 4 signalled by the fielder.
I didn't see where that landed there. There's 2 ropes. I think that's a 6.
Well, Chris Rushworth was right by it, said it was 4.
Yeah, but there's 2 sets of rope. So I don't know if he's looked at the second set and thought that was a 4.
No, I think, well, whatever, it's 4, 54 for 1 from 38, but it's one of those where we didn't know where it was coming. It's quite close to us. He's hit this uppishly to, well, there's nobody there. Again, I've got this, part of my view is obscured by the stanchion holding the marquee up, and I just thought if there's somebody at mid-off in the ring, he's going to catch that, but there wasn't. End of the over, 55 for 1, Budinger 39. Shardendorf 5. We've had 8 overs, so a couple more overs in the power play. Bowling change, I think.
Gibson coming into the attack by the looks of things. Yeah, if you were up first thing this morning, Dave, we've got a cycle on our washing machine. Does clothes in an hour. Empty it, get them on the line, get the next slot in.
I wouldn't know about any of that. It's technical.
I knew you wouldn't. That's why I mentioned it.
I don't do things with plugs on or batteries in or whatever.
Or ironing or washing. Know how to use an iron? You must have done it in the RAF.
Yeah. But I always do it wrong.
Is that what you're told afterwards?
That's what I'm told. Right. So
do you deliberately do it wrong so that you don't have to do it?
Well, thereby hangs a tale, but sometimes it's easier if I do it myself than leave you to do it. You always do it wrong. Not paraphrasing anybody at all in particular.
So Gibson,
who's this?
It's Gibson, right arm over from the Gorse lane end. That's towed up in the air. There's 2 under it, and it's looping around. Oh, and they've held a catch against a bright sky. And that is the end of Budinger for 39. So Gibson gets him with his first ball.
Yep, 55 for 2. The start of the 9th over. And
might have been Sean Dixon with a catch. Did you just say Sean Dixon there?
I didn't hear what the gentleman said on the tannoy.
I think it was Dixon.
It'll all be clarified in the fullness of time. 55 for 2 as Hasiba Mead is on his way out. 6 matches in this competition, 2 centuries for Notts, 2 matches last year, 100 on debut, 4 matches this year. The Notts skipper scored 114 on Friday here against Middlesex.
The scorecard's frozen.
It's a good catch, miscue from Budinger. Heaving it away again on the leg side. It went up, the fielder inside the ring mid-wicket, rushing back, and he had to watch it. It swirled, it twisted, it turned, and he caught it. And as Marty said, white ball looking up into that coloured sky is never easy. We often see the red ball much clearer when the sky's like this. It's not bright, brilliant blue. It's a hazy, very pale blue, and the white ball can get lost in it. But that was a nicely judged catch.
My instinct was Sean Dixon, who I think is now fielding in mid-wicket, and that's where that one went, wasn't it? Gibson then to Hamid. Gorse Lane end, he bowls. Hamid pulls a short one off towards long leg for 4, rather effortlessly.
Yes, he was in prime form on Friday, and I've seen nothing there to make me think that he's lost any of that form in the 48 hours since he left the crease. Handsome shot, 59 for 2. Again, there's a bit of a powwow going on at the far end. Umpire is Sue Redfern. Hope she's enjoyed her day. I'm sure she has.
The scoreboard said 55 when that wicket fell, so 55 for 2, and he got 35. But when I first looked, it said 39.
It did.
And then 4 disappeared. In comes the bowler. That's gone through to the keeper. The wicket hasn't appeared.
They'll be sorting it out. It'll come.
The first ball of the over has been listed as a 4 rather than the wicket.
It'll change.
So there's some issue with their on the scorecard there. So it came after 8.1 overs.
Somebody behind the screen at the far end. Look, despite the screen being there, you can see them.
Yeah. Gibson in, defended by Hamid. Yeah, but they're not. They're not
in front of the black screen now. But I'm just thinking when you are using the white screen, somebody walks behind it, you can actually see. I mean, you always urge people to go behind the sight screen, but you can see it clear as day.
The wicket's appeared now. The 4's gone. So they're obviously undoing something that went wrong in the system there. Might be the heat again. 59 for 2 though. Gibson into Hamid. He leaves this one. Angles passed off stump and it's taken low towards the leg side by McIntosh. The main scoreboard on the left hand corner they've switched it all off now. So looks like a house, doesn't it? A small house is in brick. That is working, and it's got its back to the sun. So. This is the last ball of the over. It's a full toss down the leg side and it's away for 4. Hits the advertising hoarding just to the right of our marquee. Just strayed too far there, Gibson. But he got a wicket with his first ball. Danger man, Budinger out for 35, I think. Added 43 for the second wicket at the end of the over. 63 for 2.
Yeah, 8 from the over. As I was going to say breeze picks up, but it doesn't. We've got a fan on here. Put a bit of paper down and it suddenly takes off and tries to blow away, but it's the fan rather than the breeze. 63 for 2. Notts require 160 more. They've got 41 overs at their disposal. They've got 1 more over of power play. And Dane Schardendorf has 9. Asif Hamid has 8, and there's going to be a second bowling change. Captain Borthwick's there. Can't see who he's talking to. It's going to be a bowling. It's going to be Liam Travaskis. To bowl his left arm spin. 1 over. Where he'll only be allowed 2 fielders inside the ring. Do you say thanks, Skip, when he puts you on with only 2 allowed out? I guess now that Budinger's gone, it's slightly less of a risk.
Was Dixon with a catch.
So Travaskis to bowl to Schardendorf. Coughlin at slip. Dixon in there fairly close on the offside. That one just pops up and runs through to Coughlin. 63 for 2. Does he bowl these days, Paul Coughlin?
Yeah, but he only bowled 3 overs the other day because they said he had a bit of a niggle.
It's Travaskis. Bowl into the Notts keeper. Forces it to backward point. No run. Fielded there. This one is defended. Who's that with the floppy sun hat? I'll swear it said number 8.
Where?
The backward point, floppy sun hat.
Can't see anybody behind there. Well, that'll be Dressel then, won't it?
It will. That's exactly who it is.
Oh, you're out.
There's a dreadful waste of a wicket as Schardendorf comes charging down the wicket. May have been bowled, if not he was stumped by about 5 yards. But
wasn't even in the frame there, was he, from the side on camera?
Once he came missing, dancing down and missed it, he was going to lose his wicket one way or another. As I say, the suspicion was it might just have clipped a bail, but it went through to the keeper who made sure. But we'll have to just check what that goes down as. But it's 63 for 3, and he's gone anyway for 9, and very much game on now as we I think suspected, I won't say feared, as we suspected a low-scoring game. It might be a low-scoring thriller, relatively speaking. 226 Durham, not so 63 for 3. So Liam Travask is striking in his first over. It's final over of the power play, so in a sense you can understand why he was doing it. In another sense, you would say what a waste, really. There'll be more gaps in the overs to come, as two fielders would no doubt have been released out into the wild. At 63 for 3. We'll just check and see what the official confirmation is, whether it was stumped or bowled. But
I think it was
a waste
stumped.
of a wicket.
I saw the wicket keeper.
It was certainly one or the other, but it may have clipped a bail on its way through to the keeper, who made sure. But they've all got the walkie-talkies, so the scorers will know in a second.
They're saying it's got bowled on there.
Right.
I thought he was stumped. I thought that he was so far down the track.
I thought I saw a bail going one way, and then the ball obligingly went to the keeper, who made sure. But out is out is out. At the end of the 10th, 63 for 3 is the score at the same stage. Durham had 50 on the board, 50 for 1. So not so better off by 13 runs, but worse off by 2 wickets. And that was a wicket maiden as well, I think. Yeah. 63 for 3 after 10. New man is Matthew Montgomery.
Yeah, it's hit leg stump. But he wasn't in the frame. Why, it's a sticky day. Gibson coming into bowl to Hamid. Defends around about middle and leg. So Matt Montgomery was the new batsman, wasn't he?
Yep. Still leaves Lyndon James and Liam Patterson-White.
Played by Hamid into Dixon, short extra cover. Now Dixon's just wearing a cap today. He normally wears a wide brimmer. Montgomery, what's he playing? 17 list days, including this one, 529 runs. He's got 104 KwaZulu-Natal against Western Province in 2019. Highest not score, 87 against Sussex this year. And 521 runs in all. But Hamid is the man who is on strike as bowler comes in. That's off the edge, and it's down to well, it's gone for 4. Deep backward point for 4.
Poor old fielder out there. Got a feel for him. He's got up in bits. Might be Graham Clark.
Yeah.
He dived, which in itself is risking plenty of injury, and seems as if he's grazed his hand along the ground, but as he dived the ball took the most unkind bobble, so he was along the ground in a perfect position to stop it if it rolled along the ground, but it bobbled up high over his arm and away for 4.
Back in again. Hamid forward to this one, goes towards point, no run. Gibson in again. Where's that gone? That's gone out towards mid-on. The angle we're at, we're down at fine leg here, right down in the corner of the ground. That looks like mid-wicket, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's...
you have to sort of juggle in your brain where, roughly, you need to turn things around about 25 degrees.
It's not ideal, Marty, but we're watching a game of cricket in the sun. What's to moan about, really?
The heat.
That was... That was my philosophy when I went to Taunton last week. Everybody told me how bad it was.
Turned away by Hamid down towards fine leg for 1, just in front of our commentary position.
Have you been in the sweat box at Taunton yet?
Yeah, well, we were there on Wednesday.
Oh, of course you were, yeah.
And,
of course you were.
What we did was, we got the...
Yeah, we were outside in the gazebo as well.
The big sign with all of the advertisers, the sponsors on that they do the interviews against. We grabbed that and we put it around the back of us, so that provided a bit of shade from the back.
Yeah. Yeah, but
I had the brain to turn up in shorts and a t-shirt and absolutely melted, whereas Anthony was in trousers and a shirt. He said he didn't feel it was right to turn up to cover a game of cricket in shorts, and I said, "I'm sorry, but I'm going for personal well-being."
Yeah, it's. I think at Outgrounds you expect, a little bit of something different, and if you've only got 1 or 2 positions on the ground where you can get a connection and be able to commentate to the listeners and provide a service for the viewers as Travaskis starts a new over and Hamid gets a single to move to 14, then so be it. I think at a county headquarters, especially one that's hosted internationals and hopes to hold more big games, I think the fact that the BBC commentators are at deep mid-wicket in a sweat box is far from perfect, as Montgomery goes down on one knee and a lap sweep, gets a single. 69 for 3, that becomes 70 for 3, but I think wherever you were sat the other day, you were in danger of being walloped by the ball, weren't you?
Bounced past us a few times.
Benny Green, 150 was it? If it got a dozen more, it would have been the most remarkable turnaround. 70 for 3. Hamid again on the front foot, literally drives through mid-wicket. If that goes for 4, I mean, he's just pushed that for 4. That was just placement by Asib Hamid, and the ball has absolutely raced away over the mid-wicket fence for 4. 74 for 3. He's on to 18, or has it gone up? You've always got to second guess yourself and have a little bit of a look. Travaskis in again. Hamid this time opens the face, runs it away on the angle of 45, and will come back for 2 to go to 20, and it's 76 for 3. It's gone out there, and with all due respect to everybody else we've seen, looked a class apart so far. Asib Hamid, it really has. Liam Travaskis to try and keep him quiet. Bowls, and it's hit into the offside, and he has got him! Caught at extra cover. Now that could be a hugely significant moment. Hamid playing absolutely beautifully, has crisply driven it into the offside. It was only about 9 inches high and low down. Sean Dixon takes his second catch of the innings, and that now is very, very much game on, and Notts have got quite a way to go from here. They're 76 for 4. They've lost the skipper on 20. Second wicket for Travaskis, and a second really good catch from Sean Dixon.
Yeah, it was low. He had to dive forward to get it. We had a good view of it because it was coming, the angle he played it at, it was coming straight towards our position.
Lyndon James is on his way out to the middle, so there's still a bit in the in the Notts hutch. Liam Patterson-White probably in at 7. Fatty Singh, I've got 45 here off 22 balls the other day. He likes to have a bit of a dash. Brett Hutton, Zach Chappell, James Hayes.
151 still needed.
So second wicket for Liam Travaskis. Notts 4 down.
Durham were, what were they? They were 113 for 4, Notts 76 for 4, so that's a bit of an advantage in Durham's favour at the moment.
Lyndon James taking guard, only got 7 on Friday. He just first real attacking shot of intent, hit it straight down the throat of long on. There's Travaskis to bowl to him, and he defends this one. And it's the end of the over, end of the 12th, 76 for 4. And Durham bang up for this right now, and it'd be interesting if we had one of those WinViz things or predictor things.
Well, the Wasp thing, whatever it says, I always think the other team will win.
Well, as you say, 76 for 4. Durham were around about 2 down by now, weren't they, for 63. So Notts got more runs, but Durham had more wickets left at their disposal. 76 for 4. And for reasons that I can't quite fathom out, whilst a bowling change has been taken, I'm going to stand up.
Are you?
If that's all right. Otherwise, I might never ever move again.
Sticking to this seat.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
I might stand up.
I might never move again.
Do you not want to go and get your pizza?
No, I'm not not bothering with that. In fact, they're still there. They obviously haven't taken as much today or whatever, but they'd gone virtually straight after the interval on Friday. Who's this going? It's Scotty Borthwick.
Maybe they made too much dough by getting through too much.
Very good, yeah, very good.
Borthwick in from the course lane end, bounces out the keeper's gloves as batsman looks to cut at the ball.
Well, you had 2, so that would have helped them, wouldn't it?
I wasn't here on Friday.
Today, I mean, you went back for seconds, didn't you?
That's just utterly not true, Dave. Borthwick in again, little paddle round the corner, coming down towards our position. 1 run there for Montgomery. I had a little Hammond mushroom, which is quite tasty.
Just the job, isn't it? Just the job.
Yeah, because I think sometimes pizzas can be too big, can't they?
Was that what they call a rustic
size,
pizza?
Yeah.
Was it a rusticy one?
Probably. Done in a log fire. Borthwick in again, and this is left by Lyndon James.
Kevin Hand went and had one. Our good friend Kevin Hand. What would you thought he would have?
Quinoa pizza, knowing Kevin, with a bit of rocket on it.
Well, there was plenty of rocket on it. It was the vegetarian option, whatever that was, with plenty of rocket.
This is defended by James.
Nothing wrong with that, but
how quickly did he have his feet on the desk?
Very quickly. Nothing wrong with that, but our friend Kevin Hand.
We had a whip round for him during the Middlesex Durham game in the county championship at Chester Street, because he put his feet on the table one day and there was hardly any thread left on his socks. James cuts, it bounces high and away past point. There's a man out there on the boundary. It's Maddinson. He fields it back in, 1 run. So anyway, the next day, after I put a photograph on of his socks, Ash Thorpe turned up with some new socks for him. And they were decent cricketing socks as well. You know what Kev did? He left them behind.
That's how he is.
78 for 4. Borthwick into bowl. Played short to the covers. No run there.
Forest still leading 1-0, but West Ham have had a penalty saved by Dean Henderson. 78 for 4, end of the over. And out come the 12thers with drinks for the players. Or, in fact, it's just the 2 Notts batters, Lyndon James and Matthew Montgomery, getting a drink on this particular occasion. 78 for 4.
2 from that over,
So Notts are 9 runs ahead of where Durham were.
Yeah.
suspect that for Durham to win, they're going to have to bowl Notts out, aren't they? If Notts bat through the 50 overs, you'd imagine there's just so many overs left. 37, in fact. If they batted through the overs, they'd win. So Durham got to bowl them out. There's Travaskis trying to add to his 2 wickets. Lyndon James has a slip and a very close short extra cover in there. He blocks his first ball from Liam Travaskis. Still the Brollies out in force here at Sunbait Grantham. Next one is turned away by Lyndon James behind square. A little bit of yes, no, shall we? And there was no sorry on the end of it, so they did get home safely. 79 for 4. Players pose for a team photo before the start this morning. I'll try and pop it up on social media this evening. The Nottinghamshire team, I beg your pardon. This one's clipped to mid-on. Stays 79 for 4. Pint for the marker. Both Montgomery and James have 2 runs each. Travaskis off a couple of paces, bowls and slightly off the outside edge. Oh, Neil Malinder didn't like that, or didn't like something, because he's gone full teapot, the umpire at this end. Don't know why. Hands on hips. He's seems to be festooned with bits and bobs. That's Travaskis bowls, and it's gone through to the keeper. It's like he's got a white cricketing pullover hanging out of the back of his trousers, umpire Malinder. I've no idea what that could be, because obviously nobody's got any white pullovers. Unless it's Travaskis's... No, it's not Travaskis's floppy hat, because he's holding that.
It's a rag.
Down on one knee.
It's a yellow duster.
Oh, to dry the ball. Is that what it is? As Montgomery
slog
sweep, and they take a couple of runs, 81 for 4. But you don't want to be weighed down with bits and bobs. Yeah, look, he's holding his sunglasses for Travaskis. He's holding his floppy sun hat. He's got the ball now to look after at the end of the over as it's hurled back at him, and he's got that rag. And like I said this morning, he went out with what looked like a nice silk scarf. One of the good men, Neil Malinder.
The former Durham player Ryan Pringle has been in the runs today. He's hit 81 from 23 balls to see Burnmoor into the final to face Hetton Lions at 4:30 at Woodburn Cricket Club in the Protec 2020 finals day. Start of a new over from Borthwick, and that's bump ball out into the covers, no run there. So Hetton Lions beat Bolden earlier on, and Burnmoor have...
Is that where I've played, Burnmoor?
Beaten.
The other side of the A1 from the riverside.
Yeah, 1 run there.
Looked like an old colliery type ground in the village. Bit of a wall round it.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Gosh,
full toss, paddled around the corner here.
That was a long time ago.
Was it?
I was an athlete then.
Montgomery for 1. Who were you playing for? Not over 50s, was it, did you say?
Yeah.
Is it? Against Durham over 50s?
Yeah.
My dad played for Durham over 50s, but that was in the 1990s.
Played there 1 year and went to Stockton-on-Tees, the other one, where you always say you commentated from the cellar or some such.
Yeah, well, reported from the cellar, yeah. Balls played this time to backward point by James Noran. Yeah, that was the only place where I could get a phone line that worked, and the phone line I tapped into was attached to the alarm system in the clubhouse. So I did every report for 4 days underground in stifling heat. 2 runs here out towards deep square leg from James off Borthwick.
Slight misfield. Charlie says that last wicket was a bit careless. Need Matt and Lyndon to steady the ship and run it round, milking singles and 2s from now on. At least that's the natural game for both of these 2 classy batters. Yeah, agree with you there, Charlie. 85 for 4.
Borthwick balls, little flick out through the leg side here, and they might get 2. They're coming back for a second. They are. Travaskis with a left arm throw out from deep mid wicket. Keeper takes it, bounced awkwardly right in the corner of the square there.
He's a bit of a stump demolisher, isn't he, young Mr. McIntosh?
End of the over. 87 for 4 from 15.
The throw came in, and he, well, Better be safe than be sorry, but he absolutely demolished the stumps. But surely he didn't think for one moment he was going to run Lyndon James out. But maybe he did.
They need another 140. So the teams who have lost in those semi-finals today were Bolden Cricket Club and Cheston Street. So it will be Burnmoor against Hetton Lions in the final.
Ryan Pringle. Ryan Pringle.
Can you remember him, Dave?
I can remember him for two particular reasons.
Well, there's the obvious one.
There's the obvious one, and there's the other obvious one. 87 for 4. Here's Travaskis round the wicket. Bowls and finishing Otted. And the other one, he bowled what would have been the about the 74th or 75th over of the innings against Luke Fletcher. This is pushed onto the offside. He came on. There's a chance for a run out here, but they get home. And Fletcher took him for 12, 13 in that one over. 3 fours and a single to go from 79 to 92 to then get on strike to face Collingwood. That was when Fletcher was run out for 92. And when Pringle bowled that over, that was he's going to do this. Durham have got all the fielders set back. They're just trying to get to the second new ball. He's milking Ryan Pringle, and he's going to do it. But of course, it didn't turn out like that for Luke Fletcher as Lyndon James takes another.
Talk us through what happens, Dave.
89 for 4. Paul Collingwood came on. He hadn't bowled, not only in that match, I think you said he hadn't bowled all season or something up until that point. It was relatively early on, late April, early May, wasn't it? And he came on, and as I say, there was about 4 or 5 overs to go until the second new ball, and that's what Durham were looking to get towards. Luke Fletcher had gone in as a night watchman the night before, and at breakfast he was 2 not out and had boldly said, "Today, folks, I'm going to get 100. He genuinely said that, as this is chopped away. Anyway, wickets went down, he kept going, and he was still there at lunch, 60 or 70 not out, and the early part of the afternoon, as I say, he made his way, got, I think, 13 off that Ryan Pringle over, and that was when gosh, he's into the 90s, he's going to do this. Collingwood came on, first ball, bowled to James Pattinson, who pushed it out into the offside. End of the over here, by the way, whilst I'm blathering on. 90 for 4 after 16. And he cut it away, and Luke Fletcher at the non-striker's end set off like a hare to come down to try and get on strike. But Keaton Jennings had made a brilliant stop at gully, and Pattinson just yelled, "No, get back." Fletcher turned, slipped, tried to make his ground, threw his bat through the air, trying to get his bat in, as if that counted. But Jennings' return to Collingwood was good, and he whipped off a bail, and everybody had a good old cry. 90 for 4.
I just remember all that in slow motion, and
Yes.
No. Borthwick in here, bowls, and played away towards point by Montgomery, no run.
That was 2017.
I thought as he turned to come back, he sort of tripped over his bat and let go of it, and he went stumbling, didn't he?
He slipped, but he said, "I thought I'd throw my bat in, see if that counted."
Borthwick in again to Montgomery. Montgomery forward to this one, plays it to the covers, no run.
It's a bit of a waste, as I say, there were runs to be had, but
has
there
he
we
had
are.
a century? Did he get one?
No, that was it. 92 is his best, but he did have a 92 back in 2008 against Hampshire when he first started.
Borthwick bowls. It's full toss. It's played out through the covers, and Maddinson's across where the man got hit in the head this morning, and he manages to stop it. 2 runs. Lots of dust coming up as he dived in there. Most of these Durham players have got long sleeves on, probably to try and protect themselves, A, from grass burns, and B, the sun, but there's 1 or 2 using sort of tubey grips instead, and short sleeves. That's cut towards backward point, stopped by Clean.
He will have a bowl, won't he?
I would think so, yeah.
I like to see a young whippersnapper on his debut come on and impress.
Borthwick once again, another full toss, played out into the covers, no run. Breeze continues, a stiff, very warm breeze. It's 31 degrees here this afternoon. Borthwick bowls. Lots of dust coming up there as that's fired off towards Clark at point. He couldn't quite stop it. It rolls out towards Maddinson on the boundary, 1 run.
Was it Isley Brothers, Summer Breeze?
Yeah, that was a good song.
Was it blowing through the jasmine in my mind?
Yeah.
What's jasmine in your mind?
I don't know.
Is that a flower?
Yeah, probably. 17 overs, 93 for 4, and we have a drinks break.
And we also have a loo break for umpire Malinder by the looks of it as he's scurrying off.
134 more needed. Just looking at the head-to-head stats for these two. They've played 41 times before this one. Works out 20 wins for Durham and 18 for Notts.
Yep.
Matches in Nottingham in 94 and 99 were wiped out by the rain, as was the game at Grantham the last time we tried here in 2019. Durham's wins work out at 11 at home, 9 away. Last win at home was in June 2016 when Keaton Jennings scored 10 from the final 2 balls of Harry Gurney's over to seal a 2-wicket win on a rain-affected day. Also beat Notts.
Was that at Durham?
Yeah, also beat Notts twice in the 2014 season, including that semi-final.
Yeah. Well, that Jennings one, I think Durham wanted 10 from 2 balls, didn't they? And it Gurney for 6 and a 4.
Yeah.
That's 2 balls.
Yeah. Yeah, because one of them was a low full toss and you hit it into the stand.
Hasn't this fixture been staged in Lincolnshire before? Didn't they have a meeting in Cleethorpes? I think Durham were one of the sides that met at Cleethorpes. I didn't go to that one. I did go to 1 or 2 of the games at Cleethorpes, but I have a funny feeling one of the games was against Durham when Marcus North got 100. Now, whether that was... I've got Marcus North 100 for Durham against Notts, but whether that was in a championship game or a List A game, Marty will look it up. 93 for 4. It is. They're all having a drinks break. Durham made 226. Top scorer Liam Travaskis, who was rapidly running out of partners towards the back end, and in fact did run out of partners. He was not out 59. Next top scorer was Nick Maddinson, 37.
2004.
Was it a one-day game?
Yeah. Toad Sport League.
Yeah, had all sorts of different sponsors, didn't it? The old John Player Sunday League sort of metamorphosised into all sorts of different competitions, and then it veered away from regular Sunday cricket. So who won that one? The last meeting in Lincolnshire. And did Marcus North get 100? I think he did.
Notts 229 for 7.
Oh, same as today.
Overs.
Same as today, almost.
What?
200 in 45 overs.
Thought I was looking at the date. 1st of August it was. Durham, Marcus North got 121. Durham made 233 for 4 in 42.4.
So Durham won.
Yeah.
There's Travaskis bowling as we restart after a lengthy drinks break.
6 wickets.
A couple of wickets. In fact, they turned down the second run. So Montgomery with a single, 94 for 4.
Turner's Logistics lorry driving past the ground. I think they've got a big depot up our way, actually. Probably got them everywhere. But
what are they doing on a Sunday down a lane?
Picking up food from a farm.
No, well, Monday to Friday. Keep lorries off the road at weekends. The campaign starts here. Next delivery's on its way from Travaskis, who's gone very nicely indeed, and Lyndon James just blocks this one. Getting through his overs. Travaskis, this is his 5th. Couple of wickets, 2 for 14 from his first 4. Tosses this up. Lyndon James unable to get bat on ball here as it goes through to the keeper.
Says they're based in Solham, which is out Anglia way,
Cambridge
isn't it? Newmarket way.
94 for 4. Travaskis round the wicket. Elegant looking drive, but straight to cover. Runs have dried up for Notts. Going nowhere at this phase of the game.
They're dotted all around the country, but there's nothing actually in our neck of the woods. There's one in the middle somewhere.
Scored 16 in the last 5 overs, and this one's hit out into the offside and a misfield, and it's lucky for Sean Dixon that there's a fielder behind him there, because otherwise it would have gone for 4, and they do take a single, 95 for 4. Travaskis in again to Matt Montgomery. Blocks this one. It is the end of the over. Just had to wait a moment. Nobody seemed particularly keen on moving or changing position, but now they've got to. 95 for 4. Lyndon James has 9 and his partner Montgomery has 11. 18 gone. Same stage, Durham had 99, so Durham are 4 runs ahead.
Borthwick is bowling here to Lyndon James. James looks to flick that one away one-handed. Borthwick was about to appeal for LBW because he'd gone into his crease, but I think he's gloved it down into the ground there.
I think it was the keeper who was the more excited of the two.
James on 9, Montgomery at the other end on 11. Borthwick bowls. He looks to cut hard, and it's gone beyond third man on the discs and towards the pavilion on our right.
Yeah, they needed that. They were just getting bogged down, weren't they? Over the last 5 or 6 overs, not too many runs.
There are caravans over there, Dave. And they behind the hedge. A couple of balls have gone in there today, but
the caravan of love. Is that the House Martins?
It was, yeah. Was that about a two-berth, or was it about a caravan
no
of
idea. Caravan of camels
in the desert?
Full toss.
Full toss from Borthwick. That's gone out towards deep mid-wicket for 4.
Well, 16 runs from 5 overs, 8 from 2 balls there. Notts going again. 100 up, 103 for 4. Not quite halfway. Need a further 124. They've got 31 overs after this.
One, 2, 4 needed, and this is the we're halfway through the 18th, 18.3 gone, the 19th, 18.3 gone so far. Borthwick bowls, pitches it. This one is flicked off the legs for 1 down towards backward square leg, and Bushnell's on as a 12th man. Feels that. Montgomery is on strike. Borthwick bowls, right arm over. Montgomery cuts, it's gone to point. Clark cuts it off. Borthwick in again, and this is cut hard to point and stopped once more by Clark. And that is the end of the over. 104 for 4 off 19. Man who came up to say hello this morning was a Nottinghamshire supporter called Graham Hall, whose son lives in Newcastle. So not sure if his son is listening this afternoon, but he is in. If he is in Gosforth, then hello.
Notts are 3 behind where Durham were at the same stage. All the other games just flowing along nicely, very much on an even keel, apart from at Hove, where Sussex 378 for 6, 174 for Pajara, century for Clark. As Travaskis starts a new over, Lyndon James blocks it. Sorry in reply already, 43 for 3 after 9. Other games in this group, Leicestershire made 338, Warwickshire 42 for 1 after 8, and Somerset 335 for 6, Middlesex 58 for 2. Next ball pushed by James out into the covers, no run. 104 for 4. I did say the other day there's not a lot of crowd noise out there, both Kevin and myself, but
everybody's asleep.
Well, I was going to say then, talking afterwards, it's blocked. I don't know if it was, so we'd had headphones on all day and we got the fan in front with a bit of a whirring noise or whatever, but talking afterwards to spectators, it was, they were giving them a terrific ovation out there. All the 50s and 100s applauded, and of course there were centuries and sixes hit galore, and 1 or 2 people said the crowd were really into it as this is pushed back to the bowler. But I sense today, it might be a case of we've got headphones on, but it does seem as if 1 or 2 might be just having a Sunday afternoon snooze.
Have you got a Atmos mic?
No, it's not coming across as a scintillating atmosphere out there. It's a tense passage of cricket as the next ball's just nudged into the offside. 104 for 4. But I hope they've enjoyed their day, and if they've taken in both days of the Grantham weekender, then all power to your elbow. 104 for 4 at the end of that over, so that's a maiden. Good stuff from Liam Travaskis, who's like Liam Patterson-White, he's tied things up from this end, but as yet not had as much success. But he's on course. He's got a couple of wickets and still got 4 overs left.
In the far left corner of the ground, there's quite a few people have gone double up with the umbrella sunshade type armoury. So they've got umbrellas on the ground protecting the legs, and then a few of them look like they're sitting under bigger fishing shelter things.
You can have one thing: a fan, an umbrella, a cold drink or an ice cream. What you having? You can only have one.
I would be under the umbrella, I think. How long does the drink last for?
Well, a drink can last all day if you don't drink it.
Be bubbling away by now. And this one, was that a maiden, was it? Yeah.
It was a maiden.
Yeah.
So is this Nick Maddinson going to have
It is, yeah, he's a
twirl?
spinner.
Aussie. Scored 37 at the top of the Durham innings several hours ago. Play getting underway at 11 o'clock. Here is Maddinson round the wicket.
Left arm spin. First ball is played off towards point for 1 run by Montgomery. He moves on to 12, and at the other end, Lyndon James is on 18, 105 for 4. Maddinson bowls. Played out through the covers, or it's gone away for 4 towards the boundary, or is it? Oh, good diving stop from Clark. I don't know how he got round there, but it's such a deceptive angle we're sitting at. It went through past Dixon. Beyond, I think. I'm trying to think who that is in there.
So there's another fielder out there who helped him.
Yeah, and then Clark came around and stopped it on the boundary. Little tickle down the leg side. It's going to run away for 4, I think. I don't think Bushnell will get round there, and he won't. Down, fine leg.
Where's young Master Colleen? We want to get him involved. Get the debutant on.
He's at third man on the discs.
He is. He is. Come on, Skip. When's my chance? When's my chance?
11 for 4.
Oh, feet off the ground.
Balls. 1 to come for the over.
1 fell at 2-2-2 on Friday.
Dot ball.
Got my feet off the ground, so it wasn't my fault.
Well, they're in contact with the ground because you've got them on the chair. Little nerdle around the corner here, no run. 1 ball left of the over.
Durham are 113 at the end of this over, Notts are 111. Of course, Durham didn't get any from the last 5 overs.
Maddinson bowls.
It's good over.
Forward comes James, end of the over. So there are 7 from it.
Yeah, we're going to say there were 7 from it in the end. It seemed slightly better than that, but of course there was the one down the leg side, wasn't there? That was tickled away for 4. Lyndon James has gone past, comfortably gone past Matt Montgomery. Montgomery 12, Lyndon's got double his score on 24. Going to be Travaskis. He's 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16. Now he's appealing to umpire Malinder, who not supporters will be hoping has given his full allocation of LBW decisions today. He's not going to give that one. There was one humorous moment earlier, although some won't have seen it funny, where it looked as if he was going to give another one and ended up scratching his chin. Had a long look at it and thought about it, brought his hand around, and you thought, oh, up goes the finger again, but he just seemed to scratch his chin or maybe his nose or whatever. No run there as this is pushed into covers. 111 for 4. He's hardly flowing at the moment, young Matthew, and blocks another one. Looks like he's just trying to play Travaskis off, doesn't it? 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 16, and playing forward defensive to him. Come on, leaps and bounds, Liam Travaskis, the last couple of years. This is pushed into the offside, no run there. Runs and wickets. And is it fair to say it probably all started for him, that televised game at Old Trafford? Won a game that practically been lost. Next one is pushed into the offside. Can't quite remember the exact scenario, but that was the first time.
They lost 4 wickets in the last 2 overs, I think. Didn't he take 3 in the final over or something?
Remarkable stuff, but as the years go by, the myth will go greater and greater, coming towards the end of the over. So he asks his mid-off Mitch Killeen to drop back, and again Montgomery happy to defend. And we're through another one, 111 for 4 feet off the ground. It's his third maiden. So Knott's going nowhere, but what they are doing is trying to see off, I guess, Travaskis. It's through 7 overs, and they are at least extending the innings as long as they can. The ball getting softer, but of course the pitch has had more wear and tear on it. 100 overs practically on Friday, and 70 or so already today. 69.
Maddinson round the wicket, left hand. Oh, it's drifted down the leg side, and wide is signalled by Sue Redfern.
He's missed out there a little bit. Might have kept low though, as Lyndon James trying to swish it away.
So 1 for the wide and 1 for the run. Maddinson in again, and a cut shot past point down towards the third man boundary, cut off by Clark. 2 runs to Montgomery.
Went out for the toss, and Neil Malland, hello Dave, how you doing? Leeds United, and Sue Redfern came across.
The reverse sweep stopped by Mitchell Killeen at third man on the discs.
Hello, I'm Sue, she said. I said, I know who you are. Seen you many times on the TV. I said, just confirm for me then. I know it's your first time doing knots, is it? Yeah, it's my debut, she said.
Where's that gone? That's out towards the point boundary for 1 along the floor. Clark cuts it off.
She said that she actually said, and I'm not dropping her in, it just play on words, but she actually said, yeah, this is my first class debut. I said, it's not your first class debut, so that's Championship cricket. It might be your List A debut for the Royal London.
Dot ball there as Lyndon James plays it out towards the covers to Dixon.
But of course,
Maddinson.
She'll have done lots of other List A's, won't they? All the ODIs she's done in the women's game.
Drives at this one, and Neil Mallander's running out the road of it and leaps over the ball as it goes down towards wide third man for 1.
Terrific stuff.
Off James.
From the Ghost. 117.
Little nudge at that one. That's racing away down towards third man. It's so quick. Killeen's not going to get it. It's gone for 4. Just the tiniest little push at the ball there. Along the floor, wide of first slip and away.
Well, that sort of broke the shackles a bit with a couple of wides at the start of the over. 10 from it in all. But crikey, how quickly did that run away?
Yeah.
121 for 4. After there's always people standing in front of the scoreboard. 23 gone. 25 to Lyndon James. 19 to Matthew Montgomery. Some of the Durham players just taking it in turns to have a comfort break right now. Is that Travaskis going off?
Looks like it.
So there is going to be a bowling change. Obviously, he's going just for a little comfort break. And it's Big George going to bowl. He's not quite as big as Derbyshire's Big George, but there's a tall fella nonetheless. Big George going to come back. George Drissell, 4 overs, none for 24 earlier. So still no Mitchell Killeen on his debut.
Montgomery and James have added 45 so far. It sounded like the planes would just run out of engine there. that sounded ominous, didn't it?
Unless it's a motorbike or some such. 121 for 4. Don't know what we're waiting for. Really don't know what we're waiting for here. There's an awful lot of nothing going on. Neil Mallinder, the umpire at this end, is peering into the distance. Don't know. No idea. Marty's gone looking for an aeroplane. There's 1,500 people in the ground. Nobody else seems unduly concerned about it. And now we're going to start with George Drissell bowling to Lyndon James, who forces this into the offside. And there's no run. 121 for 4. Drissell in again. Short. Lyndon James pulls it towards the mid-wicket fence, but there's a man out there. It's Graham Clark. Fields and keeps them to 1. Good work. 122 for 4. Don't tell me there isn't an aeroplane behind us.
Not anymore.
In difficulties. Next delivery on its way. And Montgomery with a dead bat to it. That's been, by and large, Matthew Montgomery over the last 20 minutes or so. Made his way to 19 now. He's still there. Got a first baller on Friday. It's gone on the reverse. And that's going to run away towards the fence. Just looking for a third man. Again, we partially obscured our view away to that side of the ground. Thought there might be a third man down there, but there wasn't. So Montgomery gets a boundary to get him going once again. He's on 23. 26 to Lyndon James, and Notts require 101 now. Durham 226, Notts 126 for 4. I'd say Notts should get there, but if another wicket goes down now, you'd say probably Durham should win this. It's that tight a scenario as Montgomery gets a single, so a flat even 100 required. 127 for 4. When did the last wicket go down? It's 70, 76, so they've put on 51. Drissell bowls. This is an attempt at a big looking shot down the ground by Lyndon James. Gets nothing on it, and it's the end of the over. 127 for 4, and again there's a little bit of toing and froing and coming and going from the Durham players, just wanting from time to time just have a little bit of a comfort break. 24 gone, 127 for 4.
BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Radio Nottingham with you here.
Is that how you see it right now? Notts should get home, but another wicket goes down, you'd say Durham are just edging it as slight favourites. It's that close, isn't it?
It's not much in it. Oh, look, Nick Maddenson's just pulled his what do you call those things you leave all over the house? Hair bobble. Just pulled his hair bobble out to reorganise his man bun.
It's one of those, is it?
Put it back in now. He was going to come round the wicket and bowl there, but the umpires are on.
Well, I was just going to say,
talk you to the scorers at the minute.
I was just going to say he was perhaps distracted by the roar from Nottingham because the full-time whistle's gone.
This is defender goes up towards mid-wicket. No run, Travaskis Fields.
So they'll be pleased to get up and running with a victory.
Slog sweep. Is there anyone out in the deep? I can't see around the corner. It doesn't appear to be anyone out there. No, 4 runs. Why is there nobody around there?
Well, we were both looking, wondering where the fielder was. Because of the flap of the marquee, the tent, call it what you like, that we're in, we can't just quite see the final portion of the field, and fully expected somebody to be on the deep mid-wicket boundary to either catch or at least field that.
Maddinson again, flights that in, driven the other way this time, out towards Clark on the point boundary, with his back to the caravan site. Pizza van just to his right. Bars over there as well. Bet it's nice and cold in that bar with the drinks. Cold drinks on a hot day. Maddinson bowls. Defended by Lyndon James. I've just turned the gain up on my mic because one or two people said it sounded like I was off mic again, but it wasn't, the wrong way around. Oh, a wild wahoo, an attempted thrash through the covers there. He went forward and launched himself at the ball, but he did have his back foot planted in the ground, in the crease, as the Keeper took the bails off, so James...
He's a proper stump destroyer, this keeper.
Maddinson again, left arm round balls. James forward defends.
You told me you got him from Scotland, but little else.
He plays... That's the halfway stage. What is it? 1-3-2 for 4. And Durham were 1-3-5 for 4. There's absolutely nothing in this. Well, he plays for the Grange. He played for the Grange Cricket Club in Edinburgh.
Yep.
In the League of Scotland Cricket League. And went to Merchiston School in Edinburgh, which sounds far too posh for me. I think me and you might have only been able to look over the fence occasionally.
Yeah. Allowed him perhaps on Sports Day.
Yeah, Scotland under-19s, Durham Academy.
So Ned Eckersley, is he
Newcastle
resting at this stage?
No, they've let Ned Eckersley go. So nobody knows what's happened, but I gather a few weeks ago he was told he wouldn't be playing for the club anymore. That was after he'd played all the way through the season and played through the T20, and it's baffled a lot of people as to why would you let a player go mid-season who's still under contract when the squad's down to its bones with injuries and
I'm not sure who's going to bowl. Oh, it is going to be Drissell.
International selections and that kind of thing. And Ned Eckersley, initially I was told, was hoping to take up a career and he was going to go and study to be a barrister, and then he appeared on BBC Radio Leicester on Friday with Richard Ray to say he left Durham Cricket Club weeks ago.
Oh.
So,
there we are.
And he's looking for another club.
David Beddingham, is he 100 bound?
No, he's got a smashed finger.
Okay. 132 for 4. Crikey. Durham, for whatever reasons, taking their time as we now restart with Drissell bowling to Montgomery, and he's going to get a second run. Down on one knee, paddle sweeping away to go to 31. It's not so long ago when I said he's got a half of Lyndon James' runs, 12 to 24. Well, now he's in front, 31 to 26 in Matthew Montgomery's favour. He's certainly kicked on a little bit and starting to produce one or two nice shots. And again a hold up whilst Travaskis, rather than the skipper, comes over and says, hang on a minute, let's just slow things down, George, and have a word, have a chat. Definitely captaincy potential there for Liam Travaskis, whether he's in any sort of official capacity or not. He seems to be getting involved in a lot of the high-level discussions here, and it was just him and the bowler setting the field there as he bowls to Montgomery, who defends.
Well, he will be the vice-captain because he took over the captaincy duties in the T20.
There's Drissell bowling to Montgomery, works it to leg, no run there though.
He took over the captaincy duties in the T20 when Ashton Turner injured his shoulder.
Not sure. Where is Borthwick? Is he catching short mid-wicket?
Yeah.
So he is on the field, but seems to be leaving it to Travaskis. This one swept down to fine leg for a single, 135 for 4. Or maybe it's just a little bit of spinner's insight from Travaskis to Drissell, but he was over chatting to him and helping set the field. Drissell bowling, Lyndon James slightly bent at the knees, brings the bat down to club it out to Killeen at long on, showing no sign of warming up or getting himself ready for a bowl. 136 for 4. Notts require 91 more. This partnership getting them through these middle overs. This one's pushed back to the bowler. End of the 26th, 136 for 4. At the same stage, Durham were 136. Didn't they lose?
They lost 6.
Didn't they lose a couple of wickets on that score? Yeah. So
that was when Coghlan went and McIntosh went, wasn't it?
So it's neck and neck in terms of runs, and again an opportunity for the two Notts players to have a drink brought out to them. Kev used a phrase on, it wasn't Kev, it was yesterday at the football, my co-commentator Mark Stallard. Quite right, absolutely agreed with him, just suddenly came out and said there's an awful lot of faffing about going on, and it seems like it at the moment. It is a hot old day, but nobody seems in a rush to do anything. Seems to take forever, doesn't it, to turn round and go from one over to another.
Siesta cricket.
Yeah.
Chris Rushworth back into the attack, trying to see if he can break this partnership, which is currently worth 60 now.
Was just the beginning.
I have nothing but
143 for, he's looking for somewhere cool. There's Rushworth into Lyndon James, who will pull this through mid-wicket for 4. There's nobody out there. Well, there is, but the ball was already over the road.
Bushnell out there,
have
aren't
to
they?
go and fetch it back.
Bushnell's first. Yeah, he's.
Are they fielding 12? 147 for 4.
Looks like Bushnell is a 12th man.
I think it is.
He's more or less fielding next to the Durham supporters bus in the car park. He's that far around the corner. It's a big area, this, isn't it? This ground. I remember the last time we were here thinking what a big sports ground this was.
148 for 4. Just. Well, it's. I'm a little confused because it said 143 for 4, and that boundary's taken it to 148 for 4. Can't have got a 5 with a no ball because it would have been 2. So maybe they were still catching up from the previous single. I'm not entirely sure. The other board is working away to our left, or it's just been switched back on. Can't see it. It's that far away. As Rushworth bowls, Lyndon James drives out into the offside towards the ice cream van, which I'm sure has done a roaring trade today. 149 for 4 here on BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Radio Newcastle. Fifth game for Durham as well, isn't it? Fifth game for both these sides in the Royal London One Day Cup. Notts 2 wins, 2 defeats. Durham have won 1 so far, looking to make it a second win today and get those points back, as this one's chopped down to third man, and that will be the 150, I think. I'll believe it when it goes up. It does now. 150 for 4, 35 to Lyndon James, 38 to Matt Montgomery.
Tiny sliver of applause. 28.4 overs.
77 more required. Next delivery on its way, hit him in the pads and gone. Lyndon James goes, he went deep into his crease, feared for it. Well, it didn't get up that much, and Chris Rushworth has got a wicket. Now that might just be the start of this game beginning to turn back towards the visitors. Rushworth with his second wicket. He bowled Ben Slater early on. Now he's got another of the established Nottinghamshire County Championship first team. Lyndon James trapped LBW for 35. It's the first one of the day given by Sue Redfern, but once again, you have to say, despite our angle, it looked very, very adjacent from here, and that's it's a ridiculous thing to say because we're not in line, but just everything about you told you that the finger was going to be raised then, and up came the finger. There is the Sunderland slugger, Liam Patterson-White. Not that they have such things as Man of the Match awards and bottles of champagne and such, but he'd be a prime contender at the halfway stage after his 5 wickets. Can he get a few with the bat now? 150 for 5 as LPW makes his way out to the middle to join Matt Montgomery.
Added 74 for the 5th wicket with Montgomery. 150 for 5, 77 needed. I was talking to Liam Patterson-White during lunch, and he said how fond memories of living in Wearside in Sunderland.
Did he say that, or did he say I can't actually remember?
He said he's proud to have been born in Mackham.
Did he not say I was too young to remember anything about it, Marty?
He can't remember anything of his first 4 years, or even the house move down to Nottingham. Of course you'd remember when you were 4.
He said he couldn't.
Can you remember going to Dubai?
What, when I was 4?
Were you not? 6, were you?
Oh, you...
Oh. Yeah. Real. Well, no, where did you go in Wales? Tenby? Anyway.
So that's an important wicket for Durham. It's not the end of the over. So the left-hander on strike. Liam Patterson-White. Chris Rushworth to bowl to him. He's going to go round the wicket. Slip in there now. Skipper Borthwick. And Patterson-White plays his first ball to backward point. And there's no run. That's the end of the over. A successful one for Durham, a successful one for Chris Rushworth. 150 at the same stage. Durham had 149, so absolutely nothing in it. But again, you feel the fact that Durham missed out on those last 5 overs, even if they just got a handful of runs in each of them, might have had them in a far healthier position. But 150 for 5, they'll still believe they can win this.
29 overs gone. Liam Travaskis back into the attack for Durham from the pavilion end of the ground. 150 for 5 from 29 overs. So the required run rate, the current run rate's 5.17, and they require runs at 3.6 and over. First ball from Travaskis is defended. Mitchell Killeen doing some warming up exercises just down in front of our commentary position. He's at long off. Travaskis left arm round. Ball nudged out by Montgomery to mid-wicket. Travaskis comes round the wicket and bowls. Defended. In fact, it's gone off for 1 to square leg. Montgomery gets the run. I remember thinking of Montgomery, Jimmy Montgomery, the Sunderland keeper who pulled off that double reflex save against Leeds in the 1973 Cup final, and then I was commentating on a Sunderland game at Liverpool a few years ago when Peter Reid was the manager. I think Gerard Houllier might have been the manager of Liverpool, and Thomas Sorensen pulled off a stunning goal. I don't know where he got to it. And I asked Peter Reid in the press conference after that, I've got as Monty at Wembley, and he says, Monty at Wembley? Monty at Wembley? He says, what was that, a war film? And then he realised I meant Jimmy Montgomery rather than General Montgomery. In comes Travaskis, he bowls. Patterson-White forward to this one. And it was picked up by one of the reporters now, was described as an exuberant young reporter. I was in my late 20s at the time. Whatever happened to those days, eh? Travaskis bowls. It's gone up to Rushworth at mid-off on the discs. No run there. Can you remember being 27, Dave? Can't, no. Travaskis in. He bowls. And Patterson-White cuts off the... Oh, back foot, and that's taking a nasty bounce. Now, Chris Rushworth should have stopped that, no problem at all, and it hit a bump, and it shot up and whacked him in the ear, I think. He just couldn't react in time. It either hit him in the shoulder or the ear, but there was nothing he could do about that. Shouldn't have been a run at all, and then they ended up getting 2.
Yeah, very nasty bounce, wasn't it?
Could have been a thick ear.
End of the over, 153. I think that's exactly where Durham were.
Yeah, 153 for 6 Durham were.
Just don't get bowled out, Notts win. Another wicket, and perhaps begin to wonder if it might slip away. Is it going to be Rushworth to continue? Oh. Montgomery on strike on 39. Face Rushworth. Not entirely sure. I don't think anywhere it says what the cut-off time is. They should have plenty of time, shouldn't they? But Does seem as if taking a bit of a time to get through these overs.
Well, the last few games, which have gone right up to the end of the match, they've been around about 6:36, 6:38. It's only 22 minutes past 4 at the minute, so.
Yeah, but what time did we finish the other innings? Was it 2:05? Started at 25-3, I think, this innings. So 25-3. We're not far off 25-5. That's 2. So they've still got an hour and a half. Yeah, so they're comfortably going to do it if it goes the distance. Rushworth bowls, and this is chopped down on the offside. And I think the umpires, anyway, they give a bit of leeway because of the drinks breaks.
Yeah, they've built in time for the drinks breaks. Yeah.
154 for 5. No, I'm not saying that Durham were going to run foul of the regulations, just that it just seems to be dawdling along at a pretty pedestrian pace. And
well, I don't think knots need to be in any hurry, do they?
No, they don't. Like I say, just stay there till the end and they win, but get bowled out, obviously.
Have you got a chicken in the oven or something?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'll be last to leave. I'll have to put all the deck chairs away and pick all the litter up, wash the glasses. Rushworth round the wicket from the Gorse Lane end. Patterson White drives into the offside. Should get a couple here. Travaskis will do the fielding. Does come back for 2. Doubles his score. 4 runs he's got to go with his 5 wickets from earlier. .156 for 5, not 71 more needed. Comes Chris Rushworth again bowling. Patterson White clips it to wideish mid-on, no run. No games have finished anywhere yet. I suspect Sussex are going to beat Surrey by a country mile, but Surrey 102 for 4, still require 276 more to defeat Sussex from 31 overs, but it is very much a make-do Surrey 11 as they've had to do in this competition. This one's gone through to the keeper, doesn't take it cleanly, but there was no snick on it. Lancashire made 183 at the GS Bowl. Hampshire 76 for 5 in reply, so that one's nip and tuck in the other group. Essex made 341 at Chelmsford. Glamorgan 159 for 2. Back in our group, Leicestershire 338, Warwickshire 96 for 2 after 17. Somerset 335 for 6, Middlesex 125 for 2. Next ball defended by Patterson White. The only other one is at New Road, where Derbyshire made 312 for 9, Worcestershire 76 for 4. 156 for 5 at the end of that over, the 31st, and again the scores are absolutely neck and neck. 156 for 5. Travaskis is advancing towards umpire Malinder and offers him his floppy sonnet, so he's going to have another bowl. Travaskis has bowled 8 overs, 3 of which were maidens, 2 wickets for 19. Here he comes.
He bowls, and the first ball is played off towards the cover area from Travaskis by Montgomery, who edges up towards a 50 here, who's on a 41.
He's faced 58 balls now, not the strike rate would associate with him, but he's done a good job, and obviously if he sees the job through, then nobody can fault the way he's gone about his work today.
Patterson White on strike. Having a check to see who's out on the leg side. Deep backward square leg. Still going round the corner. Still going. Colleen's at long on, just in front of us. Rushworth's at mid-off. And that ball is met on the bounce, played out into the covers to Maddinson. Quite a bit of dust came up there.
2 sixes in the Durham innings. Liam Travaskis and George Drissell, both off the bowling of Zach Chappell. There's been 3 in this innings, all hit by Sol Budinger.
Oh, that's gone down the leg side. Was there a little nurdle off the bat there? It's down fine leg, and it's going to go for 2. Wide signalled.
That's not great from the spinner. 3 runs in all, and the extra ball, of course, to be bowled. Takes Notts a little closer.
Trescothick bowl, Travaskis bowls. I've never called him Trescothick in my life until I was at Taunton the other day, sitting next to the Trescothick pavilion, and he became Trescothick all afternoon.
Yeah.
1 run there from Patterson White towards wide and mid-off. Brings Montgomery back on the strike on 41. 161 for 5, 66 needed. Travaskis bowls. Played short in the offside. Dixon picks it up. Bearing in mind, remember, Durham yet again didn't bat out their 50 overs. They left 5 overs out there. So that aids Nottinghamshire's run chase as well, because they've got 5 extra overs in which to get these runs. Look at the dust coming up there as that one's played back to Travaskis.
They're called Taunton Hyderabad. Not sure what we're going to get here in Grantham. Dust bowl.
Comes around again, bowls. That one's played out into the covers. That is the end of that over, so 161 for 5. Durham were 162 for 6 at the same point. And 66 needed.
The next over, I've got a blank box, so I don't know.
They were 165 for 6.
Okay, and then the one after it, I've got 171, and then on it goes. But I must have been speaking to Radio Nottingham, or absent from my desk, or wiltering in the heat earlier, but I didn't make a note of the 33rd over score. 161 for 5. Here comes Chris Rushworth to begin his 8th over, 2 for 44. Bowls. He hasn't bowled him. I thought Liam Patterson White had played on then. Maybe he did as well. Look behind him, and there was some contact with something. It took the pace off the ball, and it just dropped down, missing the stumps, and ran behind the keeper, and they've taken a single. 162 for 5. The way he looked down, jerked his head round and looked down, I thought he's going to be surveying the wreckage. Montgomery on 41. Words of encouragement from Liam Travaskis, the latest Durham fielder to come down to our neck of the woods. There's a clip to mid-wicket, no run. 162 for 5. He's calling you Trescothick, Liam. 162 for 5. Couple of the on-site medical personnel wandering round the boundary edge with matching no, they're not quite matching sunglasses, are they? As Rushworth bowls and Montgomery blocks again. Got ambulance on their shirts.
Those trousers look heavy and hot.
Lady in uniform.
Got the green sort of combat medic's trousers on.
162 for 5. Fatty Singh likely to display his own particular style of batting at the fall of the next wicket. Left-handed hitter. Brett Hutton, Zach Chappell, and James Hayes. Don't think we've forgotten anybody, we haven't. 162 for 5 as this is steered to point, no run. It's very noisy, Mr. Travaskis. It's him who you can probably hear clapping and bellowing, which is good. It's good, giving his bowlers encouragement. Seems very much to have a senior role as this one steered to short third, no run. Go on, Liam, give him plenty of encouragement. It's good to see somebody not letting spirits sag or heads drop. 162 for 5. He's had a good day, Liam Travaskis. 59 not out, couple of wickets. Not given many runs away. Montgomery happy to block this one. That's the end of another over. Terrific stuff from Chris Rushworth. Just the single from it. So Notts are 3 runs behind where Durham were at the same stage. Rushworth through 8 now. 2 for 45 his figures. I think I've been sold a putt by Martin Emerson, telling me that young Master Colleen was a bowler.
Yes, he was doing some warming up while you disappeared a moment ago. Unless I imagined the 10 overs I saw him bowling at Whitburn a few weeks ago for Bernard Field.
His nickname was
.163 for 5. 41 to Montgomery. He was on strike. Liam Travaskis bowls, and this one is blocked by Montgomery. So another over, just a single. That's 2 overs in a row, just 2 runs. And Notts now find themselves 8 runs behind where Durham were at the same stage. Is this Mitch's time? Is this Mitch's time? He's walking down the far end. He's bareheaded. He's bareheaded. He's marking out his run, and it is going to be time for Mitchell Colleen. So 34 overs have gone. Notts require 64 from 16. 4 and over. Jobs are good, and if they get there, 163 for 5, lose a wicket or 2, and Durham can still very much win this. Liam Patterson-White on the strike. So Colleen just bowling 1 or 2 loose deliveries or looseners to his teammates at the far end. And his first ball in List A cricket for Durham is going to be to Liam Patterson-White from the Gorse Lane end. And it's punched crisply, but straight to the fielder at mid-off, and there's no run. 163 for 5 it remains. 64 needed. Well, Notts going to get there with a few overs of 3s, 4s and 5s, or is there going to be a little bit of a spurt on Liam Patterson-White's bowled? Second ball sent down in senior cricket by Mitchell Colleen, and he has bowled Liam Patterson-White for 7, knocking back his leg peg as Patterson-White looked to whip it away. And that is a terrific moment for the young man. And that might just be the wicket that Durham need to really reinstate their chances in this game. 163 for 6. That's a big blow for Notts, really is. And young Master Colleen wasted no time at all in making his mark. Is this on the way out? Should be Fatty Singh. Is Fatty Singh on his way out? And if he can go about his cricket like he did on Friday, then this could be done and dusted fairly quickly, but once more, somebody who plays his shots goes after his runs quickly. Got 45 in 22 balls. Should he fall quickly, then it's going to be tough work for the remainder. But a great start by Mitch Colleen.
There's that bowler, Mitchell Colleen.
Well, I've been saying get him on.
Are you taking credit for that?
I am. Nice to see a youngster coming on and make his mark. Shame for LPW, and he's just about to get more runs than wickets today, but it's not going to be his day with the bat, although it was with the ball. So Fatty Singh out there. Going to be interesting little tussle this. You say Mitchell is 17, Fatty is 18, so absolutely tremendous, and that's pretty much what the Royal London One Day Cup has become for some sides, some clashes. Liam Travaskis is very much the rabble rouser, the cheerleader, the choir master out there at the moment.
Was that his second ball?
It was indeed. Here he comes to bowl his third to Fatty Singh, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. 163 for 6. Next ball again eased into the offside. That's 163 for 6. As T says, game very much on a knife edge now. Next ball blocked into the offside. No run. Guess right now he's looking at starting his professional career, if you can say this is the start of the professional career. Certainly his debut match. He's on the brink of starting with a wicket maiden. He says game on a knife edge now, Dave. If it was not for the Chardonnay, I'd be biting my nails. Here is Colleen. Lively action, lots of arm whirling. Doesn't start with a wicket maiden because Fatty Singh will keep the strike. He's just turned it onto the leg side and taken a single. He's up and running, and Notts are 164 for 6. They're still a little bit behind where Notts were, where Durham were at the same stage. In fact, they're 13 runs behind now, but as we keep referring, got to keep referring to the fact that Durham missed out on any runs at all in their last 5 overs. So that's where potentially, as long as they've got wickets left, Notts can just take down this target.
14 overs to go.
15 to go, I think. Yeah, 15 to go. 164 for 6. I would imagine Mitchell Colleen will be in line for a little bit of a decent spell now. I know he's started like that. Looked a good ball. Those of you watching on the live stream might have seen if it did anything or not, but Patterson White comprehensively bowled. Who have we got on at this end? George Drissell must be coming towards the end of his spell. Let's have a little look. He's had 7, so still got 3 more. Bowls now to Fatty Singh.
Comes in, right arm round. Ball pushed away by Singh out towards the covers. The first ball was a dot ball as well. Suddenly, there's a lot of noise among the Durham players.
Yeah, it's Travaskis who's doing it. Very much the
Trezelyan. That one pops on Singh a little bit. He cuts it out towards the covers. No run.
Chief encourager, isn't he, Liam Travaskis? Lots of clapping, lots of shouting. Really getting behind them, trying to whip them up.
Trezelyan bowls. Oh, I thought that was coming our way there, but he's absolutely missed it. It's bounced off slip. I think there's that Borthwick down at slip. It is. He picks himself up. No, it's not. It's Coghlan, that.
I think it was 3 6s he hit on Friday.
Borthwick's out in the covers. In he comes. Defended. Rolls short in the offside. Picked up by Dixon. Bit of tension building now.
Yep.
On this very hot Sunday afternoon here in Lincolnshire.
You'd imagine it's going to be tough for Durham to qualify, even if they get their points back, if they lose this one. If Notts lose this one, I'd probably say the same. Only 3 games left.
Dressel balls defended on a length by Singh. He is tall, isn't he, George Dressel? Not really appreciated that until seeing him bowl from this angle today. End of the over. That was a maiden, wasn't it? All dots.
It was indeed, yep.
164 for 6.
You know, some years you might lose a game or two due to the weather and 1 point each. Of course, there was a tie. Was it? What's the tie? Was it Surrey Warwickshire in our group? But it caused a bit of a conversation the other day when we were discussing the best way to award points. I think Kevin Hand was very much along the lines of 4 for a win and 2 for a tie, 1 for rained off. Other people were coming forward with super overs and all that sort of stuff. Here's Colleen in. This is a runaway to backward point, single taken. 165 for 6. There's obviously the necessity for some sort of tiebreaker in the knockout stage, but I think in the groups, a tie's a tie, isn't it? But it does seem a little bit daft that you can rack up and it's raining all day and you get a point, or you can go out there and you can play for 8 hours and a terrific day, 360 plays 360, and you both leave with exactly the same as what you started with at breakfast time. It's sometimes a bit bonkers. Fatty Singh on the strike, first run then off Killeen's bowling. Singh drives into the offside. In fact, he's found a gap, threaded it between a couple of fielders, and he'll come back for 2. In fact, they're going to run for 3. Now, these 2 are whippets, and Singh does come back for 3. Had that been a direct hit, no idea from this end, but had it been a direct hit, it might have been interesting. Sue Redfern
with a throw.
Was there in a good position to see, but it wasn't. He's on to 4, 168 for 6.
As they say in the village, that was a canny hoy.
Would have won the javelin in the Commonwealth Games with that. Mitch Killeen. Matthew Montgomery down the leg side, taken by Mr. McIntosh, and it is a leg side wide. And what you can't do, young Master Killeen, is bowl no balls and wides. 169 for 6. Notts require, what's that say, 58.
Yeah. There's a bit of cloud bubbling up in the distance there, Dave. Down southwest of us.
You'd better find the Duckworth-Lewis score then, just in case it chucks it down.
There are some thunderstorms due over tonight, aren't there, I think, tomorrow?
Next ball, just run away with soft hands by Montgomery. Rushworth doing the fielding, bounces the ball in. Bounced it in. Allowed to bounce once, I think the umpire said to the skippers at the toss. And we'll have to tick you off. They weren't the words used, but they did say, let's be sensible, lads. If you're throwing it in from the deep, don't want to see you deliberately scuffing the ball in. The old bouncing bomb down the leg side and tickled away by Fatty Singh for another run. Leg by, in fact. So he didn't tickle it away, or he tickled it away with his pad. One more. 170. When the music stops, stand still. Has the board stopped whirling round? 171 for 6. Mitch Killeen bowls. Montgomery misses out on this one. Well taken by McIntosh. Again, he has to send bails flying everywhere.
In Group B, which is the other group, Essex made 341 at Chelmsford. Glamorgan currently 182 for 4 in the 31st over. Also in that group, Lancs all out for 183 in Southampton. Hampshire 95 for 5 in the 30th. Interesting one there.
Killeen to end his second over. And, a little push and run. Fatty Singh was a little slow in taking off, and there's an inquest going on here as to why nobody was alert and alive to the fact that Notts were going to steal a single, but they did. 172 for 6.
55 needed And we have had 37 overs. Northants 210 on out at Canterbury. In the other group, Kent 170 for 5. 34th over there. In this group, Leicestershire 338 for 8. Warwickshire in response at Grace Road are 118 for 3 in the 22nd over. Somerset made 335 for 6 at Taunton, and Middlesex 163 for 2. Now then, what's Stevie Eskenazi doing in that game? Because he's been breaking records for fun, hasn't he? He's out. He's actually out for just 21. I knew he'd never make the grade.
Rubbish. I think Middlesex will be quite pleased at that. I think they were fearful of the way it was going on. He might be whisked away to play elsewhere. There's George Drissell.
Comes in and bowls. Little paddle round the corner. There's a fielder there just inside the discs. No run. It's Montgomery on strike. It's on 44. What else? Sussex 312 for 9. Worcestershire 103 for 5. A reverse sweep this time down towards the long leg boundary.
Tell you what, Pajara scored some runs this summer.
Yeah.
Another 100 today. 174 he got.
I think he got a double 100 against Durham for Sussex. That was the match I missed. Worcestershire 104 for 5. That's in Worcester. Score moves on, 174 for 6, and Montgomery is on 46, now 47 as he pushes the ball out through the covers. 1 run. What's his highest score again? 104 against KwaZulu-Natal and Western Province. Highest not score, 87 against Sussex this season.
Yeah.
Kegworth Cricket Club. Mentioned Kegworth earlier. Drizzell around the wicket, that's coming our way, that's high, it's coming down towards the side screen, just misses it, hits the nets, it's a 6. That brings the target down and that takes him to 53.
No, that's Fatty Singh.
Oh, sorry, Fatty Singh. Oh yeah, they got a single in the
Very uncomplicated cricketer.
Yeah, he's just launched that straight back over the bowler's head.
A little bit like Budinger.
46 the target now.
Gave that an almighty wallop. 6-6 of the day, the 4th of this innings.
Drizzell right arm round. Singh forward to this one, pushes it along the ground to Colleen at mid-off. It's a dot ball. Remember, technically Durham don't have any points unless they win their appeal against the 2 they've been docked by the ECB. They are pointless. This is in the air again.
Coming again.
1 bounce 4 into the side screen.
Yeah.
So 10 in 3 balls there. That accelerates things. Good over from a Nottinghamshire point of view. And the target for victory drops to 42.
It doesn't hang about.
At 185 for 6. Now Durham were 191 for 8, but remember they didn't bat out their final overs.
Yes, I'll from afar wish Durham well with their appeal, but we'll leave that sentence there on. But don't tend to get these things overturned, do you? They seem to be almost cut and dried. If you pick up a penalty point, a disciplinary point, it goes against you, and the old totting up procedure. It's almost like, saying, I didn't see the 30-mile-an-hour sign. Oh, okay, we'll give you.
Is there a police and crime commissioner springing to mind?
Yeah. It's going to be Colleen eventually when play restarts. Montgomery's on 47. And he comes to bowl to Matt Montgomery, pushes it on the bounce to backward point. Sure, who fielded that left-handed throw? Was it Maddinson?
Yeah, he's got the ponytail.
185 for 6. That last over might just have dented a little bit of Durham optimism, but still work to do for Notts. 42 more required. It's pushed into the offside. Brett Hutton, Zach Chappell, James Hayes to come.
The required run rate is 3.5. They're currently going along at 4.8.
Yeah,
so
all along I've suspected if they bat for maybe 48 of the 50 overs, they'll have enough. Certainly if they bat at the end of the 50th, they really should be in a position to win it. Next one is a low full toss, clipped away by Montgomery. Now then, will this be a couple? It will, so goes on to 49. Throw at the far end might just have run astray, but it didn't. So Montgomery on to 49. It's always
and the community.
the combined IQ of Martin Emerson and myself can just about do 33 off 11, the required run rate. Only just though, 194 for 6. Same stage, Durham had 197, but you know what we're about to say. There's Drissell bowls to young Monty, South African born, defends this one. Playing on the UK, playing in the UK with initially the help of a German passport. Somewhere along the line he's played a nice looking shot out onto the offside, and there'll be a couple of runs. He's on to 52, 196 for 6, and knots require 31. Didn't see where that landed, that Fatty Singh 6, but
I lost it in the clouds.
Yeah.
Around about the pylon.
I think it went up into the clouds. Gosh, he gave it a wallop. Another shot in exactly the same spot from Montgomery, and it'll be 2 more. Although they've got a scamper, and they do, and no surprise that bales and stumps and dust and wicket keepers and desperate batsmen all go flying everywhere as the return comes in. 2 more. Montgomery on to 54, is that board right? 198. 198, so 29 more needed. This one goes through to Master McIntosh, Durham's glove man. Got a first ball.
We're still on. It seems every time you've done an update, we've not been knocked off the BBC website for a while.
Next ball is on its way and swept away and caught, and Montgomery goes. And is there another twist? 198 for 7. A reverse sweep was the downfall of Matt Montgomery. He couldn't have hit it any better, but unfortunately for him, hit it straight to the fielder. Went like a tracer bullet to the fielder at short third. And Monty goes for 54. And George Drissell gets his first wicket of the day. We'll confirm the catcher for you as and when I get it identified. 198 for 7. Another twist. Brett Hutton's on his way out to the middle.
Is it too little too late from a Durham perspective, or is that the big moment when things swing back in their favour?
I think I heard the Tannoy man say caught Paul Coghlan, but I may have dreamt that, unless you had eyes on. He's understandably
Coghlan, yep.
Very unhappy, Montgomery. Well, be disappointed more than unhappy, I guess. Would have wanted, having battered for so long, to have guided the team over the line, but I think as cricket watchers we sort of know there'll always be a twist here and there. Nothing is ever plain sailing, especially for Notts, and probably Marty would say even more so for Durham over the years. Nothing's ever plain sailing. 198 for 7. Not been a tie between these two. Don't rule it out. What's the delay now? Got two not sub-fielders on there. Two sub-fielders on them, taking a drink out to Fatty Singh. There's the Durham subs on as well with their milk floats. But not a problem really, everybody. Just get caught up with your fluids. Could be a very interesting half an hour. 198 for 7 if it goes that long.
10.1 overs left to go.
Waiting for a helmet to be brought out. So Drissell with his first wicket. Slip in there. Who's that going in? Close. There's a fielder popping a helmet on. Just how close is he going to get for Brett Hutton? Take the helmet off. Pop the helmet on. To guess, I'd say it's maybe Sean Dixon, and he's gone in at short leg. Brett Hutton. Just watching him we're all watching him get dressed. Good grief, helmet's off again. Help me, help me.
Maybe it's part of a cunning plan.
It's
just to put the batsman off.
No, it's something in cricket, Marty, where we always have to watch the short leg. This is played away by Hutton for a single. We've all got to wait and watch while they put pads on and helmets and all the other protective gear, which of course is needed, but do it off the field. 199 for 7 as Hutton takes a single at the end of that over. 28 more required as we enter the final 10. So it's one of those now where another fielder can be allowed outside the circle, but if you're Durham, do you want to give them that opportunity just to push it in another gap? Oh, the helmet's now coming off the field. There's a surprise. 199. Same stage, Durham were 199 as well.
Interestingly, Paul Coghlan only bowled 3 overs the other day because he had a bit of a niggle, and he hasn't bowled any today, has he?
No.
So they've gone mainly with spin. A little couple of overs from Colleen, Chris Rushworth with a few, but generally Drissell, Travaskis and Maddinson. And Borthwick as well, forgot to write him in.
It is going to be Borthwick to bowl now, the 41st over.
Just give you the bowling figures then. Rushworth 2 for 45 from 8. Drizzell 1 for 56 from 10. First ball's played out into the covers, no run there. Gibson 1 for 13. He's only bowled 2. Travaskis 2 for 25 from 10. Borthwick none for 20 from 4. Maddinson none for 22 from 3. Colleen 1 for 17 from 3. Borthwick right arm over, leg spin, and Hutton it is playing it that one rather tentatively. Seeing at the non-striker's end is on 20. 28 needed to win. And 199 for 7. Hutton cracks at that, and it's stopped in the covers. Good diving stop by Dixon. 1 run though. Just ran away from him slightly.
Thanks to everybody that's taken the trouble to get in touch today. Sometimes they all come in all together and perhaps miss 1 or 2, but many thanks. We'll try and go back and acknowledge them all one way or another. Mark says, in the words of Graham Taylor, can we not just knock it?
Do I not like orange? Carlton! Carlton! While Laurie McMahon, he sat on the bench going, yes boss, no boss, yes boss, no boss. Singh looks to play off the back foot here. It's gone towards point, but there's no run.
Brian Jackson, good finish with Durham in prospect. Many thanks for the great peaceful banter with Marty today. Great entertainment provided for a hot Sunday. Thanks to you, Brian, for that. Genuinely appreciated.
Borthwick bowls, Gorse Lane end. Singh drives out through the covers. Should only be the 1 run. It's fielded by 12th man Bushnell.
Peaceful banter.
You've
seen them,
haven't you?
People,
yeah,
they
were on a
t-shirt.
People keep referring to us as an old married couple. Maybe it's peaceful because I can't be bothered to argue anymore. I've given up. 201 for 7. Borthwick in. Hutton forward. Goes to Gully. And of the over. So 26 needed. From 9, is it?
I did suspect you were sickening for something earlier on when you actually said, yeah, that looked out to one of the Durham LBWs. So,
well, one of them certainly didn't. And funny enough, there was others I didn't question who people corresponded with us to question instead. So
201 for 7.
Durham were 202 for 8 at this point.
Yeah. Gosh, they wish they could have those 5 overs left, but of course you've got to bat well enough for the 45 to get the last 5, haven't you? 201 for 7. What are we waiting for now? Oh, Rushworth's coming back. That's a good move. That's a good move. Let's go back to your linchpin, your spearhead, your main gun. If you're playing Chris Rushworth, well, you're playing him as a bowler. He don't want to be out there fielding. He don't want to be out there batting, but he wants to be out there bowling. 201 for 7. Mind you, he might not want to be out there bowling if Fatty Singh smashes him over the marquee. Singh has 21. What a young talent. Going to enjoy watching his progress over the years. Faced 18 balls, 1 4, 2 sixes for Fatty Singh. Field spreading. This is a single anywhere, Marty, isn't that? Just, I don't know. If I was skipper, 26 needed, I might just bring more into the ring rather than less.
Keep us standing up, though.
Well, I know, but on that leg side, there's a single anywhere, and yeah, all right, you're going to say Rushy's not going to bowl it on the leg side, but just put a stride in and just bat it down and take a single, if you want. There's Rushworth then round the wicket to Fatty Singh. Pushed it to backward point. There's no run there. So that's obviously going to be his line of attack, round the wicket, maybe bowling 6 or 8 inches outside the off stump. Just try and make sure if he's going to hit it, he's going to hit it straight to one of those fielders packed on the offside, preventing a single. And if he tries to drag him across the line, he's hoping for a drag on or a ball hit high up in the air to one of 3 waiting on the leg side. One of which is Liam Travaskis, obscuring my view. Singh can't get this away. Let's see Rushworth off. Perhaps that was the chat that Brett Hutton's passed down to him. Maybe not. 8 overs, 2 for 45, Chris Rushworth. Bowled Slater and James LBW. There's the script written for Grantham-born Zach Chappell to go out there and knock off the winning runs. Rushworth bowls. There is that leg side single. It's been played with such soft hands. They were interested at least for a second about taking two, but decided against the probability. 202 for 7, 25 needed. Nice day, not seen vast numbers pack their kit bags away and troop off. I think when Fatty Singh got out on Friday there were 3 or 4 overs left, but they all started almost en masse to go then. I think they felt it was going to be too much for the last bit. Next ball sees Hutton force it away, square of the wicket on the offside for a single. 203 for 7. I think if you want the last pair to get you 40 or 50 from the last 4 or 5 overs, and you've got a lengthy journey to undertake, or you're wedged in the car park and want to get away early, then perhaps you're going to make a bolt for it. I'm also not sat out in the sunlight, but I suspect it was even a little hotter on Friday as Singh again just runs it out onto the leg side. I certainly would have had a fielder or two up inside the ring there, but hey, I'm sat here and what do I know. 204 for 7. Just seems like they've been gifted 3 runs in this over. They haven't really got 3 to give. Could all come good for Chris Rushworth though, if he can get Brett Hutton out here. Back over the wicket to the right-hander. Bowls and Hutton just pushes it to cover, knowing that we were at the end of the over. 204 for 7. Notts will take that as win-win-win. 3 needed, and Rushworth didn't get a wicket. They've got 3 wickets in hand. They need 23 from 7 overs. Scores neck and neck as well with where.
Yeah, just a 1 extra wicket in it from the Durham perspective. They were 8 down compared to 7. Just looking at Hutton's scores, he's got a higher score, 46 against Derbyshire last year, 29 against Sussex and 28 against Gloucestershire this year. So he can hold an end up, he knows what to do.
I think his career best actually is in the championship against Durham. That match when he got the 5 for and got Collingwood.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Singh has looked to throw everything at that, not just the garden sink, but the garden and the lawnmower, and has missed it. There was an appeal for LBW from Borthwick, not given. If he'd connected with that would have cleared the pylons, and they're about a mile away. Borthwick sunglasses on, Gorse Lane end, comes in and bowls. Singh forward to that one, turns it round the corner for 4. Oh no, Clark's come round from behind the pole which is holding up the marquee. Well, what was he doing hiding there? There's 2 runs. Gone down to fine leg.
I guess, you know, you can't show too much disappointment anyway, full stop at, well, you can't show any dissent, you can show disappointment, I guess, not getting an appeal, but probably in the event of the last 24 hours, Durham just closed their mouths then and got on with it.
It's just played off to cover, no run.
You suspect there's just been a gentle reminder today, don't you? Just, you know, whatever you do, let's not get into any more trouble. Not been that sort of game either, really, has it?
Oh, what a catch that is from Dixon, and that is the end of Singh on 26. I lost sight of the ball for a second. I saw Dixon flying through the air, short mid-wicket, and I just thought he was playing for saves, but somehow the ball stuck. What a brilliant piece of fielding that was. 206 for 8 with 21 needed. Wow.
I've got Durham favourites right now after that wicket. Brett Hutton and Zach Chappell might prove me wrong, but Fatty Singh goes head bowed. He's very disappointed. Very disappointed. Goes for 25.
And only 8 for the partnership, is that right?
Yeah, I would imagine so.
Yeah. Well, that was an absolute perler.
So, the Grantham-born Zach Chappell on his way to Derbyshire at the end of the season. Has bowled well in these Royal London One-Day Cup matches, and Notts have always known he's an immense talent. It's just been getting him on the park. He's another one that's been dogged with all sorts of injuries over the last couple of years, and every time he's come into the side he's bowled well, and you think, wow, let's keep him there, and then you rack up for the next game, and unfortunately Zach's got a bit of a side strain or a bit of a back niggle or whatever. I know he's been obviously pretty low about a number of games he's missed. In fact, his body's let him down a time or two, but he's looked good in this competition. So here's Chappell, and there's Borthwick.
Chappell facing, goes back into his crease, defends.
Grantham born, like Luke Wright, Margaret Thatcher, Isaac Newton.
Borthwick in again, bowls. Oh, that pops slightly on Chappell. He's in the back foot there, looks to drive, and then it's ended up going short on the leg side, end of the over. Well, that's a great over from a Durham point of view.
Yeah. I think some, if not all of those, have got statues in the town. Not entirely sure Zach's got one yet, might have. 206 for 8. He's very much Stamford, a Stamford lad. Was born here. So, 21 from 7, still 3 and over as it has been for a while, and piece of cake, 3 and over, but not when you're out there in the heat of the day, the end of a long old day, the pressure of a run chase, the pressure of a close-ish group where 2 points one way or another can make a difference. Chris Rushworth going to bowl. It's going to be his final over, I think, for Rushworth. See him off, see him off. Fatty Singh made 25 from 26 balls today, 1 4 and 2 6s. Brett Hutton has been round the block. Rushworth bowls to him, and Hutton happy to defend. 206 for 8 is the score. Durham made 227. We just wondered if it was generally a score of round about that mark. One or two things. Either the other side, in this case Notts, would have romped home in 25 overs, or it would be nip and tuck. We just felt on the used wicket it might be nip and tuck. This has gone through to the keeper, who whips off a bail and asks, and it didn't look to me from here, and I don't know, Brett Hutton might be batting a yard out of his crease. I don't think he is, but it didn't look from here as if he'd been drawn forward at all. But McIntosh whipped a bail off and asked.
Initially I thought he was appealing for a caught behind, then he started to appeal for a stumping. Mervin's emailed, he says, whatever happens today, we can't fault the team for the effort they've put in. Hot conditions as well for both these sides.
There's Rushworth bowling. Brett Hutton clips it to mid-wicket, no run.
Gone from one extreme to the other, haven't we? Snow at Trent Bridge at the start of last year.
Yep.
Gloves on indoors, coats on, body warmers, hats. To absolute sweltering heat here in Grantham.
Yeah, and just in case the game goes bang bang and it's all over very quickly, big thanks to Kirsty and the production team, the camera crew, boys and girls out round the ground that have brought you the pictures today, everybody on the technical side that has just about managed to keep us on air, including those back at Radio Nottingham. Thanks, of course, to all the listeners, to all the viewers of the live stream. Not easy a field in Grantham, just to bring all the kit and get it to work as Rushworth runs through the crease. Nothing happened really. Brett Hutton didn't back away. Maybe Rushworth just lost his stride. So thanks to everybody, and thanks to Grantham County Cricket Club, and of course the Lincolnshire County Cricket Board, all of whom have helped Notts in getting this double header on both Friday and today. And of course for all the spectators that have come along and made it a nice little occasion, getting behind the players and supporting them. Thanks to the players of Middlesex, Notts and Durham for the entertainment they've provided over the couple of days.
Sunburnt in Sunderland's watching the T20 final at Whitburn, and there's a thick sea threat, and he's posted a photograph. It looks like something from a horror film. You can hardly see the players.
Can I send it down here as Rushworth comes into Brett Hutton. 206 for 8. Notts going nowhere bar to a narrow defeat, but Hutton takes a single there, and it perhaps heard him go yeah, and I mean that's all he was doing, essentially calling Zach Chappell through, but he might have been saying yeah, and then in brackets, if you're reading it in a book, with an air of desperation. It did seem like they were very relieved to get that single, and if it's going to be like that all the way to the end, there'll be a few nails chewed or bitten off, if that's your thing. Chewing your nails? Never been in for it myself, bar those nasty little quicks right in the corner when you cut your nails and then, oh crikey, you break
and
your
you're wondering
nail.
if you're just going to peel the skin back as you're doing it.
Oh crikey. There you are. How gruesome is that? 207 for 8. Chappell's on strike. Big tall lad. Another big tall lad. Rushworth bowls to him and
he's playing for a draw.
Chappell eases it out into the offside. Well, he may know that Chris Rushworth has got one delivery, 2 deliveries left in his spell, so pushing out of the way.
Yeah, 240 so far, one ball left, I think.
Oh, you're back then to
have to be
replace
Gibson,
him at this
won't it?
end. Gibson 2 overs, 1 for 13. Got a wicket first ball. Gibson, he's only bowled 2 overs. Young Master
He's injured.
Khalid.
Is he off the ground? Is that why Bushnell's on?
I don't know.
Can't see Gibson actually.
I don't know. Let's ask our Durham correspondent. Next ball is defended by Brett Hutton. Gibson got a wicket with his first ball. Master Khalid got a wicket with his second ball. And it is the end of the over. It is. They've counted to 6 correctly. Just seemed like time was standing still. And so were the umpires. 207 for 8. Done well as well, our officials, Sue Redfern and Neil Malinder. Long hot day for them. Thanks to our scorers as well, William and Anne. We're thanking everybody. 207 for 8. With 6 overs to go. After this next over, Martin, all my Durham boxes are empty. So that's where Notts might have a chance, but they still need runs.
Borthwick bowling. Hutton defends, goes at slow down. Slightly on the offside, no run. So they need 20 from 6 overs, is it?
Yeah, exactly that.
Borthwick in again. Oh, Hutton plays and misses. The keeper's got the bails off once more.
You can't fault to try it. And also a reminder, those who perhaps some that don't normally watch the live stream, I'm leaning towards the Nottinghamshire followers here.
Borthwick in. Hutton cuts out into the covers. It's a dot ball again.
But when Marty and I eventually say good night to you, and thanks very much for listening and all the rest of it, good night from us. Please stay watching and listening to the live stream if that's how you followed the game for the day, if you want some reaction, because Aaron Lord will be out on the outfield with the mic. I know Liam Patterson-White is going to be there chatting to him at full time.
Flighted up and driven downfield by Hutton, but there's no run. It's 4 dot balls. Suddenly the pressure is very much on Notts here. They can't get the ball away. Borthwick is in his 7th over, 1 for 24. In his sunglasses, Hutton dabs that off towards mid-wicket. He will get a run this time. Drops down towards square leg, picked up by Maddinson.
I did say principally for Nottinghamshire supporters, although Marty swears blind that Liam Patterson-White's still got a Sunderland accent, so you might want to listen in, you Durham supporters, and
I couldn't understand a word he said. It was some foreign
see if you agree with him. But LPW will be on the interview.
Paul, that's 6, surely. Where's that gone? Out towards Cow Corner. 1 bounce off the umbrellas. Was it 4 or a 6?
4.
It's a 6. 6 signal.
It's never a 6, never in a million years.
Well, Sue Redfern's just signalled a 6, so I'm going by her because she's the umpire.
Yeah, it's 6 then, but crikey, I saw it bounce. It looked from here.
Well, there seems to be 2 ropes around the ground. So the second rope is stopping people coming forward to the first boundary rope.
Yeah,
so
that's exactly what it's for. But
well, that was a big moment in the scheme of things. They need 13 to win now. And Chappell opening up his shoulders and launching Borthwick out to deep mid-wicket.
Yeah,
so
Notts 12 behind where Durham were, but of course that's all irrelevant now. Durham had been bowled out by this stage. End of the 45th for 2-2-6. So if it's a 45 over game, Durham win. by 12 runs, but it's not. There are 5 overs left, and now the think tank. Is Nick Maddinson going to bowl? Well, tons of experience. He's been round several blocks in his time. Experienced Aussie, Big Bash, Test cricket, Victoria State. Maddinson, left arm spin. Going to be bowling to Brett Hutton. Is this a brave call, or is it absolutely the right selection rather than young Gibson or Killeen? First ball is nothing short of a half tracker. Brett Hutton helps it onto the leg side. 215 for 8, 12 to win. Notts won the match with the penultimate ball last year, with Dane Patterson hitting a 6 against Northants for a 2-wicket win. Have we got a repeat scenario on our hands here? If there's no more wickets and Notts get there, it would be a 2-wicket win. This is blocked by Chappell, who's already shown that he can clear the ropes.
I don't know where Gibson is.
Next ball is going to bring Chappell a couple of runs, fortuitously. That was nothing more than a little bit of a swish at Nick Maddinson. He was aiming towards mid-wicket or down the ground on the onside. It skewed off the outside edge and ran past short third, and they're back for 2. 217. 10 needed. 2 blows. Maddinson into Brett Hutton. A little push to Zach Chappell, I beg your pardon. Pushes it square of the wicket, no run. Crikey. What will James Hayes be thinking, if he's thinking anything at all? The 21-year-old. 217 for 8. Just made his debut in that defeat on Friday. Can't actually remember. Have a look what he did in a moment. Suspect he walked out at the middle and the wicket went at the other end. I'll just refresh myself. Single taken by Chappell. Yeah, 1 not out for James Hayes. Oh well, he's the man. He's never been dismissed in List A cricket if required. 9 needed. 218 for 8 at the end of 46. Of course, can't just go along at 1 run and over, or they're going to fall short. But they did manage to get 4 in that over. 218, 9 required. Good game of cricket. Hope everybody that's come along's enjoyed it, enjoyed the entertainment. Grantham has once again served up a couple of absolute crackers. It's a little bit remote. It's over the border. I know some Notts fans don't like the idea of taking the game over the border. It's not remote if you live here now.
It's at the centre of the universe if you live here. Here's Borthwick to Chappell. Forward to that one. Goes towards point, no run. That's dead handy for lots of things, isn't it? With the London in one direction. And
it's not handy for ISDN points.
No.
That's the system we normally work off to bring you the commentary. There aren't any of them this side of Trent Bridge, I don't think.
Borthwick in balls. A block from Chappell. Well, it's all. The thing is, ISDN's old technology now. They're not installing it anymore, and in time, all of our bits of equipment are being changed so they can run off broadband connections.
That'll be after my days are done, Martin.
That's coming very shortly. We've already got some of the kit. Borthwick balls again. Chappell forward, jabs the bat down on it. We've had some of our broadcast kits sent away, and they've now come back with 3 or 4 different sockets on the back, so you can do broadband, ISDN. Yeah. USB for some reason. That must be for a dongle.
Don't know what language it is you're currently speaking to me in.
You're a Luddite. Borthwick balls, tosses that up. That's that could be out. Bushnell's under. Oh, it's got over him. 6. Did that go 4-6 or 4? 4. It was a full toss from Borthwick. It was high.
Just look at the reaction of the others.
Chappell launched it in the sky, and Bushnell out on that deep mid-wicket boundary, went one way, went the other, and then eventually the ball just bounced behind him.
Well, it bounced almost to the side of him.
I think he lost it in the sun. I think he's lost that in the sun.
That's easily done, but
5 to win.
Crikey.
Chappell on 13. Into the crease, plays it safely away to mid-wicket.
It's a poor ball that deserved to be whacked for 6, but probably should have been caught, but if a fielder can't see it, you can't catch it.
It's been a funny game. Only 2 players have got to 50.
Yeah.
Quite a few have had starts and then not pushed on. As a bit of bat and pad there as that one skidded onto Chapel. So 5 needed to win from the final 3 overs.
Oh, I didn't take my feet off the ground there.
2-2-2 for 8.
5 needed from 3. Crikey, young Master Bushnell. We don't know until I'm sure Marty will just have a quiet word behind the pavilion, behind the bike shed with somebody. Was Johnny close to that one that was hit out on the leg side? Certainly looked it from here. It looked as if he ran past where the ball landed, and his attempts to see where it had gone. There's Maddinson. Going to be bowling to Brett Hutton. 5 needed, 18 balls left. 4 needed from 17 as he drives this down the ground. 1 blow will do it for the Outlaws. Closing in on their 3rd win, getting back to winning ways. Liam Patterson-White will be on the outfield chatting to Aaron Lord just as soon as we've finished. Stay following the live stream. If Notts do win, Liam will have played 3-1-3 in this competition. That's gone through to the keeper who... Hey, there's a surprise. Did he take the bails off? Oh, he did. He didn't let me down. He didn't let me down. It's good stuff. This isn't criticism, by the way. I like a keeper who demolishes and then asks and then pops them back on again. Maddinson bowls. Chapel can't get this away. Nice stuff from the Australian. Knows 1 bad ball though and it's game over. Or will it be? Sometimes it's the bad ball that gets the wicket, as we nearly saw in the last over. Maddinson again round the wicket and run to backward points. An opportunity of a run out here at the non-striker's end, and they get home. 3 required now with 2 overs and maybe 2 balls, maybe 1 ball. 2:24 for 8. Chapel on to 14. 3 required. What do you do, Scott Borthwick?
Well, Durham needed a spinner like Patterson-White today, didn't he? He ran through Durham's top order. He took 5. The best for Durham today, Travaskis with 2 and Rushworth with 2.
Travaskis again is the one waving and suggesting some ideas. I like him, really like him, Liam Travaskis. He's been good today with bat and ball, but also really encouraging and coming up with ideas and plans and just trying to find a way, which is terrific to see. 2:25 for 8. He does the fielding as a singles taken.
2 to win.
Not entirely sure what time of day we're at.
It's 5:30. Chapel's just been put off by something there.
Next one's hit down the ground. Now then, is it going to be clearing the fielder? It will. Will it be dragged back or will it go over the rope? I think they've run a couple, and that might be it. Let's just have a look as it comes in, and that is it. Notts have got home by 2 wickets, exactly the same as they did here against Northants last year. They're back to winning ways in a crackerjack of a game, a low-scoring game. Yeah, 12 balls spare, and Zach Chapel and Brett Hutton, who've done so much with the ball in this competition, have got Notts over the line with that 9th wicket partnership. And lots of handshakes, lots of congratulations, lots of see you agains, no doubt, between the 2 sets of players. Durham just it always looked as if they were going to be under par, and that's how it turned out. A lofted shot down the ground has produced the winning runs, and it's Notts who go on to played 5, won 3, lost 2. Durham played 5, won 1, now lost 4. Very difficult to see how they're going to be able to get out of the group from here. Hope you've enjoyed your day, Marty. We've managed to get through it. Thanks to you for all your technical help, and to everybody that's helped us get on air. But Notts are the victors. They've won by 2 wickets. Durham just not quite enough runs, Marty.
No, I didn't think they had enough at the halfway stage, but I think they thought they weren't far off, and it was a competitive wicket. Don't know what's happened with Oliver Gibson. He's been off the pitch for some period there, so looks like he's picked up an injury. Couldn't spot him in the outfield, and Bushnell was on for quite a long time, wasn't he? But from Durham's point of view, they've got a home game to come against Sussex on Wednesday. They are pointless, and then they finish with games against Leicestershire and Warwickshire away next week. They had a terrible T20, their joint worst T20. They've managed one win in the county championship, and now, having won one in this competition and had the points taken away, remain pointless. So it has not been a very good season from a Durham point of view. It's left a lot to be desired. I know it's a young squad. Injuries and call-ups haven't helped, but it is certainly not what was being promised and spoken about before the season began. It just goes to show you don't play cricket on paper.
There we are then. That's it from Martin Emerson, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, here at Grantham. The end of what's been a very long weekend, folks. Notts with the points as the people file out of Gorse Lane. No doubt one or two will hang about and perhaps get a photograph with the players or the autographs. But as I say, if you stick around, Liam Patterson-White will be there in a moment or two on the live stream. In fact, I can just see him now, just going over to speak to Aaron. So from Martin, myself, and a big thanks to Dane Patterson, who joined us earlier, from us all at Gorse Lane Grantham. We'll see you next time.
They've managed to get over the line with Zach Chappell hitting the winning runs there. But I'm now joined by Liam Patterson-White. Now I have to tell you something, LPW. The start of the day, I said to Holly, the analyst, I went, I quite fancy an LPW fifer today. No word of a lie. You can ask her after this interview. But you went and got that fifer. You've been away for a week or so. We'll talk about that in a second. But how nice was it to come back and be in with the lads and to get that fifer?
Yeah, it's nice to be back in and around the lads, and again it's especially nice to contribute to a win as always, especially when we're at home away from home. So yeah, I mean it's just a nice feeling to be back.
To be back in the Notts kit. Now you have been away, obviously on England Lions duty. I sent you a message saying that you looked quite good in the England kit. How was it? How did you get on, and what kind of experience was that?
Yeah, it was a good experience. You know, it kind of gave me a nice insight to the level that that standard holds, and you know, it just makes me want to strive even further. You know, to get to those England levels. So yeah, it was a nice experience.
Special moment, I imagine, obviously, and keep the cap and treasure it and put it somewhere safe.
Yeah, it's in my car at the minute, but yeah, no, it's no, it's a memory that'll hold on to for a very, very long time, that's for sure.
Is your car the one that's got about 4 bouncers just like stood around it, making sure nobody can get near it?
No, not me.
No,
someone else.
Someone else. Coming back, obviously, into this format, 50 over. Obviously, from a Notts point of view, we lost the game on Friday. For you coming into not necessarily it's a new dressing room, obviously, but into the dressing room today, what kind of was the mentality going out there today as a group?
I mean, we're always positive no matter where we play or who we play, so again it's just trying to back our skill set and do the basics better than the opposition, and you know, thankfully we did that today.
5 games down, 3 more to go, 2 away games, and then obviously a home game at Welbeck against Surrey. I didn't really want to say the words must win today, but it's very tight in the group. 2 points is, you know, they really are crucial. Just how nice was it to actually get that victory today, though?
Yeah, it was a very nice feeling. You know, they're a very good side. You know, so to get across the line in the way we did, in the manner we did, I think, you know, it just shows the lengths we go as quite a young squad, I think. And it also, you know, it shows everyone's maturity as well. Like I said, you know, we're the young squad, but yeah, I mean, everyone played their part today, and you know, we came up trumps.
Now, just finally for you, you've been around a few years now. Like you say, it is a young squad, it is a young team. Obviously, the 100 has a massive effect on a lot of teams, and we as Notts, are no different to that. There's a lot of players go off to play that competition. So, how do you find yourself maybe a senior player in this kind of format now, in this squad and in this 11?
A little bit. I feel like I take a couple of the spinners under my wing a little bit and just give them a little bit of information on what I think and whatnot. Whether they want to take that on, whether they want to take that on board or not, they can do. It's kind of a nice feeling being able to kind of go through a couple of things with a couple of lads and have that kind of pressure on my shoulders a little bit, but it's I wouldn't say I'm quite a senior player yet, but I'm getting there.
Do you like the pressure though in these moments? Do you like kind of taking that extra responsibility?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the whole basis of the game, really, is to take the responsibility and to take the pressure on your shoulders when it's needed the most and try and perform. So and again we came up again today. So.
And just finally here, Grantham. People walk in front of cameras, kind of don't know where they are. Just out grounds in general. We've had a lot of people over the two games, especially in this heat, to sit out all day. How nice is it to just get the support from local people in and around these areas when we visit them?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice, again, home away from home, and there's always a decent crowd in, especially from last year as well. And like you said, the weather's been really nice this past week and really warm, so for people to make the effort to travel and come out and watch us is really nice, and all the lads definitely appreciate that.
Well, it's been lovely weather, certainly topped up the tan. I think I'm going to get a sock tan, but we can sort that out over the next few days anyway. But congratulations, it's lovely to see you back in the Notts kit as well. Congratulations on your fifer, and obviously good luck for the rest of the format, and we'll see you at Welbeck.
Oh, yeah, you will.
We will, won't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
That's okay. If you'd like to just go and grab the head coach, Peter Moore, for me.
Yes.
You can take the mic with you, but don't say anything.
I won't say anything rude.
Don't say anything rude. I'm being told in my ear you've got to leave it on the floor.
Oh,
just go and grab Pete if you can, please.
I will do.
All right, mate. Okay, congratulations, well done. Leave it on the floor. The man's walking over, you don't even have to tell him. So just a reminder of the final score. Notts were set the target of 2-2-7 after Durham got 2-2-6 all out. Liam Patterson-White with 5 wickets, Zach Chappell with 3. Pete, you can come straight in. Any nerves there at the end, Pete? Got a little bit tight, a little bit close.
It's something about Grantham. We were here last year, weren't we? Exactly the same situation when Dane Patterson whacked it over towards it for 6. I mean, I think both games have been a great advert for 50 over cricket, and probably for the pitch that's produced it. Credit to Joe, the groundsman. 2 different sort of games. One very high scoring. This one was a really tough game after the initial new ball started to turn, and it was a good challenge for all the batters. It kind of felt that this game was more, I don't want to say controlled, but it was a very different game. Obviously that partnership in the last game kind of just resulted in that high score. This one, we've got some early wickets, and putting wickets on the board always helps, doesn't it? But it felt very different. So is it nice to react in the way that we have and to pick up a victory today? It's really nice to react. I mean, I think if there's anything we were disappointed with in the last game, it was a fantastic run chase. I don't think we came out of the blocks very well with the ball, and how we fielded and how we were in that first 16 or 17 overs in the game against Middlesex, and we'd look back and think we could have been better, and then we picked it up and did well, and it was a great run chase, and it was a really good game of cricket. Could have gone either way. I think today we had a really good response from the team in how they went about everything. I thought Brett Hutton's opening spell, 5 overs for 11, was outstanding, and then really Liam Patterson-White did what Liam Patterson-White can do, the same as he did last year. He got 5 football beautifully. He gets great pace on the ball, and then the innings was closed out by Zach Chappell getting 3 quick wickets. So that gave us a good chance, but we knew how to play well, and it was great to see another young player 2 young players in Monty and Lyndon James doing the crucial partnership, but then Fateh Singh come and do what Fateh Singh did in the first game. Played very aggressively and took the game back to the opposition.
Yeah, it's amazing to kind of see that maturity from those players, and I know I'd spoke to you about that maturity after the Sussex game at Trent Bridge. You mentioned Liam Patterson-White. I think we have to touch on him, obviously getting that fifer. I asked him, so I'll ask you the same question. Is he a senior player in this sort of format when we have such a young squad, and when the experienced players go off to play the 100? Is he somebody that kind of just as an experienced player nowadays, even though he's so young.
I know he's definitely a senior player. I mean, senior player doesn't go by age, really. It goes about how you are and how you act, really. Liam's not played a lot of first-team cricket for somebody who's talented. But yeah, he is very much a senior player. We missed him the 2 games he's been with the Lions. Craig was involved in a really good 4-day win there with the Lions, and then swapping codes straight away today and coming back in and doing that says a lot about where his game's moving to. So yeah, I was pleased. What I really loved about him was his desperation to get back here and play in this game. He's played 4 days in decent heat, wants to get back with the lads and wants to try and help us get qualified, which is lovely to see.
5 games down, 3 remaining, 2 away, 1 at home. How important was it to get the 2 points today?
Well, we'll go to Edgbaston now with a real bit of confidence back in us. I think if we'd lost today, it would have been tough. We're losing 3 in a row. So yeah, I think it was a big win. I think a big win for us. You start to see qualification. It gets that little bit closer. All the games we've played have been tight, really, in many ways. I mean, we got out the blocks brilliantly against Sussex, and then that very strong win against Somerset. In the last 3, we've lost a couple of tighter ones, and great to get over the line today. So, yeah, I mean, the lads are buzzing, as you can imagine. So we get a day off, which is good. Train at Edgbaston on Tuesday and play hopefully what will be a very big game against the Bears.
2 away, 1 at home, ending it well back against Surrey. But if we just talk about Grantham, finally 2 days here in the last 3 days. A lot of people obviously that maybe can't come to Trent Bridge come to these games. It's been very, very hot. How nice was it just to see the crowds over the last couple of games here at Grantham and what Grantham offers?
Yeah, I mean, outground cricket is something I was brought up on obviously when I played. It's quite a long time ago now, but then outground cricket was a big thing. So it's got its own charm because the players are next door to the crowd. We can feel them. You can walk around the ground. You've got your ice cream van. It's a different feel about it. So from that point, it's great to see it. It's great when the games are tight like they have been here. We miss Trent Bridge, as I know some of the fans miss Trent Bridge, but I think credit to the way we've done it. I think Grantham this year and last did it well. Welbeck similar have been very good hosts to us, so we get something back. We take the cricket to the to other places in the county, and that's one of the bonuses of the competition.
Nothing really says kind of outground than a person walking in front of the camera and then an Enterprise fan going behind us with the door open, getting everything in. But congratulations obviously to you and the rest of the lads on getting the victory today. We wish you well for the 2 away games, and then we will see you at Welbeck for Surrey in the last game of this format. It goes quick, doesn't it?
It goes quick. It's a quick tournament, yeah. So I mean, the season's going quick, isn't it? In many ways, you look at it and you think, well,
scary.
It's all moving pretty fast, and we've got some big championship cricket yet to play. But yeah, fingers crossed we can get ourselves a couple of wins on the road before we come back to Welbeck.
Feels like we're coming to a point now where we could have some success in a couple of formats, and I don't know, business end. It's exciting, isn't it?
It's exciting, yeah. I mean, I think, we look at white ball. We've prided ourselves in the 2020 format. We didn't do so well this year, and then we didn't get over the line and qualify. So, a big push to try and get over here. But it's a different sort of team. A lot of young players pushing hard to show what they can do in white ball cricket. So it's really exciting.
Indeed. Well, I'll let you go. Thanks very much for talking to us, as always. Head coach Peter Moores there, and we wish him well for Edgbaston on Wednesday. So that is it. 2 games here at Grantham over the last couple of days, and Notts finished the Grantham tour, shall we call it, with a victory against Durham. So as I mentioned, we will be back on Trent Bridge Live for the game against Surrey. That is the last game in this fixture where we will be at Welbeck. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, thank you very much to Grantham Cricket Club for hosting us. Thank you very much for joining us over the last 2 games, and we'll see you very, very soon.